James will do a better job than I kind of introducing himself, but I'll say a few words. James is very versatile. He's a sports journalist, he's a magazine journalist, he's got lots of skills as an editor as well. He's also an author. His latest book is behind me, up on the screen here. My dad is currently making his way through it. I bought it for my dad as a birthday present, so you get some royalties at least, James.
Minor ones, yeah.
So today, what I thought would be so valuable is to actually speak to a journalist who almost kind of crosses over between the fields of sports journalism and kind of lifestyle magazine journalism, and explore the idea about how, in this day and age where we're in such a competitive industry, how maybe the importance of carving out a kind of particular niche for oneself is important. And I'm sure, James, you'll have a lot to say about that. So I don't know if you want to start off, James, by maybe just giving a bit of a flavour about what you've been up to for the past year, and flesh out a bit your background and your where you come from as a journalist.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yes, hello everyone. Thank you for attending this morning. I hear there was many of your contemporaries were working last night. Was that correct? Tied in with the election, so I appreciate your efforts in coming over. I'm James Witts. I'm Bristol-based, as Thomas so eloquently put it. So in the last couple of months, my first book came out, The Science of the Tour de France. Anyone into cycling? Anyone into sports? Anyone in sports science? Thank you, Mokum. So, it was the culmination of about sort of 12 months' work, or direct work on it, where I sort of went to some of the teams, interviewing the athletes, going to training camps, and it was really off the back of, I don't know if you know, sort of Team Sky, British cycling, and this phenomenon known as marginal gains. So that was very much, felt like it was in the zeitgeist. So I examined the market around the issue and noticed that actually there's a lot of sort of scientific work out there tied in with cycling, but it's very academic, which obviously serves a purpose, but I wanted to try and make it more accessible to hopefully the masses who are interested in cycling. So that was the premise sort of behind the book. It also came from, let's see if this is actually working. Now, it also came from chaps like Lance Armstrong. Now, even though you might not be huge cycling fans or cycling fans at all, I presume many of you might have heard of Lance Armstrong, who, is, as many see, as the devil incarnate. Now, Lance, just to recap, if you're not aware of him, he won 7 Tour de France's in a row in sort of late 90s, early 2000s. There was suspicion sort of over Lance for many years, partly because of Lance as a person, partly because he was so successful in an era that was dominated by doping, whether it's EPO, which increases your red blood cells so you get more oxygen into your body so you can basically race harder and stronger. So he was so successful in that period, but he always denied that he doped. But then you had diligent chaps like David Walsh, cycling journalist. He works for the Sunday Times still now, who basically, he was one of the many who pursued Lance, who was convinced, who knew basically that Lance was doping, and eventually he finally confessed 2, 3, 4 years ago to good old Oprah Winfrey. So he went for the hard-hitting cycling journalist to announce it to the world. So he had his 7 Tour de France titles stripped from him. Now, Lance was sort of almost the sort of flag bearer for a huge amount of cycling literature, which does focus on doping. I mean, the cycling is, I feel, an amazing sport, but it's forever linked with illegal ways to win, which, to be fair, if you're racing 2,000 miles up the Alps, up the Pyrenees, for 3 weeks, you can see why there might be a history of trying to give yourself a helping hand. So there's much literature around that sort of area. And to me, it felt like it was at a tipping point that you'd look on the shelves and it would all be dopers. And it's like, well, that's fine, but actually, what about this brave new world where actually Team Sky and others are saying, we're we're actually doing this clean, we're going to use the sports science knowledge we've learned over the last 10, 5, 20 years and apply it to performance.
So on that, James, was that you, because you're a cycling fan yourself, you're a bit of a cyclist, so was that you thinking, look, there's too much negative stuff out there, and it's almost like the case of as a journalist, you're thinking, well, there's too much of a focus on the negative, and this needs to be balanced up a bit. We need to sort of focus, as you say, on the legitimate science as opposed to the illegal science of the drug taking.
Yeah, it was to a degree. I mean, it wasn't even necessarily the negative aspect. It was more the subject matter, which by virtue was probably quite negative to the sport. But it was all, it just seemed so much about doping, and some really good books out there. But it was like, well, what about the other side? It can't just be, the doping. That was sort of the key. It was a sort of a counter book to it. Also tied in with that, if this is still working. So this doesn't mean a huge amount to me, so I don't know if it does to you, but basically I also attended quite a few sort of, my background was sort of sports science, so I'd be attending conferences, cycle-specific one, triathlon conferences, run conferences, where you would get slides like this, which to people who know is unbelievably interesting, I'm sure. But to people who don't, it's like, it's about nitric oxide metabolism, which I won't bore you with now, partly because I don't really know. But so that was you'd have like this coming out the science conference. So to me, the two stars were aligning. It's this Brave New World and a book to counter anti-doping. So really, that was the whole idea sort of behind it.
And you might say, I suppose, that, good journalism is the art, really, of potentially presenting complex issues in a digestible way to a larger audience than that the material would otherwise reach.
Yeah.
So, whether it's political debate now in the United States, or whether it's the science behind sport, and even just with the science behind cycling, I suppose it could be any. Sports science is so integral to so many sports now. So, do you see yourself then as that sort of fulfilling the role of the journalist as the kind of interpreter and the kind of the public communicator over this issue?
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, it's I don't know about yourself, Tom and Malcolm, that I've sort of, it hasn't been a fully premeditated path to where you end up, but there were always hints that this was the path I might follow. My degree, I studied at Worcester like 20 years ago and did sports science and English literature, sort of joint degree, which...
You're the person doing that?
Yeah, I know, it was me and one dog, basically. So it was quite an unusual degree, but basically I felt like I loved sport, and I felt like a failed sportsman, basically, who liked reading. That's all you had to put on your CV and you were in, basically, in those days. So that was the sort of the academic path I followed. And as I've been sort of journalist editor for about 16, 17 years, and it became clear that actually to find a niche would probably be more beneficial to me, for an interest point of view, and also, I guess, to pay the mortgage, ultimately.
And you've worked for all sorts of magazines. You've worked for Media in Bristol, publisher of all, a big stable of magazines there. And I know you were editor for quite a long time of the biggest triathlon magazine in the UK. But it strikes me, kind of looking at the publications you've written for, that if you didn't have this niche area, this kind of knowledge of a particular area, then the opportunities wouldn't have opened up for you. So I noticed you've written for The Observer, you've written for science magazines, you've written for 442 magazine, more kind of lifestyle magazine, cycling magazine. So all those opportunities presumably arise because you have this. You can pitch yourself as being distinct from other journalists. You can offer something that other journalists can't. Is that the case? And how beneficial has that been?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the path to where I've got to now, there is another slide for this, so just to show some of the magazines. I might have to forward through a bit. But as you say, Tom, I have written for quite a few magazines. Just a sample there. So I edited 220 Triathlon magazine now. I don't know how much of you, many of you again know like triathlon, so swimming, biking, running. You probably heard of the Brownlee brothers and sort of, dominated the Olympics, and journalistically there's a very strong story there. As an aside, when I edited 220, I started as editorial assistant, and then rose up through production editor, deputy editor, and then editor. I mean, I was lucky in that respect, in that path only took 2 or 3 years because the magazine was quite small at the time. This was between 2000 and 2003. That coincided, the next 10 years I was editing with actually the sport has relatively taken off in this country, tied in with British success, the Brownlees and Ironman Hawaii. I don't know if any of you have heard of Ironman Hawaii, but you swim 3.8 kilometres, cycle 180, and then you run a marathon. And we were good at that, or on the women's side anyway, with Chrissy Wellington. So that helped, to be honest, because I was editor of the magazine at the time. But when I went freelance, I felt going to freelance was I felt I built up quite a big network base and knowledge, and also network base of people I thought would be useful who were like sports scientists, exercise physiologists. I was scouring like Twitter, which I do now, to follow people who I feel I could learn from, benefit from, and hopefully get the message there. Because actually a lot of the writing I do, why the editors might accept the pitch, is they want the stuff to be fresh and new, and the fact it's science-based usually does mean, it might be quite progressive, even if that idea might change a couple of years later.
So your route in then was actually, in a way, you laid the platform to become a freelancer through working as a member of staff on a title, and while you were that member of staff, you were kind of making contacts. You were, I suppose, identifying a potential gap in the market, as it were, and just building contacts that way. So then you get to a point where you're sufficiently experienced, you're kind of well established enough, and you've got that network, and you can kind of step out as a freelancer on your own 2 feet. That's quite similar to the experience I went through as well. And so often I think that's a kind of model that maybe is quite typical. So you kind of build your experience within an organisation, doing all kinds of roles like you did, working your way up. And then as you're doing that, you're kind of meeting people from other organisations, other journalists, other contacts, and then it's like, well, I'm in a position now to kind of step out. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think the key to me with making the move was I was editor for a long time. Some people might say too long, but a new magazine called the Cyclist magazine launched, which was a really nice magazine. They actually invested in paper, which few magazines do these days, because apparently printing costs in Finland so expensive. But they invested actually in the editorial, and I knew the editor very well from attending triathlon shows, because he used to edit Men's Fitness and he launched this mag. So that was key for me. Thinking I'd started writing for them, they seemed to like what I was doing, so I was doing that while I was editing the magazine. And then I basically, you've just built up a sort of, over 10, 15 years, a network of people. And actually I found that integral to where I am now, actually being a staff member, because you just get to know people. And actually a lot of it isn't necessarily any journalistic skills or editing skills. It's just being a human being who might like other people.
It's interesting. I mean, one important theme I think for students is this idea about how you build a web of contacts and enhance your chances of employability really in the future. Yesterday we had one speaker who emphasised how sometimes he'll arrange a meeting, meet a contact for a coffee, not necessarily with a view to getting a story on that day, for tomorrow's paper or for the website that day, but just to keep people, to say hi to somebody, to keep things warm, and often that's the case, isn't it? It's about the slow process of building contacts and those contacts reaping benefits for you further down the track. Maybe you don't even know when they'll reap benefits, but they do eventually. And it sounds to me like you were getting out to a lot of conferences and meeting people, and that then serves as a springboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right, Tom. You just so I was lucky enough with the Cyclist magazine. Part of the appeal was you would get some good gigs. So I went to Tunisia and to Italy and to Spain, all around the world. Partly they ran this Inside a Factory tour, so you would go around and find out the history of maybe how they made these carbon bikes. So that certainly appealed. But actually, you're obviously meeting professional cyclists, sports scientists there. So just showing interest in them, taking their cards down, building up a huge contacts list. I think there is another slide. There was, so That's a hilarious picture of me on the left with a convicted doper. So that's Alexandra Vinokourov. I just quite like the fact he's completely ignoring me. And again, networking here. So I've covered the Tour de France a few times. So we were lucky enough to follow in the team car. So this chap here is a chap called Alain Galopin. It's a team, Trek basically, but he's a director sportif, so almost like a team manager in the car. So they let us in, myself and the photographer, to follow what they were doing and stuff like that. You over the week, you make really sort of strong contacts. You would also, there were unusual episodes like, so this chap here is a chap called Oleg Tinkov, who is, he's a little like, I can't remember if he's Russian or Ukrainian, but he's a little like Donald Trump in a way. He hasn't quite got the hair. Well, there's a hint of it there, but he's very brash. I mean, he's not into politics, but he's very good news copy in the world of cycling. In fact, he's just sold his team, but he's a billionaire. He started up a brewery company, I think, sold jeans, and he's made a lot of money, and he's got a bank over there now. But so I'd sort of had a good network in there for 2 days, but almost accidentally I managed to get more time with Oleg. I'd basically secured this exclusive interview with this cyclist magazine. And he's always good copy, but he doesn't do interviews over the phone or Skype. You've got to do it in person. So through his one of his entourage, they said, right, you can come over to Italy for a couple of days, meet him at this race, and you can have sort of 20 minutes with him. And so cyclists were happy to do that. As an aside, I've learnt with the cyclists that, ultimately publishers try not to spend too much money, and they'll be like, oh, print is dead, and, and which it isn't. But I always found it useful. If I did have a story, I'd go on Skyscanner, and you could get, I could get flights from Bristol to Italy cheaper than it might be to go from Bristol to London on train. And if you go to an editor saying, I've got this idea, it'll cost you £80 return, he's going to be more up for it.
Well, particularly, I imagine, too, if you're able to say, look, I'm not just going to do an interview, if you can offer maybe some additional content as well, maybe obviously with smartphones and stuff, you get some kind of images that show that you've been out there, that you've been to say, Italy. And I imagine you're able to tweet from Italy as well. For the magazine, it looks like the magazine's sort of got an international dimension to it, and it's thinking broadly as well. Yeah,
absolutely. Although that sort of tweeting nearly buggered up this interview, basically, because I had basically tied in with this race called Tirreno Adriatico. So it's this race in Italy in March. I was supposed to meet him after the race. And he's a bit of an elusive character anyway, at 6 p.m. at the hotel. And I thought, well, I've got a date here. I'll go to the race, tweet a bit, also just enjoy the race. I didn't have a backup battery, so my phone died. But I got back to the hotel for 5, but I rushed back thinking, I thought, how hilarious would it be if he didn't turn up? I've secured this exclusive. And I had a message waiting saying, Oleg's in the reception now. This was at 4:30. He's a bit tired. He wants to go back to his Tuscan villa. Can he, are you there? And clearly I wasn't. So I phoned up, Stefan, who had sorted the interview, said, Oleg's gone. I was like, hang on, I've just been over here for 2 days just for this profile, and the cyclist had sort of 7 pages allocated for it. So I was like, phoning up my, partner saying, can you do a Russian accent? How am I going to cover this? So I got back to him and said, this needs to happen. I've come over here just for this. Stefan phones back an hour later saying, are you flying back to London tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, I'll be on the EasyJet from this was Pisa Airport to London. And he said, Oleg's actually got some business in London. Do you want to fly back with him? And I was like, yeah, that's a wonderful idea. So that's Oleg's Falcon jet. He's got his own private jet. So it was a bit of a strange setup because it was Oleg there. I was interviewing him, and I did have an hour and a half in the end, so I got a far better story out of it. His Estonian wife, and they had a Spanish waiter called Pedro just serving us sort of, it probably was champagne. It wouldn't have been in my house, it'd been cheap Prosecco, and a couple pilots. So, I mean, that was a great networking experience. Also surreal experience, I would imagine, at the time. I mean, sitting in a private jet. Yeah. With surreal for all of us on that plane, I feel.
So tell me then, so you end up having an hour and a half rather than 20 minutes.
Yeah.
with this billionaire cycling team owner.
Yeah.
It's a captive audience in a way.
Absolutely.
Unless he locks himself inside the toilet for an hour and a half.
Plush toilets, they were. Yeah.
So how did you? I'm intrigued about how you. Was it an official sort of 20-minute block where he was on record and he was being interviewed, or was the whole thing on the record?
Most of it was on the record. I mean, partly, I think just being a billionaire, he still thought how controversial could he be in cycling, sort of thing, to relative to some of his other businesses. So, and he was quite arrogant in a sort of, in a sort of Trump way. So he was quite brash. So he seemed happy for me to have my dictaphone the whole time, really, which was great from a sort of copy viewpoint. You just, it's always better to have too much research, too much copy to then hone down on what you feel makes a good feature. Yeah.
I've come across something similar where maybe somebody, this was in rugby though, a very wealthy person who's made lots of money in business comes in, buys a sports club because they're particularly interested in a particular sport.
Yeah.
And because they're used to getting their own way in business and they're used to being the alpha male in a business setting, they try and almost impose that on the sport they've just come into as well. Which I think can make for, as you say, interesting stories because you've got these big personalities wanting to stamp their authority on a new area effectively.
Absolutely. Well, I think the cycling as well, I mean, ultimately, these cyclists, that's what they want to do from when they're 10, 12. And the rewards can be there if you're really good, but, it is a monastic lifestyle and they might not be the biggest party animals. They might not create that great a copy because all they've ever do is ride a bike. So for someone like Oleg to come in, he did create some news.
I think that's going back to Lance Armstrong, though, and this applies to whether you're a sports journalist wanting to do a feature or profile about somebody, or a magazine journalist thinking about again who's going to make kind of the most compelling kind of story you've got. In the field of cycling, as I understand it, you mentioned about how maybe some of the characters, some of the professionals, are a little bit not. You didn't use the word uninteresting, but maybe because of their single-mindedness and their focus, that's they just almost think very methodically and robotically about the sport they're involved in. Wasn't the difference with Lance Armstrong that when he arrived as a kind of young new kid on the block, as it were, that there was this kind of feistiness about him? And this, I remember reading David Walsh's book about Lance Armstrong, and he said when he first saw Armstrong, there was this sort of aura and this kind of charisma about him, which drew journalists to him because he was interesting, because he did have a story to tell, and he was like a man possessed.
Yeah.
And in a way, we talk about, you mentioned about how maybe, Lance got away with it for quite a long time. Maybe some of the journalists, it's been argued, became almost sort of under his spell and almost bewitched by the cult of Lance Armstrong. And it occurs to me that you've got images there of you kind of, in the car with a team manager or on a plane with a team owner. And isn't the danger there that, yes, you feel like you're on the inside in a way, but when you step inside into the inner circle like that, then it's almost harder to report honestly about it because you become part of the entourage in a way. So it's just about your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. And it's an important point because I found that especially with some of the magazines I work on, and I do it myself. We test a lot of gear. So for the bike mags, it might be, we'll go on this carbon bike. And I do know, hopefully not myself, but certainly some journalists, you can basically, you can almost guess what rating they'll give a bike before they've sent in the copy, because they might have gone to Spain to test out this, the Cervelo's launch. And they get a bit blinded by the lights almost, and you have got to remain objective. You've got to take a step back, I think. It's not to say you can't enjoy, the experience, but you also need to report on it sort of honestly. I mean, a lot of the magazine work I'll do, I'm not sort of David Welch in the investigative side. So, that honesty is usually, hopefully, might be slightly humorous. Like with the Alan Gallopin back then, he was, he was a lovely chap. Sort of this, he was very charismatic. And he was driving round, and even just little incidents like he was saying, I never crash. And it was mental because they just drive at the other team cars, honk their horn if they want to get through, and it's like the waves part. They just go through, and I'm like, Alain, have you not crashed following the riders? He's like, no, never crash. He's like, Alain Prost, who won the Formula One, is a French driver. He taught me how to drive, and I was like, okay, that's cool. And then, like 20 minutes later, he unders his window and he throws these papers from his glove compartment into another team car which is going past. And I was like, oh, what was that, Alain? He went, insurance papers. I crashed him yesterday. I was like, what? So, the level of investigative journalism I haven't had to, David Walsh can, he delves really deep. A lot of the stuff I need to report honestly and objectively, can be more acute stories to a degree, but it's certainly key. And the gear testing, I think, if ever you do work in a magazine with gear testing, you've really got to... Independence is key, because a lot of magazines do really rely on advertising heavily, and especially some of the bike magazines and triathlon magazines. You'll look through them, and some of the mags I've written for they've got 50, 60 adverts, and as soon as advertisers start paying a magazine, they feel you owe them editorially, so they'll subtly or explicitly be like, well, our bike's the best because it's been in a wind tunnel, or our bike's the best even though we haven't got wind tunnel data because it looks. So that is a key, whatever level of journalism you are, magazine, newspapers, to be strong with your independence. Yeah.
Can you give any specific examples of cases where maybe a company has kind of lent on you to give a particularly positive spin on a piece of kit that you've tried out, or?
It's thankfully, historically, most of it tends to be after the battle. So it's already been published. And then a triathlon wetsuit, would you believe, were the most, you could provoke them easily. I think partly because a lot of these triathlon wetsuits are made in the same factory in Japan. So if you got a different result than your competition, they would never say that. They're like, how can that be an 8 and ours is a 7? Because, leaning on, you would certainly be encouraged. It was never too explicit, I think, because our mag was quite small for a few years and it grew. Worryingly, I was speaking to an editor the other day of quite a big cycling magazine, and he seemed reluctant to actually test any kit from someone who wouldn't advertise in the magazine. I was like, and he didn't seem to get the point of, well, if you're only going to test kit of advertisers, I think, consciously or subconsciously already, when you see the pages, you're going to want to give them a good score. I think immediately objectivity's gone. I think that the blurred lines, I think in magazine was quite a tough battle, and it is for a lot of magazines still, especially advertorials. Have you heard of So advertorials are basically where advertisers want to editorialise a bit of content so it'll look exactly the same look and feel of your magazine. You would have advertisements.
But they've paid for it.
Yeah, so they pay for it. It's basically an advert which is dressed like a piece of editorial. So it'll use the same fonts, some of the same techniques, the call-outs, captions. I loathed them, to be honest, because I felt it was crossing the line. And you will see some magazines who probably have 4, 5, 6, 7. They legally, I think, have to have advertisement promotion on the top. But I don't know. It was that to me was a concession too far. But then I'm not the one looking after the budgets at that level, I guess.
So here's a question then. So obviously, I'd always encourage my students to. We've talked about pursuing a niche and developing a niche for yourself to enhance your potential. But what would be, is there a danger, do you think, of you love your cycling, clearly, the men's fitness stuff. Is there a danger though that when you start professionally on a day-by-day basis, kind of covering the stuff that you love, it's sort of like, to begin with, it's like a kind of child in a sweet shop phenomenon, isn't it?
Yeah.
But is there a danger that you kind of fall out of love in a way for your passion?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think do you think there's a danger of that? I mean, that by becoming part of your daily routine, that actually you become, almost sort of overexposed and saturated by cycling or triathlons, and you think actually I'm losing my interest for it. In my spare time now, I don't want to do that like I used to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, in all honesty, you know, I love cycling, followed it for years and cycled for years. But to be honest, my main sport, you know, in my heart, has always been football. You know, that was the one I sort of grew up with and tried to, you know, hopefully become professional, and then realised I ate too many pies and went to the pub, which put a block on that. And actually, I've written for 442 a few times, but yeah, maybe on a level, it might have not been a conscious decision, but I haven't really pushed the football side of things too much. So I think maybe I do, you know, I really enjoy cycling. I cycle, I love watching the sport, but I think you're right, that might be on a level in my brain of why I haven't pushed the football side of things. Even so, I do think it's good to have the variety. I mean, I do write a lot about the science side and the sports science and cycling, but I've also written for like BBC Countryfile magazine a few times, a BBC Focus magazine. You know, I've written features on dinosaurs, and I really know little about dinosaurs. We've been to Lyme Regis fossil hunting, and that was about it. So I think the variety does help you as not only as a writer, because you're learning different techniques, different language, but just, to keep you motivated. I think you're right on the subject matter that you really enjoy.
And also the idea of writing a book as well, something very different to, say, writing a 1,200-word article, doing something as in-depth as that. Is that something you always wanted to do, or is it something that presented itself? I mean, I know you sort of described at the start of this session kind of how you got to the point of where you thought there was a gap in the market for it. But in terms of enhancing your skills as a writer and as a journalist, would you recommend that as a path to consider in terms of, you know, your portfolio career?
No, it was a bloody nightmare. No, it was, absolutely. I mean, if you enjoy writing, I mean, I went freelance 3.5 years ago, and to write, basically, because actually the editing was great, but as the magazine got bigger and we employed more staff, it did become, for what I feel my skill set is, a bit too managerial. And I think you will find that on some of the bigger magazines, you know, far bigger than 220, that actually the editor, you know, they really are a manager, you know, and how direct and, you know, writing or how many chances they have to write, I think, is reduced. Yeah. So I went freelance to write, and then about a year in, I was like, well, this is great, but actually I was writing a lot, doing a lot of magazine features, but they would vary from 250-word pieces, short pieces, to 3.5 hours, which is still a reasonably lengthy piece, but it was very much write, send, you know, and you became what I felt like a sort of a temporary expert. You know, you'd bore your mates with it on the Friday, and by Tuesday you'd sort of forgotten because you're on to something else. And I thought, well, where's this going to go? And so the book I did sort of hovered in my head. A few mates have written books. So I thought, well, I think I'd like to go down that route. But I did leave it a year. I mean, it's pretty dull. It's the practicalities of it. But I've got a partner. We've got 2 children. So I knew a book, A, I wouldn't get a huge amount for a first book. B, it would take a huge amount of time. And C, I would still have to do a hell of a lot of other work. And I didn't want to do that straight away going freelance, because I still like to live in a house, not on the street. So I thought I'd actually gauge the finances 12 months after. And that's when I went to Bloomsbury and sort of pitched the idea. And I'm glad I did. I mean, I looking back, I learned a lot from the process, and the tears and the blood and the sweat.
And I want to talk a little bit about maybe what could be seen as the blurring of the distinction sort of between, in some cases, between sports journalism and kind of lifestyle journalism. So you mentioned one of your magazines earlier. I think it's Urban Cyclist magazine.
Yes.
That you're working on a bit at the moment, and that seems to be a bit of a fusion of a kind of sport and sort of fitness title with the more kind of, you mentioned that some of the target audiences may be a bit hipsterish, and so it's this idea of kind of sports journalism and kind of lifestyle journalism almost kind of overlapping a little bit. And do you think that's a kind of, you know, for these guys here, potential kind of area to look into?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's a degree of cross-pollination, I think, between sort of sports, fitness, health. Certainly lifestyle. I mean, as for the Urban Cyclist magazine over there, it's a bi-monthly, and as Tom said, it's probably far more fashionable than I am. It's about a feel of an activity, perhaps more than the direct activity itself, almost vicarious, I guess, more than participating. So it's about the fashion side of things, some of the more underground stories, but I felt I can transfer to lifestyle relatively easily, and I'd probably push that a bit more. I mean, as it stands, the last few years in freelance have gone pretty well, so actually I haven't needed to, I haven't had time to, but I certainly think the lifestyle, I mean, there's huge scope to follow that path, obviously not just print, but sort of online. And obviously there's, it doesn't necessarily have to be purely journalistic side of things. I do a little bit of copywriting as well, albeit for certain bike brands. So I think as long as you can write and you're interested in about what you write on some level, you can really be flexible with the pathway you follow.
Yeah. And these guys here will hopefully hear you talk at midday when you're on the panel talking about freelancing, but maybe if you could share a few little thoughts now about, some kind of, not necessarily just tips about freelancing, but tips more generally about what you think a modern day young journalist ought to have, both in terms of kind of a skill set and in terms of an attitude as well, if they're going to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, you emphasise young there, Tom. The inference being I'm old.
Well,
that's
yeah,
outrageous.
No. Just referring more to the target audience here than a reflection on you or me.
It's things have changed a lot again without sounding too sort of ancient about things. But when I started off on magazines, it literally was a magazine, and the website we had was a holding page, which literally said sign up for $2.20 and you get 3 issues for £1. So, and that was it. You wouldn't have any editorial sort of in there. So so while skill, the industry though has changed, I'd still say there's core skills you do sort of need. I mean, I feel where I hope I benefited and the editors benefit is sort of place quite an onus on research. Researching the subject matter that you're going to be writing about, and also adding a new angle, or a surprise angle. People don't really want to read something they might have read the previous day or elsewhere. So trying to find fresh, new sort of progressive angles is good. And to me, that does come from the research you put in, and this could just be research, internet, journals, from speaking to sort of people in the know. And that doesn't matter whether it's online, whether it's short features, long features. I think the research side of things is really key. And I think especially when you're interviewing people, I mean, this interviewer, especially, they might have had an interview that day, 3 or 4. So I think the more research you can do about them, the better equipped you'll be to actually ask them a question about them which they haven't answered that day and get some more sort of interesting copy. So I'd say, research, it does take time, but it does pay off. And actually the research you put in before you've written a feature, you can obviously then put it into your feature, and it acts as good sort of links between maybe quotes and, it just directs where you go. I'd say sort of communication is obviously sort of key in how you present yourselves, whether, presenting here or just presenting sort of one-on-one. So just being interested in the person that, you're interviewing. And sometimes the person you're interviewing is actually really quite terrifyingly dull. I mean, as I know some triathletes, it just comes back with like real monotone sort of, monosyllabic answers. But I think the more interest you can show in them, sort of better. And I know, things like body language, it's not being a bit weird with it and just staring them out, but, just maybe mimicking sort of their body language, their facial expressions to a degree. So I think, how you communicate with people certainly helps. It sounds an obvious one, but obviously reading, a variety of different, material. I mean, if you wanted to be a book author, and you just read magazines, magazines are great, but it obviously helps to be specific to what your ambitions are. I think a first for reading. That said, if you write for magazines for too long, there's an argument it does put you off reading magazines. But no, I definitely think just make sure you sort of just read, because actually a lot of the stuff you'll put up on on writing style, I think it's quite subtle and quite it goes into your brain. Some lectures might try and formalise how to write, but I think it's almost a bigger hit just reading, because you subtly work out sort of sentence structure, paragraph structure, when to flow, and I'm useless at formalising sort of really how to write, but I feel that I can write because I've just spent so long, 30 years, just writing and being quite specific about it.
It's a craft, isn't it, writing? It's something that you, a bit like a dry stone waller, probably doesn't think too hard about how to put up a wall. I mean, because it's something they've done so frequently, it almost becomes an instinctive, intuitive activity. Not that I'm a dry stone waller or anything like that. I might think about it an awful lot, I don't know. But when it comes to crafting a feature, though, it's something, as you say, that when you or I sit down to write one, it's not necessarily something where you think in a formulaic way now. It's almost a more... your brain ticks over without you consciously thinking about it, and it kind of, on a good day, it sort of flows, doesn't it?
On a good day.
On a good day. But there are bad days. But what you're saying there is that it's less about applying rules explicitly to yourself and just more about an intuitive understanding, and that comes through immersing yourself in all kinds of content, reading widely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that is where actually, for me, I felt I did benefit from working in an editorial team, because, obviously I had an editor above me and a deputy editor, and how it would work is, everyone was pushed for time, but if they had the time, they would go over your copy. And ultimately, they were more experienced than you. You'd have ideas that they might be wrong, but I think they, if it was people you respected, they helped you hone a writing style anyway. Stuff that wasn't too cumbersome. It's like, and you got 10 verbs in that sentence. Why not just use one? So I think that really helped. If you almost had your own little mini mentors, who sort of, again, it might not have consciously been aware of it at the time, but looking back, you can see how it had a positive impact. Yeah,
and finally, before we open up to questions from the floor. You've obviously been an editor, you edit material. If you're a commissioning editor, so you're there deciding which ideas you're going to run with in terms of articles, and if the guys here were going to be pitching an idea to you, a suggestion for a profile or a feature, what would you say are the 2 or 3 most important things that they would need to include in that pitch, or kind of little tactics they could adopt within the pitch to make it as persuasive as possible?
Okay. I don't think the pitch needs to be too long. In the first instance, there's an argument to say if the pitch, and I would always do a pitch on a Word document or an attachment. For me, it feels a bit more professional than just saying, "Hi, how you doing? Hope you've had a good day. Here's my feature idea," just on the body of the email. Again, that might be a personal thing, but I think it just shows you onto actually the thought of opening up the Word doc and attaching it. But don't do it too long. Don't go on to page 2 and you're still pitching this idea, because from an editor's point of view, you're like, it doesn't feel that confident. It feels like you're almost trying to convince yourself you've got an idea, and you're putting, that's why you're rambling on a bit. A really obvious one, but is actually in the email. Just make sure you haven't got any typos or spelling errors. It does sound obvious, but it just looks so, you're tight for time, an editor's tight for time. So, there is a hierarchy, or you want to, say no quite quickly if you need to. And if you're like, they can't even get the body of the email. You need to know the magazine you're pitching to. Again, that sounds obvious, but we've had pitches before when I was on 220, and it was clear that actually people didn't really know the magazine, so they were, pitching it, for maybe it was more of a lifestyle, whereas ours was quite benefit-led, so a lot of it was performance-based and gear-based. So make sure you do know the magazine quite well. I've written for The New Scientist, who they're one of the only teams who are still, holding on to a good, big editorial number. I mean, it's a very profitable magazine for them still. And if you go on their website, they've got writing guidelines on there, and they're really good because they really obviously know their magazine and tell aspiring writers exactly what they're looking for, what they're not looking for. In their case, it does really need to be fresh material. It needs to be new. It needs to make the editor say something. Well, actually, that's that's cool. As an aside, I think, it's not the best one. As you can tell, I'm no tech whiz kid, but when I went freelance, I did sign up to Witts.com, one of the many web platforms out there, and you wouldn't believe how long it took me to do this. But so I've got a website which really, to be fair, it needs updating, but that acted as a portfolio. So I mean, now, okay, that it might be different for you guys because you're obviously quite early in your sort of careers, but that helped as well, just having something, which you could still do on whatever level, whether it's education or whether you're blogging or, just to give the editor an idea. I would also say if you're pitching to a magazine, sometimes it's best actually not to go directly to the editor, especially if it's a reasonably big magazine. You might find you'll have more success or way in with like a deputy editor or an editorial assistant. In many ways, they're possibly a bit keener or fresher, or want to keep on top of their emails, whereas editors at some point reach a tipping point. That might have just been me. I'm like, I won't even open the email today. And also follow it up. I think if you're really confident about the idea, I say, be straight to the point, tell them why it'll work in the magazine, tell them, maybe some of the experts you'll speak to, which again might add credibility to your pitch, thinking, okay, I know that person, they've obviously done their research. So you're confident with the idea, you don't hear back for a week, don't leave it at that and be disheartened. Maybe give it a day and just get on the phone, and just say, just following up, just checking you've got the pitch. Because it's almost like you've played your part then, You can't force someone to, commission your work. And I've had, loads of pitches which don't go anywhere. But I've also found if you maybe got 2 or 3 good ideas, I did find there was a time if I pitched 3, I was quite hopeful that at least one of them would work. But you do need to spend a bit of time with the idea as well. If you're there just thinking, Christ, I've got the gas bill to pay. What can I pitch this time? So, yeah, but keep the pitch relatively brief, to the point, and follow it up on phone, I would.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, James. Okay, so just got a few minutes left. Anybody have any questions they'd like to ask James about? Yeah. Just so we go all official. You can use.
I reckon I can hear you.
Because otherwise we won't hear you.
So you said that your sort of current project, if you like, is with Urban Cyclist magazine. What is your sort of like next step? What are you thinking? What you might do afterwards? That's a very good question. I've actually got a book pitch at the moment with Bloomsbury, who I did the cycling book. And they should have discussed it yesterday, apparently. So I'm hoping after this there'll be an email saying, here's a £200,000 advance. You can take 6 months off and go to the Bahamas and write. So that's the dream. But no, the book side of things is really the side I want to pursue, I think. It's sort of a balance, I think. Just again, from a human point of view, I've done a lot of writing in the last 3 or 4 years, which has been great. But on the flip side, it can be quite a solitary existence, which for some people is absolutely fine, and I'm fine with that to a degree. But also I did 12 years on a magazine before, and you do get used to just the sociability, even just saying hello. So actually, that's where Urban Cyclist has been great, because it's a bi-monthly. So, I'm in an office with people I like, so you get that side, but also I've got a certain amount of time to, go to cafes, libraries, at home in the office, and just write. But yeah, going forward, hopefully another book, if Bloomsbury are willing. If not, then other people will be pitched.
Thank you. More? Yeah.
Right.
Andrew.
I was interested in when you were talking about sometimes when you're on the inside. Have you ever, in retrospect, felt that maybe on that occasion my writing was a bit compromised because I had become, without realising, a bit of an insider?
I've certainly had that thought, and then I realised I don't think it had. But a specific example was Garmin, who they do beyond the sort of the car navigation. They do a lot of exercise, watches, and they're obviously a huge company. And for 220, I'd just left, but for some reason they invited me out to the Tour de France, and for a couple of days I was like, well, I'm not on that magazine anymore. I said, I know, we like you, come out. I was like, well, okay, that's fine. But they took you up in a helicopter and you were watching the tour from above. So it was a couple of days. But subsequently I've tested a lot of Garmin, and I remember straight after, and I was like, it was a really positive review, and it was one of those, it's like, you think, well, hang on, have I been on some level sort of affected? I felt in the end I'd worked out, I think, well, no, I don't think I have. I do, they are good products. But, yeah, it's something you have, like I said, hopefully people don't say to me, but I've certainly seen some journalists, I think they wouldn't even credit themselves for doing it, but they do get affected. I think you've just got to keep taking a step back. Which for some people is easier said than done. But I think that's why it helps if you start on an independent magazine as well. I don't know if you've come from a PR background or that side of things, whether that there might be a stronger case for that. I don't know. You'd have to ask someone with that background who might be more brand aware. But yeah, so hopefully not. But some readers might argue with that.
Great. And one more question, or we all done? Great, James. Well, thank you very much for coming in, talking books, cheers, magazines, and how to get ahead. So and you'll be, as I say, at 12 o'clock back in here for James will be on the panel talking about freelancing. I think alongside you on the panel will be Jeff Dawson, who is again a magazine writer, focusing more on entertainment, reported in Hollywood a lot, and also Jude Rogers, lecturer here, who also is a magazine critic. So that's the freelancing panel at midday. So James, we'll see you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, Tom.
No problem at all, thank you. Just for those sports guys, I'm going to be chairing another session at 11:15 in TC 202A with Steve Cotter.
So James, you've just written your first book. How difficult was that, and how much of a change was it from writing articles and features and stuff like that?
It was quite a challenge, Ben, to be honest. It took probably 7 months, 9 months to actually write, but how you sort of structured it was most of the times sort of research, but also setting up interviews. That was probably the biggest hurdle because it's cycling based, and the cycling season, professional ranks, runs from January to October. So the key time really to catch people was November, December time. But I didn't really start working until the January. So trying to sort out interviews, that you had to go through quite a few hurdles, whether it's agents, and these teams around the world all the time. So actually getting time difference, basically Skype became my best friend. So yeah, it was hard work, but yeah, rewarding.
So yeah, the access to cyclists must have been really difficult then at some points. But I guess you've interviewed people like Lance Armstrong as well, or he obviously he's a famous name in the sport.
Yeah.
With all the doping things that went on, did that sort of change your perspective on it at all? I've probably been, so I edited the Triathlon magazine for many years. I went freelance 3-4 years ago. So I suppose I wasn't in the heart of the sport when Lance was winning and when he scarred quite a few journalists because, they were reporting that, he did this because of all this training, the gear he's using, obviously advertisers would use Lance and sort of, to sell their goods. It didn't in a way. I was fresh-faced because I haven't been scarred by that. And actually, although Lance is sort of almost the flag bearer for doping, cycling's obviously a long history of dopers, and especially in that period where Lance was caught. And it wasn't a surprise. I mean, Lance was beating riders who had already been convicted of taking like EPO, which essentially gives you more red blood cells, more oxygen to help you cycle faster. And it's like, well, that can give you allegedly about 5 to 10% boost in power. So I was like, how can this clean rider be beating these? It didn't add up. So it was more than a shame, obviously, but it wasn't a surprise to many people, I don't think. No, I mean there are lots of athletic sports like that as well. How difficult was it to start as a freelancer? You just mentioned freelancer.
It was sort of long time coming. I edited a triathlon magazine for 9-10 years, and it was probably about a year before I went freelance. I thought, right, I'm going to make the move now. I mean, as an aside, there were normal issues at play as well. I've got a partner, we've got 2 children, so you obviously there's the uncertainty of freelance. It's not obviously a salaried position, but I built up to it probably for a year before. So I was pushing out to magazines, so I built networks with, pitching freelance features. So it was time consuming because you'd have a day job of the editing and then evenings, weekends of pushing the freelance. But it sort of reached a point where I felt I had a safety blanket, thinking, okay, I might be able to get regular work here for the magazine I'm already editing. So that gave me the confidence to think, okay, there's work there and I won't be bankrupt by Christmas.
So it's definitely like an easy sort of foot in the door. How do you cope with being your own boss? Is that something that sort of comes to some people and some people can't do it? Or?
Yeah. Some would say badly, but it's not too bad. I mean, there's quite a bit of self-motivation. That's got to go on because you might spend a lot of time in quite narrow 4 walls at home and just writing. But, deadlines are obviously a good motivator. I think you build it up. Like I said, I was edited for many years, and going freelance was the decision I really wanted to make. I didn't just think, I'll just do that. So, I think you've got to be committed to it, and you've got to keep on top of it. And even things like invoicing, again, it's pretty dull stuff, but you've got to make sure you just keep up to date with various things that aren't just about research and writing. But it's all right, I think.
Okay. And for pitches, you're pitching to various different magazines. How do you sort of pitch on subjects that you're not that familiar on? That's a good question. I mean, I guess I've been lucky in the last few years that actually a lot of the feature pitches I'll do might be on topics where I feel that even if I haven't got the strongest knowledge base on, I've got the networks where I know I can turn to maybe this exercise physiologist or this sports scientist, or so I feel it's obviously a skill trying to pick the right experts, and then you give the editor confidence of where you're coming. But now I've been lucky enough that a lot, the topics I will actually pitch will be ones that to a degree I feel quite passionate about. I've written about material which I haven't particularly had a huge subject matter, but that tends to be the editor coming to me rather than the other way around. I would rarely pitch on something that I wouldn't have a reasonable knowledge base on, because I feel someone else might be able to do a better job.
Yeah. Just sort of quickly, what is the sort of one golden piece of advice that you give to students who are maybe starting out in the industry, maybe looking to freelance as a way in?
I mean, it sounds obvious, but you need to enjoy writing, and you need to, you need to read. You need to be able to write quite a lot. I don't mean writing for magazines, because you need to get to that point. But even just sort of the essay writing. So when I was at uni, I did English literature and sports science, which was quite a strange sort of choice. But I always found the strongest element I had, skill set, was probably the actual writing. So I think don't neglect that side of things. I think it's easy to think, I enjoy this topic, but really practice the writing. Read, there's a book, I can't remember the name of it, by Harold Evans, who used to edit the Times. It's a really good book about really how to write. So you pick up your own style, but making sentences concise, but sort of meaning. So I think don't neglect the fundamental that if you're looking to go freelance, the editor needs to know that you can write and add to their magazine, not bring it down.
Thank you very much for the interview today. I'm going to talk at the Media Festival. I had a good time.
Yeah, no, it was great. I really enjoyed it. Thanks. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
to walk a mile in the moccasins of someone else. I've seen prima donna antics that would shame a toddler. I've sat on Rod Stewart's bed. I've sat on Kirk Douglas's sofa. I've had Tom Hanks show me his collection of vintage typewriters. I've been backstage at the Oscars. I was, let the dark truth be revealed, the reason, indirectly, why Hugh Grant was caught with a $10 hooker on Hollywood Boulevard. I have been on film sets in major studios. I've been on film sets in the back of Beyond. I've been locked in a room by Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've sat in rapt awe at the sensational anecdotes of some genuine showbiz legends. I've listened to more tedious crap spill from the mouths of vacuous young celebrities than is normal for one man to bear. Then I give my standard answer to that question. Ever met anyone famous? Once or twice, I say. Now and again. I suppose as a journalist, I've lived something of a charmed life. It's, as Paul was saying, we've been around a long time. It's been 30 years this year that I began working at it professionally. Pre-digital, pre-computer, the bold new 80s dawn of what was then called desktop publishing. But it's what I knew I wanted to do. Aside from being a rock star or playing football for England, my appetite was whetted, like many of my generation, by reading The NME back in the late 70s, poring over the likes of Charles Shaar Murray and Julie Burchill and Tony Parsons. In the 80s at university, what was then the University College of Wales, Aberystwyth, I became enthralled enough to work on the student magazine. Courier, as you've already seen, in living black and white, alongside another budding young hack, a chap you already know, the great Paul Wiltshire. For better or worse, my very first showbiz interview was with Gary Glitter. Back then, there were two routes into the industry. Journalism college and sort of working your way up from a local paper, or trying to stick your foot in the door with one of the big boys. I chose the latter route. After university, I stuck my foot in a lot of doors and had my toes blackened many times. I did a few bum jobs. Then I got a job on the Mirror Group's management trainee scheme. The only time, I think, I've ever been given a job that I actually applied for in an ad that appeared somewhere. A bunch of us were taken away on a residential course, after which followed a selection process, and the roles were divvied up, a bit like the Hunger Games, and the names being drawn out of the hat for the reaping. I watched colleagues get assigned to payroll, to the pensions department, or to work on obscure brochures that advertised munitions to dodgy Middle Eastern regimes. The journalism gods were smiling on me that day, my friends. It came to my turn. We're launching a magazine called Sports Week. It'll be Britain's answer to the American magazine Sports Illustrated. It will be staffed by the top names in sports writing and photography. It will be the biggest magazine launch in British history. We need a production assistant to go and work on that. Sure, I said. Sounds good. And it was good, very good, till it closed 6 months later. I spent a little time freelancing, subbing on the Daily Mirror in the dying days of Fleet Street, a time when you could barely see across the office for cigarette smoke, and you pretty much had to burn your clothes when you got home, and where very liquid lunches were a daily ritual that commenced at 11 and ended around 3, just enough to get in a couple of hours of token work before knocking off. Always carry a piece of paper around with you, someone told me. And if someone asks you a question, act short-tempered. Makes you look like you're busy. A colleague of mine went one better. He would come in, hang his coat on the back of his chair in the morning, and then just disappear for the day. Sobriety was only introduced into proceedings when staff heard the fear-instilling whop of the helicopter of the Mirror's dictatorial owner, the press baron, Robert Maxwell, as his helicopter approached the tower on Holborn Circus. There was a helipad on top of it. He was not a man to be messed with. Curiously, for all the shop floor culture, Maxwell was a man who detested smoking. Everyone who worked there was regaled with the stories of Maxwell, including the one about the time he arrived for work, by car this time, a chauffeur-driven roller, and got into the lift in the lobby to find a hatless chap in overalls puffing away on a Benson and Hedges. "How much do you earn?" Maxwell barked at him. £300 a week, Mr. Maxwell, sir," came the reply. Maxwell clicked his fingers, at which a lackey opened a briefcase full of cash, and Maxwell pulled out several large bundles of tenors. "There's 1,000, he said. 3 months plus. Don't come back here ever again." At which point the man was ejected out onto the street. The fellow, it turns out, didn't actually work there. He'd only turned up to deliver a package. Sportsweek was merely a contributory factor to the gargantuan financial irregularities which resulted in Maxwell taking a jump off his yacht in 1991. Some of my colleagues, the ones who'd ended up on payroll and pensions, the same pensions Maxwell raided, spent many hours being questioned by the police. I worked on a short-lived TV listings mag, which closed after another owner allegedly ran off with all the money. There was one thing I was quickly learning. It was that magazines opened and closed with the regularity of a pub toilet door, and were often, though by no means always, governed by people with questionable financial practices. And another lesson, it's all about networking. Who you know, being in the right place at the right time, engineering your own happy accidents. In the late 80s, I got a job in magazine production with a company called EMAP Metro, a hip and happening magazine division, which was under the guruship of two music journalists, Dave Hepworth and Mark Ellen, best known for presenting a TV show called The Old Grey Whistle Test. Ask your parents. And who had their moment in the global sun as the hosts of a little event called Live Aid. It was just about the coolest place to work in publishing, an office on Carnaby Street, more sex, drugs and rock and roll than was imaginable, and parties like you wouldn't believe. Almost unbelievably now, just 17, the outrageous young women's title I was assigned to work on was selling over 1 million copies a month. Its more famous sibling, the music mag, Smash Hits, was selling 1 million copies a fortnight. Publicists would go out of their way to satisfy the most personal of whims. Magazines ruled the world and had the hubris to go with it. One EMAP Metro title I wrote for a lot was Sky magazine. I remember one day in the corridor, back in the early 90s, and the editor was in a sense of agitation. "What's up?" I said. "One of our journalists has just been shot," she said. I said, "Oh my God, South Central?" She said, "No, Afghanistan. They've evacuated him out of the mountains and he's now in the care of Médecins Sans Frontières in Kabul." Unaware that a flaky entertainment magazine was suddenly flexing its political muscles, exploring the Civil War and the aftermath of the Soviet withdrawal, I inquired as to the circumstances of what had just happened. Said journalist, it turned out, was a fashion writer. He'd gone there to do a piece on ethnic fashion and the natty, baggy, organic cotton outfits that the Mujahideen were all wearing. It was only a flesh wound. He survived. In 1989, hot on the tails of a new music mag EMAP Metro had launched called Q, came a film version. Movies were the new rock and roll, someone figured. And sure enough, that new magazine, Empire, with its irreverent tone, seemed to appear at just the right moment. It was, I knew, a magazine I was born to work on. There was no interview, no audition for a job, and I used to play five-a-side football on a Saturday morning with its editor, Barry McElhenney, who'd edited Smash Hits in its heyday. These days, he's better known as the chief exec of the PPA, the Professional Publishers Association. I spoke to Barry the other day for some tips on this talk. He was in New York on a business trip and was wandering around Midtown Manhattan. He couldn't speak for long, as he was in desperate need of the loo. Having lived in New York myself for a while, I remarked that if Donald Trump should be remembered for one thing only, it's that the conveniences in the public lobby of Trump Tower were probably the finest on the eastern seaboard. "Thank you," he said. "I'll call you back in a bit." Anyway, rewind. Over a post-match Saturday lunchtime pint, Barry asked me if I'd be interested in working on this new film mag. "It involves first-class international travel, 5-star hotels, and hanging out with movie stars," he said. "There have been a number of applicants." "Sounds good," I said. And so another adventure began. Sure enough, movies did prove to be the new rock and roll. After a malaise in the 1980s when everyone was buying video recorders, Hollywood had reinvented itself and had come back action-packed and arse-kicking. Bold, new, and with money being flung at it by huge multinational corporations like there was no tomorrow. It was all about spectacle again. And so there I found myself writing about films, going to film screenings and previews and interviewing the stars. These were heady days. The days of Basic Instinct and Terminator 2 and Silence of the Lambs, Jurassic Park. Things escalated. I was dispatched to the Cannes Film Festival, was jetting here and there to movie sets. I was racking up the air miles. Limos, palm trees, first-class cabins, expensive lunches, trips to Paris, to Madrid, to Berlin, and especially to LA. As Empire's features editor, I eventually got tired of using not very good, locally based stringers on the West Coast. So I hatched a plan. I knew that if I resigned my post, reinvented myself as a freelancer, and relocated to Hollywood, I could make a killing and live somewhere slightly more interesting than Finsbury Park. Sure enough, the powers that be concurred with the idea. Within a short space of time, I found myself anointed Empire's US editor, signing a lease on an apartment in West Hollywood, next to a curious Gothic mansion that it turns out was the former home of Bela Lugosi. Later, I moved to Pacific Palisades, because I'd heard it name-checked in a Beach Boys song. I bought a second-hand convertible car, because, hey, why not? I played beach volleyball. I knew girls called Cindy and Mindy and Candy. My address, I could barely believe it, was 16,458 Sunset Boulevard. From the moment I touched down, pre-internet, from the days when you actually needed someone in the trenches, filing dispatches, I had a USP, a unique selling point. My phone was ringing off the hook from the crack of dawn, with offers to go here, fly there, write about this and that, interview him, her, or the other. It didn't take long to figure that Tinseltown is a surreal place. Sheffield makes steel. Melton Mowbray makes pork pies. Los Angeles, to the exclusion of everything else, makes movies. Every petrol pump attendant, every person serving you your chai soy latte, a wannabe actor, model, screenwriter, whatever. And you, with the ability, if not to put them in a movie, but to bring them to the attention of someone who could put them in a movie, are a useful asset. On about the second morning I'd been there, I was awakened by a pounding on the door. There, standing before me, was a bit-part actor who'd had a blink-and-you'll-miss-it part in Forrest Gump, the film of the hour. Agitated that his part had been understated and that his role in the film's rip-roaring success overlooked, he proceeded to act out his scene in my living room. If only I could write a piece about him and draw attention, justice would be done. I politely showed him the door and poured myself a bowl of Cheerios. The phone rang. I let the answer phone pick it up. It was Pamela Anderson, calling me from the set of Baywatch. She'd just finished an early warning scene and was changing out of her costume, she said, as she spoke. Could I please give her a call? I did. She told me how she liked to walk around in the nude and how her boyfriend at the time, whoever it was, there were so many, liked to carry around a Polaroid of her private parts. Doesn't everyone do that, she asked. Probably not everyone, I said. Virtually my first gig on arrival in LA in 1994 was to go and interview a young writer-director who made a name for himself with a small independent film called Reservoir Dogs, and had followed it up with a sensational episodic gangster flick called Pulp Fiction, which had won the Palme d'Or at Cannes and was on the verge of release in the US. I remember my call to his publicist, asking if I could have access to him. The response went something like this. Oh, Quentin lives just round the corner from you. Why don't you go and knock on his door at about 11 tomorrow morning? That's how things worked back then. I hung out at his apartment. Then we went and had a late breakfast, very liquid breakfast, at our local diner. On the way home, I like to think, I saved him and Hollywood by preventing him from getting run over. He's not a very good road crosser, is Quentin. That night he won a Golden Globe. His acceptance speech was somewhat incoherent. For me, it was but a launch pad. Others worked on their abs, I worked on my writing. It set me on a bit of a run, racking up cover stories and features about actors and directors I'd met. That's an early one I did. John Travolta, Demi Moore, Michael Douglas, John Malkovich, Mike Myers, Nicolas Cage, Britney Spears, the Coen brothers, Anne Hathaway, Tim Burton, Gary Oldman, Ridley Scott, Samuel L. Jackson, Gene Hackman, Owen Wilson, Sylvester Stallone, Uma Thurman, J.J. Abrams, Eddie Murphy, Robin Williams, Michelle Pfeiffer, Kate Winslet, George Lucas, Kim Basinger, Jennifer Lopez, Danny DeVito, Harrison Ford, Meg Ryan, etc., etc., etc. Or the film sets I've been on, like True Lies, or Get Shorty, or Con Air, or Godzilla, or Air Force One, or Starship Troopers, or Dante's Peak. One day, I was invited out onto the set of a low-budget film called Satyr, named after the Greek mythological character. It was filmed in the San Fernando Valley, where a whole alternative industry was building, and everyone pretended it didn't exist. I've been on many film sets by this point, and listened to people bitch and moan about the costumes, their trailer, the catering. Here was something quite the opposite. People enthused with a real passion for their project. Did I mention it was a porn film? It was refreshing to see young actors so eager to perform and clearly enjoying their work. You can dress it down, you can dress it up, but you can't take Hollywood too seriously. I remember my first time at the Oscars, going along to downtown LA in my tuxedo to the Shrine Auditorium. Before you go backstage to the press room, you can watch the arrivals. You stand on the bleachers outside and watch people come down the red carpet, emerging from a sea of limos and saunter down, and while the news helicopters hover overhead, and the crowd gets whipped up into a sort of a hysterical frenzy. It's quite a spectacle. Convinced that nearly all present had lost grip on reality, I said to the photographer with me, "Watch this." I went down, hopped over the velvet rope, and casually sauntered up the red rug. People screamed. The paparazzi flashbulbs popped like crazy. It didn't matter that no one knew who I was or couldn't place me. I had a tux on. I was waving. No one could take the risk of not taking my picture or not screaming at me. It was the closest I ever came to being a movie star. In fact, I think I could have sauntered right in and even bagged myself an Academy Award, and no one would have challenged me. My photographer was a beautiful young Frenchwoman in an exquisite little black dress, which she'd donned for the purposes of authenticity for a feature we were doing, crashing as many Oscar after-show parties as possible. Some of the most lavish bashes in the world. For British purposes, I carried under my arm a six-pack of lager, imploring security at whichever bash we were trying to attend that I was a mate of Kevin's, and then we had to be let in. We were declined in the Vanity Fair jamboree, but blagged our way into Elton John's sumptuous bash shindig at the Four Seasons Hotel. My escort was invited behind a curtain and allowed to touch Elton's Oscar, which he'd won for a score for The Lion King. She was so excited her boobs popped out. It was just another night in La La Land. I checked my watch. Shit. I was due at the BBC broadcast unit to do live breakfast telly, being 8 hours ahead, where I had to talk about all the proper stuff. There's no doubt that some journalists have struck up good relationships with actors, or talent, as the industry likes to call them. One of the reasons you won't see me today casually flipping through a gallery of me posing with the rich and famous is that I always thought it somehow devalued or cheapened the process to conduct an interview with someone, then ask for someone's picture, a selfie, an autograph, whatever afterwards. I've seen it happen, and it's embarrassing. That's not to say that some actors don't have their pet favourites. There's one very famous actor who will only ever be interviewed by the same British journalist when he visits our shores, safe in the knowledge he'll get lobbed the same softball questions. For a while, I was the go-to man for a little-known British actor called Daniel Craig, whose interviews couldn't be given away. But fame, it's all ephemeral, all fleeting. When I started out, the hottest actor on the planet was Kevin Costner, for Christ's sakes. I've been around long enough to see John Travolta go from star to has-been, back to star and back to has-been again. By 1999, I'd moved on to the Sunday Times as a contracted freelance to the culture section, bringing me under the auspices of another great press baron, Rupert Murdoch, as well as writing for all manner of outlets including Radio Times, The Guardian, The Telegraph magazine, Times Mag, Independent, and a host of women's mags. Perhaps my greatest personal achievement was scoring the 2002 Christmas cover of the Radio Times with our man Elton John again, traditionally the biggest selling magazine of the year and probably for many the only household purchase for something off the shelf. The editor of Culture had taken a chance on me, and to her tremendous credit, stuck up for me in what proved to be a near diplomatic incident on my debut. I'd wormed my way onto the set of a film Oliver Stone was shooting in Dallas, Texas called Any Given Sunday, a night shoot on what turned out to be a terrific film about American football. Filmed largely at the Dallas Cowboys Stadium, it involved me spending much of the evening in the company of the delightful Cameron Diaz. Oliver Stone is a combustible chap, but even by his own combustible standards, he was behaving very oddly. By the time it came for me to break bread with him, he was so off his face he could barely stand, literally bouncing off the walls. And it's okay, I've written about this in print. Indeed, I wrote it exactly as I saw it, because the story had gone through a syndication agency, consequence of a complicated deal I'd brokered. Warner Brothers, the company making the film, had seen the copy before it went to print. They protested. I was rung up and scolded by some very big cheese who warned me, to use a Hollywood phrase, I would never eat lunch in this town again. Oliver has never done drugs. To even suggest that he will result in a major lawsuit. In fact, our lawyers are presently speaking with the Sunday Times to prevent the weekend's edition being published. Sure that my career was over before it had even begun, I slumped on my couch, turned on the TV, and surfed through 87 channels of nothing. I was then visited by what can only be described as a Hollywood miracle. A newsflash informed me that Oliver Stone had been arrested in Beverly Hills, driving erratically. His car had been pulled over, and a search revealed it to be crammed full of prescription and non-prescription narcotics. I called the culture editor. "Have you seen this?" "I think we're going to be all right," she said, though I didn't work on a Warner Brothers project again for several years. I moved to New York and eventually moved back here, still jetting back and forth. Sometimes things got complicated. I remember one week I was due on a Tuesday in Prague on the set of a TV drama to interview a new teenage actress called Keira Knightley, who spent most of the interview in a bit of a dither because she'd mislaid her A-level homework. On Thursday, 2 days later, I was due back in London to meet Halle Berry. I got a call. Could I sandwich in a 24-hour round trip to LA for another interview with an extremely big star, a gig absolutely not to be turned down? The logistics of getting there and back were very complicated. But there I was, next day, driving through the famous ornate arch of the Paramount Pictures lot, where said star proved to be extremely laconic, laid back, and barely able to get more than a few words out. So much so that it supported a rumour that had abounded for many years that he was a big devotee of marijuana, and that his relaxed on-screen presence was down to the fact that he smoked copious amounts of it in his trailer between takes. Back at Heathrow, I called the Sunday Times. "It was great," I said. He was quite uncommunicative, which is a story in itself. But when I got him on his pet subject, a particular hobby of his, he became a bit more animated. "I have some bad news," she said. "We can't run it." I said, "What?" She said, "The Sunday Times magazine has bought in a syndicated piece from Parry Match. It means yours is redundant. Worse, you can't sell it on to anyone else. We'll pay you for it, of course." It was one of my greatest career moments, but it's sat in my tape recorder ever since. I never ever wrote it up. But so it goes. Such things happen. You take it on the chin and you move on. I learnt a little trick. Research is absolutely everything. Know your stuff and your subject will respond. I discovered that Robert De Niro was once in a school play, playing the Cowardly Lion in a production of The Wizard of Oz. He found it very amusing that someone had even bothered to find this out. I asked him if he brought the same intensity to bear on this role as he did in his later films with Martin Scorsese. He laughed, said that all that method stuff was a bit overrated. He was just showing off. If he'd done Raging Bull today, he'd have worn a fat suit. If going to someone's house or offices, always ask to use the bathroom. A bathroom will tell you a lot. Rod Stewart's bathroom is insane. And that the best moments of an interview are pre or post. That bit where you're making pleasantries, or especially when bidding adieus. They guard down, assuming your tape recorder has been turned off. In that Radio Times Elton John interview at his house, time had run out. He was off, due in Oxford Street to go and turn on the Christmas lights, before nipping over to a warehouse in West London to shoot a video with a well-known boy band. The invective reserved for both was worth the price of admission. I learned not always to take a publicist at their word. In 1997, I was told to sit by the phone and wait for news on an imminent interview with the great Stevie Wonder. "Do not move," they said. "Someone will call you." And this with a person whose notorious timekeeping still lingers in the realm of the Julian calendar. "Don't go anywhere," they said. 19 years later, and he still hasn't rung. Not even to say I love you. I also learnt never to have complete trust in your equipment. There's a famous story of Andrew Neil, the former editor of the Sunday Times, going to New York to interview Madonna. And he didn't adjust the level properly on his recorder. They had to get people in from GCHQ to enhance it. Many of my colleagues have had equipment crash, batteries run out, and have had to busk it. I once did an interview with a Hollywood actress. About 2 minutes into our interview in a hotel room, she excused herself to go to the loo. I put my recorder on pause. She came back in. We spent the next 45 minutes chatting about her career. I realised I'd left the pause button on the whole time. Never has a 2-minute conversation about pleasantries and the weather been stretched so mercilessly. The only person with whom no equipment was ever necessary was the late great music star Prince. Though I never interviewed him myself, one of the idiosyncrasies of his purpleness was that you were never allowed to take any kind of recording device into an interview. No paper, no pen, no nothing, no notepad. You had to write it up afterwards as a sort of impression. Check who you're talking to. I was at a film festival once, chatting to two gentlemen. One I vaguely knew, the other I had no idea, with me saying some uncharitable things about a film I'd just seen called Shadowlands, about the life of C.S. Lewis. I was, with some smirking knowingness on the part of one of them, introduced to the other. "This is Norman Stone," he said. "He wrote Shadowlands." I was at a screening once, and what seemed to be a tramp had burst into the room, pestering people. I asked him who he was. "Stephen Polyakov," he said. "He was the film's director." And be careful what you say. At EMAP, everyone knew the story of the music hack who'd gone in to interview oversized singer Meatloaf and been thrown out of the room after 10 seconds. His opening gambit? "So, Meat, is it glandular or what?" You can only mock so much because everyone knows there's a fine line to walk. You need the PRs and the goodwill as much as they need you. The reason that movie mags and Sunday supplements are granted accesses with the rich and famous is that the cost of flying a hack to LA, putting them up in a hotel, perhaps even feeding them, will guarantee that they will deliver a cover story or a big magazine feature for millions of readers, and it's still cheaper than for them to take out a full-page ad in the same paper. And you can dictate who gets what. It's all about control. For at the end of the day, a journalist has to be seen to be on message. Nothing new there. Just ask Orson Welles. His career was killed by press magnate William Randolph Hearst after he'd lampooned him in Citizen Kane. Whoa. These days, the stakes are so high. When a big studio movie these days typically weighs in at about $300 or $400 million to produce, and with nearly the same amount spent again in marketing, that's a hell of an investment. Consider also that we are now in a global marketplace. The Far East now just as important as North America and Europe. And in an effort to thwart film piracy, every big film, the new Star Wars or whatever, tending to have a global, simultaneous release day. Everything has to be all right on the night. Everything must be in place for that opening weekend. And when, as one leading publicist told me, just one bad Rotten Tomatoes interview can sink your movie, no one can afford some cheeky scribe running off-piste and writing something that isn't on the hymn sheet. It has led over the past 20 years to the rise of a factory process called the film junket, in which the stars and the talent of a film are taken on tour, LA, London, Tokyo, and the press flown into those cities to sit in press conferences or round-table interviews or carefully stage-managed, timed one-on-ones that go pretty much like this.
There are days that define your story beyond your life.
Hang on, what's going on here?
Like the day they arrived.
So, technical problem, folks. Sorry about that.
We need answers as soon as possible, or we could be facing.
Don't worry, we'll come back to that. I had a chat with a mate of mine the other day, a chap called Peter Dunn, former head publicist at DreamWorks and a mate of Steven Spielberg. He did the marketing and promotion on a film called The BFG. It was a relatively light one, he said. Spielberg only did 200 interviews for it. We all know how it works. Take something like The Girl on the Train. Emily Blunt will suddenly be everywhere. Magazine covers, Graham Norton, Simon Mayo on 5 Live, whatever, seemingly saying the same thing on every single one of them. Not her fault, Peter pointed out, but because the journalists just ask the same questions over and over again. This is what a junket is like.
I'll just fire away then, shall I? Right. The film's great, and I just was wondering whether you ever thought of having more horses in it.
Well, we would have liked to, but it was difficult, obviously being set in space.
Space, right, yeah, obviously, very difficult.
In an increasingly competitive marketplace, Journalists are showered with goodie bags and freebies and all manner of stunts to keep them on side. Sometimes gimmicks work a treat. On the press junket for The Big Lebowski, journalists were offered a Thai massage that they might suitably be relaxed enough for an interview with Jeff Bridges, and in the same mindset as its star, the Dude. Uh-oh. Sorry, folks.
So
Technical
sorry,
problem. Ah! Some stunts backfire. The press bash for Pearl Harbor, oft regarded as the last great money-is-no-object film junket back in 2001, had the whole of the entertainment press corps flown in five-star luxury to Hawaii, only for the vagaries of the international dateline to scupper all daily press deadlines. And with the TV and radio section of the junket set up on the deck of a live, working US Navy aircraft carrier, to be thwarted by lifts, klaxon announcements, forklift trucks, and moreover, by jets taking off at ear-splitting volume in very close proximity. There was a colleague of mine back in London, a film journalist, who was rung up at home one evening in Crouch End on a wet Friday night and asked if he wanted to go to a film screening the next evening in Kingston. Not keen to schlep down to Surrey and put a dent in his weekend, he flipped through his imaginary diary and said that he was busy, coming up with some lame excuse. "I'm in Kingston, Jamaica," the PR replied, at which said imaginary diary became suddenly freed up. The film about reggae music was accompanied by a party, after which the journalist was invited to Bob Marley's house, with whom he sat on the floor and drank Red Stripe and smoked industrial-strength quantities of ganja. When he got back home, he wrote his review. The film was terrible. He gave it 1 star. But the memory, he said, would stay with him forever. Hollywood journalism has come a long way from the times of Hedda Hopper and Loella Parsons, columnists of yesteryear, complicit with the studios to keep everything, as they say, on the reservation. No way in the current climate could a matinee idol like Rock Hudson, who's actually a distant relative of mine, by the way, remain secretly gay through the peak years of his career. We're talking an age when Perez Hilton and the like can break a news story, the death of Michael Jackson, whatever, before it hits the mainstream media. There's been a backlash. 20 years ago, the only star who was known to routinely ask for copy approval, i.e. personally able to vet the story before it ran, was Barbra Streisand. These days, sadly, it's more commonplace. I once interviewed Justin Timberlake, a nice enough chap, they're not particularly bright, in London, taking a few hours out from a European tour to talk about a film we'd been in. I was informed by his publicist, immediately before I entered the room, that Justin had to have copy approval, something that hadn't been raised prior to that point. The Sunday Times and I were over a barrel. The interview was right up hard against Culture's print deadline. There'd been a gaping hole left in the magazine for this feature to fill. Copy had to be filed the next day. One quick phone call, and the editor compromised on quote approval, which involved me transcribing the interview and sending over to Justin's people a selection of the quotes I wished to use. That night, as I was finishing off the piece, assuming that silence meant consent, I received a phone call with loud music rumbling in the background. It was Mr. Trouser Snake. He was playing at some Enormo Dome in Frankfurt or Stuttgart or wherever, and had just stepped into the wings, mid-number, to take issue with something I quoted him saying. Something, if I remember rightly, to do with David Beckham, his new showbiz chum, or Janet Jackson and the wardrobe malfunction at the Super Bowl. But it's what he said, I protested at his publicist. That's a verbatim quote. I can play you the tape. That may have been what he said, she replied. But it's also not what he said. You understand me? No, I don't understand you at all. Many things stay the same. Many things have changed. Sky magazine no longer exists, nor do Just 17 or Smash Hits. Dave Hepworth and Mark Ellen set up another new magazine, The Word, to which I also made some small contributions. In 2012, it too bought the farm. In my chat with Barry McElhenney, a question came up. Is print dead? Magazines are dropping like flies. Even newspapers, just look at The Independent. Digital seems to be replacing print versions everywhere you look. But don't think of things like that, he said. It's not print versus digital, it's print plus digital. Paradoxically, there are more opportunities than ever before. One upshot of this is just as consumers want content for free these days, so many content providers want their journalism for free. One company I worked for, every time there was a bit of shop floor discontent, always trotted out the same old mantra. Well, if you don't like working here, there's a queue of people in the street just waiting to take your place. I never liked this attitude. It was disrespectful, as if we were just hired monkeys and anyone could do as we did. You may have heard this expression. It comes from the book Freakonomics, the tournament job. It refers to a so-called glamorous profession, like working in the media, where supply of those aspiring to work in it is far outstripped by demand, and everyone is scrapping for a place, enabling things like free internships and low-wage entry positions to be a rite of passage. It happens even in my advanced years. A new study came out revealing that self-employed people earn less in 2014 than in 1994, which curiously was the year I started as a freelance. In the last 12 months, I've been asked to write a screenplay for nothing, a novel for nothing. I was asked to help write a promo pilot for a kids' TV show for the BBC for nothing. I was told that if I wished to write for a certain Sunday supplement, I would have to do the first feature on credit, i.e. do it for nothing. At which point, I want to end by playing you a clip. This is of the esteemed science fiction writer Harlan Ellison, entitled Pay the Writer. And I think this is a good watchword for all of us. If I can get it to work. What's going on here? Sorry, folks. Roadie.
Get a call yesterday from a little film company down here in the valley, and they're doing the packaging for. Get a call yesterday for MGM from not MGM, little for Warner Brothers down here in Babylon 5, and they're doing the packaging for.
I believe that's called stereo. Is that right?
For MGM on-camera interview about the making of Babylon 5 early on.
Please, if you could, yeah, thanks. As you can see, I'm old school.
Get a call yesterday from a little film company down here in the valley, and they're doing the packaging for MGM on not MGM, for Warner Brothers on Babylon 5, which I worked on, and I did a very long, very interesting on-camera interview about the making of Babylon 5 early on when Joe Straczynski hired me, and they want to use it. A young woman calls me and she says, we'd like to use it on the DVD. Can that be arranged? And I said, absolutely. All you got to do is pay me. And she said, what? I said, you got to pay me. She said, well, everybody else is just, doing it for nothing. I said, everybody else may be an asshole, but I'm not. I said, by what right would you call me and ask me to work for nothing? Do you get a paycheck? Well, yes. I says, does your boss get a paycheck? Do you pay the telecine guy? Do you pay the cameraman? Do you pay the cutters? Do you pay the teamsters when they schlep your stuff on the trucks? Then how don't you pay US? How would you go to a gas station and ask them to give you free gas? Would you go to the doctor and have them take out your spleen for nothing? How dare you call me and want me to work for nothing? Well, it would be good publicity. I said, lady, tell that to someone a little older than you who has just fallen off the turnip truck. There is no publicity value in my essay, my interview, being on your DVD. If you sell 2,000 of them, it'll be great. And what are people going to say? Ooh, I really like the way that guy gave that interview. I wonder if he's ever written a book. Let me go and buy it. There's no publicity value. The only value for me is if you put money in my hand. Cross my palm with silver. You can use my essay. You can use my my interview. And she says, well, all right, thank you. And she hangs up. I'll never hear from them. They want everything for nothing. They wouldn't go for 5 seconds without being paid. And they'll bitch about how much they're paid and want more. I should do a freebie for Warner Brothers? What is Warner Brothers out with an eye patch and a tin cup on the street? Fuck no. They always want the writer to work for nothing. And the problem is that there's a goddamn many writers who have no idea that they're supposed to be paid every time they do something. They do it for nothing. Good, they're going to look at me. I'm going to be noticed. What? You tell me, are they any less the media whore than I? I think not. They just haven't, nobody's offered to buy their soul. I sell my soul, but at the highest rates. The highest rates. I don't take a piss without getting paid for it. I get so angry about this because you're undercut by all the amateurs. It's the amateurs who make it tough for the professionals. Because when you act professional, these people are so used to getting it for nothing and for mooching and for being able to pass off this bullshit. I mean, they don't even send you a copy of the DVD. You know, you have to call them and say, where's the DVD? Well, it's been out for 6 months. You know, you could go to the store and buy it. You could go to the store and buy it, motherfucker. You go to the store and buy it. You send me the goddamn DVD now, or I'm going to come down to your house and I'm going to burn it to the ground. How about that? Well, you don't have to get mean about it. Yeah, I do have to get mean about it. 6 months since the damn thing came out.
Hang on. Just one thing. In years to come, huge multinational media corporations will make millions off your labour. No one's demanding that the reward be handsome, but please, as a pledge to yourself, always ensure that your reward is fair. I've had 30 years in this game. If you want to make millions, go and work for a bank. But if you want to have the time of your life, be a journalist. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Really good. Completely lost track of all those celebrities that you've interviewed. Just go on forever. Well done. We've got a few minutes. Jeff's going to be part of a panel in about 5 minutes' time with James, the previous guy, talking about work as a freelance. But any questions? Tom?
Have you ever changed a quotation in an interview after pressure being put on you?
Have I ever changed a quotation in an interview after having pressure put on me? No. I mean, it's interesting. You can sort of truncate and paraphrase things as long as they concur with the spirit of what was said. I think that's acceptable. In America, interestingly, quotes are sacred. You can't change anything. If you look in something like the LA Times and New York Times and read a piece with a quote in it, they'll often have things in brackets where words were dropped out because people don't speak, grammatically. So in America, they're far more pure about it than we are here. But certainly I haven't, but I would not be surprised if some people have.
Cheers. Any more? Any questions? Erica?
You talked about how... You talked about how you managed to blag your way into various parties after Oscars.
Yeah.
What's your technique? What's your tactic? How do you do it?
Always wear a tuxedo.
What do you say?
Well, I guess if you're moving in a crowd of people and dressed appropriately and acting in the appropriate manner, then you're sort of blending in. So yes, and having the gift of the gab and not being too nervous about it.
Okay. Interesting. We were talking beforehand about the fact that you've only ever applied for one job, effectively, as a result of an advert, and you've always sort of been in the right place at the right time, or you've made your own luck. I mean, I think it would be useful for our friends here just for you to say a bit more about making the most of of the opportunities that you might get when you're in an office, when they're on work placement and things like that. How can you turn a situation where you're in a place where you might want to work into actually a job opportunity?
Well, I'm reminded of the famous footballer Michael Owen, who was a prolific goal scorer in his day. He always used to say, a goal scorer makes his own luck, which is true. It's about being proactive rather than reactive. If you sit there waiting for things to happen to you or fall in your lap, it ain't ever going to happen. You've got to get out there and hustle. And as Paul said, if you're in a workplace situation where you want to make a temporary position into a more permanent one, I guess the thing is just to make yourself two things. One, show absolute willing and eagerness, because a lot of interns, certainly ones I've recommended myself for placements, turn up and they're very surly and stroppy, and they get the boot after a week or so. The ones who get on are the ones who have the right attitude, the can-do attitude. They want to be helpful and display their willingness to learn. And if you make yourself indispensable enough, that's another thing as well. Certainly a lot of magazines are actually only run by a few people. Sunday Times Culture only has a permanent staff of 4. So if you go, or editorial staff, if you go in a place there, for example, and make yourself so that they can't live without you, then that goes a long way.
Okay. One last question. I'm going to be talking to my first years in a couple of weeks' time about the skills of interviewing.
Yeah.
And what what sort of tips would you have for putting, I mean, I don't know whether you ever feel the need to put people at their ease or whether it's almost the other way around, but I mean, in terms of getting the best out of an interview subject, what's your mantra for that?
Well, a piece of advice I once got from the late, great Sir David Frost was that you always have to put people at ease. You know, in fact, if you only have a 30-minute interview slot, you're best advised to spend at least 5 minutes of that, you know, which may seem to be a chunk of valuable time. Just exchanging pleasantries. You know, where did people come from? The weather. Have you come far? How are your travel arrangements? It's just all the little human niceties that settle people down. Because an interview is really an artificial kind of construct. So the more kind of normality you can imbue into the situation certainly goes a long way. But, you know, don't, even if you're, not that you have an agenda, but even if you think you might be writing something that is maybe cynical or whatever, you know, don't go out of your way to piss anybody off. I mean, you know, you've got to sort of conduct a civilised conversation. You can write what you want as long as it's done under the correct kind of civil circumstances.
Brilliant. Okay, if there's not any more questions, I think we'll wrap up for the moment because we're about to segue into discussion piece. So I hope you'll hang around for that. Jeff will be around for a little bit longer so you can come and talk to him and ask him questions you're too scared to ask in public as well. But can we just say thank you one more time to Jeff, please?
My pleasure. Thank you.
Jeff Dawson is a multi-talented author, screenwriter and freelance journalist who's interviewed the likes of George Clooney, Angelina Jolie and Robert De Niro, to name a few. So who's your favourite person you've ever interviewed?
Well, that's an interesting question. I can often remember the ones who are badly behaved more than the ones who are kind of great. I think in terms of being in the presence of greatness, to use that word again, probably the Robert De Niro interview, actually, simply because he was such a legend. And although he's not necessarily a man of many words, certainly has an aura about him.
And how do you get things out of him then if he doesn't say much?
Well, with Robert De Niro, just saying in the talk actually, if you do a lot of research about people, you can generally get stuff out of them. I heard that I read rather, in a local New York newspaper that he'd once been in a school production of The Wizard of Oz playing the Cowardly Lion when he was 8 years old. And I mentioned this, brought it up, and he found it very amusing. And I asked him whether he brought the same kind of famed intensity to bear on that role as he did in his later films with Martin Scorsese. And he found that very, very amusing. And he then went on to say that method acting was all, it was all overrated, and that if he'd done Raging Bull today, he'd probably have worn a fat suit.
It's important to do your background research then.
Absolutely, always do the research, because your subject, particularly in the world of entertainment, they will do many, many, many interviews for a film or promoting an album or a play or TV show or whatever. And they get asked the same questions over and over again. Not the fault of the journalist, but everyone wants to know the same essential things. If you can find something that's slightly off-piste and certainly something that's interesting, they've never been asked before, they'll certainly warm to you.
How did you motivate yourself to aim big in journalism?
Everything was an entirely happy accident. I always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. Certainly when I left university, I thought I'd be working. I had a brief stint on my local paper, the Lichfield Mercury in Staffordshire. I never thought for 1 minute I'd be sort of, being a Hollywood correspondent or anything, which I was for a few years. And it's just really genuinely, you've got to have a bit of talent, but certainly if you can be in the right place at the right time, engineer your own luck, that certainly helps. Yeah. Networking. Yeah.
And did you find it a big adjustment moving to Hollywood?
Well, at the time, I was young, footloose and fancy-free, so it was really quite an easy transition. These days I'm middle-aged with a wife and kids, and it wouldn't be quite the same.
And you said you've seen journalism change over the years.
Yeah.
How do you think it will change in the future?
Well, I began my career in the sort of the dying days of Fleet Street, when all the newspapers were in one location, in the famous Street of Shame. And gradually papers and magazines moved out, and then they started to close. Many of the magazines I worked on back in the day are no more. I think the way that things have changed as they've become more multi-platform. So a magazine like Empire, for example, of which I was the US editor back in the 90s, it doesn't sell as many copies in its physical form as it did then. But its footprint, as they say, is much bigger because it goes out on digital, has all these other sort of offshoots. So whilst the physical print part of the industry has contracted, the digital part has expanded. And we're only at the beginning of the digital age, really. So what it's going to be like in 10 years' time, who knows? It's a very, very fast-changing industry.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I'll let you get
Thank
to
you,
your
Kayleigh.
panel now.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm working now. I just don't work. You don't really know. I'm about to get. Yeah, there's no interviews after this one, so there's nothing else I can to be needed.
I worked for Empire for many years as a freelancer, as the US editor, and many years for the Sunday Times Culture section. I'm a general freelance now. I do bits and pieces for Sunday Times still, for the B2B sector, which is a really booming sector, I must point out, where the money is at these days. I've written screenplays, I've written books. I've got my first novel coming out in the new year, and I've done bits and pieces of TV and radio and all sorts. A jack of all trades and a master of none, I think.
That's freelancing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we obviously come from some slightly different areas. Now, I've been a freelancer since, fully freelance since early 2008. What has changed in freelancing in recent years? You've obviously, Jeff mentioned the business-to-business magazine sector. If you start telling us a little bit about that, and we'll move on to Jane.
Gosh, about the B2B or about freelancing generally?
How freelancing has changed in terms of opportunities.
Freelancing has changed enormously. Oh, many things stay the same, many things have changed, like lots of stuff in this business. There was a study done recently that showed that self-employment earnings were less in 2014 than they were in 1994, 20 years previously, which curiously is the same year I started freelancing. So things like rates and stuff have actually gone down in my experience. So, you know, a 1,000-word piece in Sunday Times Culture back in the year 2000, you'd probably get paid 900 quid or £1,000 for it. Write that today, you'll get paid about 500. You know, that's a substantial drop, and that's a sort of a common sort of complaint across the industry. I found that there are actually two types of freelancing. The tied or contracted freelancer, i.e. where you are effectively a sort of a pseudo-employee, and you get commissioned regularly by the same publication, so like the Sunday Times Culture section. That's one thing. And there's the completely independent sole trader freelancer, where you really are hustling for every story you can get, ringing people up and badgering. The first type is certainly the easiest, because the work tends to come to you. The second kind is the more difficult, because you are chasing the work. So that's how I would sort of characterise it. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and in terms of the sector changing, you sort of talk, I have found as well that you know, the conventional titles, the work is still there if you've got great ideas. It absolutely is. but there's obviously more competition. But the business-to-business magazine sector, as you're saying, is really growing and has money and opportunities. If you could describe the kind of, what you mean by it.
There's now a whole sector of the print publishing industry called the B2B, business-to-business sector, which originally it was for sort of internal house magazines, of various companies. But it's sort of broadened out now. So, if you go to the supermarket, you go to the till, and there's all these magazines. If you go to Waitrose, being students, you probably don't, but being journalists, we probably don't either. If you go to Waitrose, there's suddenly, you get the John Lewis mag and the Waitrose mag, and these are freebies, but they are produced at great expense by these companies, and the quality of writing and editing and photography in them is immense, and because these companies tend to be run, like John Brown Publishing, for example, which publishes those two magazines I just said and a number of airline magazines, and it does a TSB mag. Because they're run like advertising agencies, they pay advertising agency rates as opposed to journalism rates. So there's certainly richer pickings there, I think, than straightforward consumer titles.
Now, I found this with my work. I write for mainstream, your Waitrose, Tesco's, Corner Shop, whatever, magazine stand titles. And, in the last year, I still write for Marie Claire and Red and various women's magazines quite regularly. But I found out about this sector, and it's I find it very exciting as somebody who's been doing it for nearly 10 years now. Because, if you think about a supermarket magazine, for example, you think, it's not very exciting. If you actually look at the quality of work in there, there's the money there to make a beautiful product. I have written in the last year for, it's kind of more like specialist magazines, branching off business magazines. This is where we'll come on to James as well. I write now for the Royal Photographic Society Journal. I'm not a photographer, but I have a specialism, and my specialism is music. That's what I started writing about back in 2003, and that's what I still write about for more mainstream titles. I've done a couple of pieces for them about music photographers, and from that they know I can write, and now I'm doing a piece just on photography for the next issue, a piece that doesn't require in-depth technical knowledge, obviously, because I'd have to swat up highly there. But if you have a specialism, as you do, Jeff, arts and entertainment, as I do, it can take you into different areas in a really interesting way. So if you have a specialism as a burgeoning journalist, it might be a certain genre of music, it might be craft, it might be computing. One thing I would find is to really play on the strengths of your specialisms. As I say, I write about music for women's magazines. They say, Jude knows more about, I don't know, a member of Oasis than, say, we do, because she's more in that world. James, you write about cycling, triathlon, lots of different sports, but you write about these for the titles you'd expect, but also for titles you wouldn't necessarily expect as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do a lot of cycling writing, as Jude said, for consumer cycling magazines. And I mean, if you look in the Smiths on the newsstand, there are a lot of cycling magazines. I mean, the side is booming in this country, which has helped my professional career for now anyway, until all the doping scandals kick off again. But just recently, a company called Specialist Publishing down in Bristol, they contacted us for their client World Steel, because they'd seen a feature I'd written about steel bikes, and as you said, like they said, we'll pay you this, and I was like, really? That's twice what I've. So it does open up avenues, even if I'm relatively sort of niche, but then it can blossom out, because I've written for like the Observer and the Guardian as well.
And Men's Health, you were telling me just before we started.
Yeah, Men's Health, who write pains to write for, but they're very high concept, and it gets a little. Yeah, they've got an end point they want. They'll have their cover line, and it's a bit strong to say maybe they'll follow the Trump school, that they'll get there by hook or by crook, and how much truth's a bent slightly, but so written for Men's Health, but it can get you a foot in as well. Like I said, I've written for like the Guardian and Observer, and I've done a few bits for the Observer, which I'm not a specialist in at all. Like recently I did a piece on the impact of virtual reality on soldiers and overcoming post-traumatic stress disorder. So, and that was great to write. And basically it was because of the written skill, art, however you might turn it, rather than particularly, you know, the actual subject-specific knowledge I've got.
Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that you had a specialism got you in there.
Yeah,
I think that
absolutely.
I find that again and again with lots of different people I speak to.
Yeah.
As I say, I got into writing for women's magazines basically through Twitter by not hassling people, making friends with people. Don't hassle. It's not a good look. And getting to know some writers, and then getting to know an editor, sending an email suggesting a musician to be interviewed. I now rarely interview musicians. I don't as regularly interview musicians for women's magazines. I'll interview normal people, ordinary people, or I'll interview. I've interviewed actors. I've interviewed different places, people like that. It's just showing you have a skill is really, really important. It's interesting as well. You mentioned specialist publishing in Bristol. As the bulk of my freelancing work seems to be going towards smaller little publishing houses. Why do you think this is? You know, are things diversifying because people are more willing to spend money on a magazine that is about something that's a real passion of theirs? Oh, both of you, either of you.
I was just going to say, actually, I was once the victim of a mistaken specialism.
Oh, really? That sounds nasty.
I was living in the States, and I got commissioned by El Deco to go and do an architectural piece about this house in upstate New York.
It's an interior design magazine, yes.
Yeah. I got the gig simply because I lived nearby, and I didn't want to fly somebody out to do it. So I went and did this story about this house, and I sort of blagged my way through about writing about architecture. Suddenly I started getting all these architecture stories. Can you come and do this about this house or this building? I knew nothing about architecture whatsoever. But there was a couple of years where I was just off doing architecture stories left, right and centre. And I was sitting there thinking that someone at some point was going to call my bluff. You know,
right.
I knew nothing about architecture whatsoever.
But you obviously put in the time and put in the effort, and somehow it worked out.
I know marginally more about architecture than I did before, but really it's you can write it on the back of a bus ticket.
But in that there's opportunism, which is so important about freelancing. Yeah. What skills do you think are most important to have as a freelancer? And you're talking about the freelance life. It might sound very exciting. You're often in different jobs. You're running around the country doing all these kind of things. I quite often am running around the country, but between sometimes I have my little boy in front of CBeebies so I can finish an article on time. Sometimes I'm hurriedly trying to get the Great Western Wi-Fi connection to work on the way to something else, or I've done interviews sitting outside toilets with my earpiece in. It's not all glamorous, but I found a big skill I think is just being as adaptable as possible. What skills have you found to be useful as a freelancer going into this unsure life? Really?
Yeah, spontaneity is a very important thing. I was talking to Paul earlier actually. When 20 years ago, I was footloose and fancy free. If someone said, "We want you to fly to LA tomorrow," I could do it. I have a wife and children now. I cannot be as bendy as I used to be. And I was saying to Paul actually, this was last summer. I was about to go on holiday to France the next day with my wife and kids. We were driving down, get the ferry, drive down to the south of France, and I got a call. Someone saying, "We'd like you to go and interview Brad Pitt." And
sorry, I can't. I'm going on holiday.
Now, I had interviewed him before, so it didn't have quite the sort of cachet it might have done. And I said, "I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm going on holiday." And they were like, "Did you not hear me? This is Brad Pitt we're talking about." I said, "I'm really sorry, I'm going on holiday." Anyway, they said, "Look, it's a British exclusive, the Sunday Times culture. Your family can go on holiday. We'll fly you on to meet them later on. First class if need be." And I said, "I'm sorry, I can't do it. Driving down through France, getting the ferry with my wife and kids is part of the holiday. I'm not going to sacrifice that." I never heard from them again. But and sometimes in life you have to make life work decisions. And when you're young, I'd have been there in a shot. And today I can't do that sort of stuff. So the sort of long-winded answer to your question is that spontaneity is a very important part.
Which, I know, obviously, you have responsibilities when you're younger as well, but maybe less than you do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I interviewed Justin Timberlake on my honeymoon, which my feature writing class would be bored of me saying. But that was not on my honeymoon with Justin Timberlake, obviously. Obviously. No, I was on honeymoon and I was asked, do you want to fly up to New York to interview him for Elle. And I said, when is it? I said, when is it? I didn't say I'm on honeymoon. Oh, it's in a couple of days. And I was actually in New York on my honeymoon. So my husband of 3 weeks, I'd say, do you mind if I just go and talk to this quite handsome man for an hour while you stand outside the Four Seasons Hotel getting eyed up by policemen, which he was. But the amusing thing is the next day we bumped into Justin Timberlake randomly in a bit of Tribeca. And he's, and that went in the piece as well, So yeah, if you're on honeymoon, still interview Justin Timberlake. That's fine. that thing does not happen all the time, But when these opportunities do. On that tip as well, always have if you're a freelancer, always have a smartphone on you. Get your email alerts coming to you because you could miss out on jobs. Editors don't call you as much as they used to.
No.
They email you. I nearly missed out because I'd had. I can't remember what was going on my phone. I think I was doing I was trying to have some sort of social media break or something like that. And I thought, I'll just check my emails and work. That is what happened. Nearly missed out on an interview to interview my favourite ever musician, Michael Stipe of R.E.M., the now defunct rock band, who I'd loved as a teenager. Nearly missed out on that because editors sadly don't call as much as they do. So I know you'll check your email all the time. Keep on checking it, yeah.
And
How about you?
And battery support. Spare battery for your mobile, which I've learnt recently. It's a very good idea.
Why have you learnt that recently?
One of the
Disaster
reasons...
story's always good.
Well, the chaps here were attended earlier, so I bored them with a story. But I had this exclusive interview lined up for this cycling team owner called Oleg Tinkoff, he's a little aloof, he's a billionaire, and this was over in Italy. And I secured it for one of the cycling magazines back there. I said, he'll only do interviews face-to-face. So got the EasyJet over, got the cheapest flight over. He said, meet 6 p.m. after today's stage, and you've got 20 minutes. So I'd spent the day at the stage, just twittering, and battery died. I got back for 5 p.m, but walking back thinking how hilarious it would be if he didn't turn up. And I had a message from Oleg's assistant saying, can you go to reception now? It's 4:30. Oleg's a bit tired. He wants to go to his Tuscan villa. I was like, bollocks. So I was like, is he gone? He said, yeah, he's just gone. I was like, really? That's why I'm here? So I, sort of panicked slightly for an hour at the bar and thought, what can I do? Got back to his PA and said, it's really got to happen. As much as a pauper journalist from Bristol can push a billionaire from Russia, saying this has really got to happen. And he phones back and says, are you going to London tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, I'm flying back. He said, well, Oleg's doing business. He's got a bank. He's doing business in London. He's flying into City London. Do you want to get a lift? And I was like, that'd be perfect. So instead of 20 minutes and an EasyJet back, I got an hour and a half interview with him in this private jet in this folk. And so actually you don't get a battery at all. Yeah.
So with that in that though is I've been opportunistic and kind of actually when you're hit with difficult situations like that, just having a really thick skin. Or do you learn to develop a thick skin? I haven't got a particularly thick skin in many ways for journalism. I think I kind of have to sort of fake it really a lot of the time. I think a lot of journalists are like that. I've spoken to people like Simon Hattenstone, who's the main interviewer for the Guardian Weekend, and he still gets terrified and has to go to the toilet 3 times before interviewing anybody. So it's not that you have to be this incredibly overconfident person, but you've got, when things happen that are outside your control, you've got to try and say, this has to happen, I'll do anything I can. You've just got to be as pushy as possible.
It's all artifice, isn't it, the interview?
It is a bit. I thought at the end of your last talk you were talking about that a little bit.
One of the things which again, doesn't really address the question of freelancing, but I think a lot of people who are features writers and interviewers, and it's natural human behaviour. You want your subject to like you.
Yeah.
And you've really got to check that one at the door when you go in. Obviously you want to get on with them, you don't want to annoy them or whatever, but getting them to like you is really not the object of the exercise. Yeah. Sorry, I digress.
No, but I thought it was interesting. You came in at the end of your last talk, and you've got to try and create an atmosphere of friendliness and everything like that. Yeah. But if it's somebody you really like, you're not trying to please their publicist. You're trying to please your readers.
Never meet your heroes.
Yes, indeed. So
they have feet of clay.
We'll open up to questions in a moment. What has been the best thing about freelancing for you?
To be honest, I do like the travel aspect. For one of the cycling magazines, I have managed to travel a huge amount. That's been, that's been very cool, just on a people point of view, and actually liking to travel. I found it more rewarding than when I was sort of editing and on a salary. It feels like, you're part of a brand when you're a magazine, as cack as that sounds, which is good and bad, but actually when you poke your head above the parapet as freelance, it does feel a little more rewarding. I mean, I've only just got one book out, but that is far more rewarding, I found. Perhaps not financially, but emotionally more rewarding. I think then it could have been if I was on a permanent position, I would say.
And what are the best tips you would give somebody launching themselves into a freelance life before I come on to you?
I mean, conversely, actually, what I found has really helped me as a freelance writer is actually that I was involved in the whole editor's process, the whole being part of a team. Not only, you build up contacts, it also gives you confidence, I think, and you do learn on the job perhaps more if you than going straight into freelance. You also perhaps know what an editor or the editorial team might be looking for from their point of view. Yeah. You get an insider's look. Hitting deadline's always a good one.
Yes.
Being within a certain range of word count and making sure you do hit brief. Now, it sounds obvious, but it's all very well doing a great feature, but if it's really off point, then...
If you've got a background in knowing how the whole industry works, or working in, working in team situations as you're doing, and through your journalism training here, it is so massively helpful when you go out into the world and then understand what those people's positions are. Jeff, what has been the best thing about freelancing for you?
Well, interestingly, I mean, funnily enough, I'm wearing a suit today. I don't know why. Looking at you lot. But I've never worn a suit in my life for work. That's a plus. But no, I think it's a trade-off. It's freedom versus security. Now, it depends on what phase of your life you're at when you apply that formula. But certainly, I mean, people say to me, well, what's your job? I've never really had a job. I don't have one. I just sort of exist. But it's freedom versus security. The only thing I would say, and the freedoms are fantastic, the lack of security, certainly as you get older, is more of a concern. But I do find increasingly lately that we are kind of, freelancers are the Uber drivers of the media industry, the gig economy, 0 hours and all that kind of stuff. Often people use freelancers because it's an easy and economically expedient for a publication to use a freelancer rather than have someone on staff. And, all the tax implications, blah, blah, blah. So all those things are a concern. But in terms of just, having a blast and just having fun, I would certainly recommend it, certainly for a good few years, if not the whole of your career.
Yeah, I find, I'd agree with that. If you're the kind of person who relishes the idea of the freedom to do lots of different things. I went freelance from an editing position, working at a magazine, and I just didn't want to do section editing anymore. I found it monotonous, month on month. It was just the same thing. It just wasn't... I could do it, but I was just bored. Yeah. And suddenly I thought I could do this for lots of different people. And I love the fact that 1 month I'll be doing an interview with somebody I've always admired, and then I'll be doing like a history of something really geeky for kind of like a luxury magazine or something like that. I do lots of geeky things as well as lots of celebrity music and book reviews and stuff like that. But the freedom is very exciting, especially if you can have that. You have to, I have a child and I'm the main breadwinner for my family, but if I still, you've got to have a bit of support behind you to do it when you get older. But when you're younger, I think it's a great thing to just really explore your options.
What you said and what James said as well, I think is very, very important. I think if you've worked on the shop floor of a magazine or a newspaper and you understand the culture of the industry, you know how a magazine is put together, you speak in the vernacular, you understand how it works, people are far more inclined to use you. Because if someone phones up and they say, oh, Jeff, when I said that thing had to be in on Friday morning, I got my deadlines confused. I meant it had to be on Thursday afternoon. It's got to go to the printers because there was a bank holiday last week or whatever. I get it. A lot of people wouldn't. And I think if you are in that industry and you're part of the culture, then I think that really, really helps.
At least having a knowledge of it is very important. It's interesting, I haven't met some of the editors I've worked for 3 or 4 years, which sounds crazy. And I've not even spoken to them on the phone, I've just dealt with them by email. But it's really important to think of them and the position they're in, how busy they are, and all that kind of stuff. What are the tips that you'd give to somebody launching themselves into freelance work?
Oh, good heavens. Well, I would say, and this may go against the grain of what you've been taught or told, I would say it's probably not an entry point. It depends on what you're doing. If you're writing, that's one thing. If you're a freelance writer, it's probably not the place to start off. I would say freelance writing comes after having served that apprenticeship by being on the shop floor. That's what I would say. So, but I don't know. I'm an old git. I mean, the culture may be different now, certainly with digital media. So, those are my thoughts.
I personally have found it not to be as important in the work I've done. And I think maybe because the music journalism side of things, a lot of the editors who work for music sections of music magazines have been doing it for a long time. They have families, they don't go to gigs every night because they're too knackered. They want young people who know what's going on to be informing them as much, because they're going to be getting millions of emails about records coming out. They're going to be bombarded by publicists. If somebody who's young and spirited and knows something really good about a grime kind of record or something like that, they'll be excited because they want, people who know what they're talking about to write about that kind of
That's
stuff.
right, demonstrating knowledge of one's subject.
Oh, absolutely.
Because exactly as you say, music, film, cycling, everything changes constantly, and you have to be ahead of the game. And a lot of the people producing magazines are sitting there at a desk. They haven't, like you said, they haven't got time to catch up with all the latest trends and inventions and gadgets. And if you're out there on the street and you've got as I said in my talk, a USP, a unique selling point, and that you have a specialism or you know something that you can bring of value to a magazine or newspaper, that's a very important.
And you can have several specialisms as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, some of you might be interested in, one thing passionately, but as you grow older or as you start to do different things, you may become seen as a specialist in something else. For some reason, I'm seen as a folk music specialist. Obviously, I do love folk music, but I love, the cheesiest pop music as well, and classical music and electronic music and all sorts of stuff. But I'm called a lot by The Guardian to do folk music stuff, which is interesting and stuff like that. That's one of my niches. But also, I get asked to do kind of parenting stuff now for kind of because I did a few parenting things when I became a parent, and using your life experience to kind of make money from your kids. But basically, as your life changes, you'll have, and you're a writer, you'll have opinions, you'll have things to say, you'll have things that you react to, that you talk about with your friends. They think, actually, I can imagine reading this in this kind of magazine that I've just started buying because something's changed in my life. So look at what you read, think about what you read, think about what you're into, and think about what you could bring as an individual, all the different skills that you could bring and the passions that you could bring to people. Would be one of my big tips before we get...
Well, it's just to say, I think that's where if you're passionate about a subject, it does make it easier to write. Because
Absolutely.
actually it cuts down quite a bit of research time. I mean, you always want to research, don't you? But I know I've written...
Yes, you must, yes.
I've written features before on topics, which I've had no idea about. And I'm like thinking, this is taking me ages probably just to get to a level of, a minuscule bit of knowledge to try and blag this. And it's been all right, but then as you see yourself maybe as a little business, it's like, oh my God, that's even worse pence per word rate than than I'd imagined. So it does help in many ways, I think.
Yeah. But some of those jobs can teach you skills and help you meet people and take you up places.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remembered a good, rewarding aspect of freelancing, and that is seeing someone reading your work. Sometimes you're on the tube and someone's reading a magazine and they're reading the story that you've written.
Yeah.
Or even better, someone quotes, you're at someone's house for a barbecue and there's someone saying, I was reading this piece in the Sunday Times the other day about, did you know that so-and-so? I wrote that.
No, I wrote it. Oh.
Actually, I have.
Well, that's never happened to me. I look forward to it.
I have once or twice.
Hopefully.
I have one so I had the book out in June, and in fact, Nige, who obviously is...
Nige Tassel, some of you will know.
Nige Tassel had sort of said, what you'll end up doing, you'll end up going into Waterstone, seeing not only your books there, but if it is there, making sure you're not just showing the spine, you turn it round to the cover.
You stick it in the bestseller section.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do that. You go into Waterstone, just place it.
That's a good idea.
Not number one, 2 or 3 is probably.
Well, that's it. I did it with mine.
I used to do the magazine covers I'd done, put it in the front, see if anybody bought it.
But the bloke comes over, and I was obviously just being slightly vacant, and I thought, that's better. And he comes over to put it back. I was like. And he said, were you interested in the book? I was like, just looking at that one, about my book. And he said, it's a wonderful book. I bought it the other day. I was like, oh, really? And I said, I actually wrote it. So he was like, you egotist, turning your cover around. But
I once went to the Albert Hall to see Bill Bailey do a show. This was about 10 years ago. Now, I'd written the programme that was given out. It was the Amazing Journey with the Orchestra, I think it was called something. Anyway, I wrote the programme notes for it.
Which is another thing you can go into if you're a specialist, is doing things that aren't...
Which in its own way is B2B, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I remember sitting there in the Albert Hall before the show started, and I looked out, and there was the whole of the stall, everyone reading all simultaneously the piece I'd written. And I thought...
Saying typos, spelling, down.
Well, they threw it on the ground or put it on eBay.
So yes, freelancers have egos that like to be massaged too. And I say that completely understandably. Yeah. Okay, let's move to questions. Any questions? Obviously, some of you may be writing already, may not be in the position yet you're thinking of going to freelancing or anything. But any questions for any of the panellists here? I'll pick on one of my students if there are none. Thank you.
Yeah, or do you think you need to do something else to sort of substitute it as well?
Do you mean in terms of, creative stuff or financial? Or?
Probably financially.
Okay, I'll answer that first. I think if you just, from my experience in music, if you wanted to be a music journalist and just write about music, you'd probably find it quite tough to just write about music these days because there are... Just because word rates aren't... they've never been brilliant on music magazines. They've never been fantastic. So when I started freelancing, I instantly started doing things other than music. So you start writing about... You're writing features about music and then you try and write reviews about, albums, gigs, whatever, books about music. And then you just diversify. So... I think you definitely can. It needs a lot of management. And maybe when you start off freelancing, you won't be able to straight away. And I have, and I definitely could, she says, holding everything here. Obviously, I teach here as well, but I like the security of that, but I just really like teaching as well, because I'm a geek and a sadder. And you're all wonderful, etc., etc. And I've also always got a lot of fulfillment through teaching. I find it really helps my writing. And hopefully that goes back to the students. But I know plenty of freelancers who do sustain a living doing it. But you need to be... I know lots of music journalists who go, I can't get any work anymore. And I said, well, you can't just write, anniversary pieces about your favourite Led Zeppelin album, all the time, because it's not going to pay the mortgage. So you need to diversify and look at other options and look at that Waitrose magazine stand, look at the magazine you pick up in on an aeroplane. Look at all those think of the wider picture.
Talk to publicists as well. I mean, I don't know what it's like.
Yes,
well, certainly in music. I probably the same in cycling as well. Publicists are the gatekeepers of the industry. They're the ones who give you interviews, give you stories, and who are the go-to people in the film industry. The people who make the studio who's making the film, or the record label, or probably the manufacturer of a bike or whatever, or of a tour. And speak to them, get to know them, find out what's happening, what's going on, what's coming up, what are the trends, because they are the insiders. So it's always useful to keep in with the PRs, I think.
And that will give you stories that generate you work and money and all that kind of stuff.
Buying a PR a drink is never money wasted.
Yes. Yeah, that is true.
And they do like their drinks.
From my experience, again, I guess it goes back to actually good grounding in an editorial team, because when I went freelance, I had a semi-security of I took on bookazines. So So bookazines are a very easy way for publishers to hopefully try and make a bit of money. So it's all about repackaging the material you might have run for the last 5 years, but on a specific subject. So when I edited the Triathlon magazine, we always did performance advice on cycling. So we repackaged it together, and it was 220's Guide to Cycling. So that became very popular at one point with many publishers, and they realised actually there's not a huge amount of money in it. But for me, I took those on as freelance. We had 4 in the first year, so there was a bit of stability there, because I thought, well, actually, you know, I've got that ticked off. And like currently now, I'm edited this bi-monthly Urban Cyclist, again, because I had that grounding in the editorial sort of team. So that certainly helped from sort of my point of view.
If you can get a regular gig, or at least you know, an editor that really likes your stuff, and you've bought them several glasses of wine or coffees or whatever. I have an editor of The Observer who we just get on really, really well, and to the point that I know if something comes, she knows the stuff I like, and she'll come back to me, and I'll go to her, and it's developing those relationships help you get the work that gets you the money to keep going.
There's an assumption that magazines, think ahead. Often they don't. I mean, maybe they'll plan in, what's going to go on the cover or whatever, but...
Women's magazines definitely do. It's always about 3, 4, 5, 6 months ahead.
But the way that stories come up, often it's very short notice. So they'll say, oh, Christ, there's an interview with whoever coming up. We need someone to do it. It's tomorrow. So often being an all-rounder, a versatility person who's there, they know they can pick up the phone and call you. It might not be, say, The Guardian. Simon Hattonstone might not be available. And so there might be.
I wish he was less available, to be honest.
Yeah. So if you can sort of cultivate a sort of a modus operandi whereby you are there if you need them at short notice, that's a useful thing as well.
I think
if that makes sense.
Well, I think be aware as well of perhaps some of the magazines you might be writing for. I mean, it might be more of a specialist sort of angle, but I write a lot for this cyclist magazine, and I did become aware of a year that actually their staff numbers had actually increased, like the editorial side. And I thought, that's going to squeeze, the opportunities for a freelance to actually contribute, which it has done. I mean, I'm still writing for them. But because of that, I thought, actually, I better get my ass in gigs. I was writing for them sort of 2, 3, 4 times a month, which was good sort of amount. I thought, well, hang on, they've got another editorial assistant. And they recruited well as well. They're really good writers. So
that shows you're perceptive, and you're keeping, you're looking and you think, okay, this is what's going on. I need to think about how to reposition myself, or maybe looking elsewhere, or taking my ideas somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do have to put the time in. I mean, it doesn't come easy, I guess, but
what you've got to put in time thinking of ideas and stuff like that. I always have my notebook, my trusty green notebook with me, or whatever colour it is at the moment. I always get a nice notebook. I've got this line of them, and I always, if there's any idea, because it pops into my brain, the back section of my notebook, I'll just scribble it down. It might not go anywhere, but having somewhere where there's something you've talked about with a friend, or seen on the internet, or seen when you're walking to, wherever, just try and make a note of it, because it might take you somewhere in terms of getting a piece of...
By your bed as well. It's quite usul.
Yeah, that's my phone. I transfer from my phone.
If you're just relaxing,
Yeah.
Often you can make more money as a freelancer by working in-house somewhere on a magazine. You're getting a daily rate rather than a word rate for a feature. I was working it out the other day. To make a decent living as a freelance writer, you've got to be churning out one big feature a week almost for a substantial publication. And the reality is that ain't going to happen. There isn't that much work there. So you've got to do other things as well. If you can go in and work. Because the magazines are always very short-staffed. They're always flying by the seat of their pants. And they need people in at short notice to work on a project or a supplement or whatever, certainly in the BTV sphere, because it works on... because they're run like advertising agencies, they bid for contracts. So they'll say, Christ, we've got to bid for the TSB contract. We need to turn around a mock-up magazine within the next 10 days, and they'll call people in. Yeah. So if you can mix and match, mix up your writing with some in-house stuff as well, that's probably a safer bet. I think.
So it's a good thing laterally as well. I remember Hyundai, the car manufacturer, published sponsored the Mercury Music Prize this year, the kind of Album of the Year award, and I knew they had an in-house magazine, and I'd done stuff with the prize in the past, so I got in touch with them, and I wrote a piece of their magazine, and it was £1 a word, which is like an incredible word that you very rarely get. But it's a car manufacturer, it's lots of money, it has this beautiful magazine sending out to his customers. So, but that was, I don't always have the kind of that lateral brain switched on. But kind of when you do, it can give you the money. Any more questions? Got no idea what the time is as well. Hello.
How do you manage your time without structure going into work 9 to 5?
Oh, how do you manage your time?
Badly, constantly. It's
Skype is a very bad thing, isn't it? They can see you sitting in your pants.
Or someone else. No. You have got to be careful, I think, of, you on the team you do have relatively structured. I mean, it does vary through, if it's a monthly, deadline week is always going to be manic. But generally, say 9 to 5, I think you've got to be careful if you go freelance that, everything melds into one. So you could start, I've always woken up early, so I might start at 6. And then, but you might not be as efficient because you think you've got 12, 14 hours a day. I haven't got to go anywhere. Just in your pants Skyping. And so you've got to be careful, I think, of leeching time, actually. And I think I haven't been freelance anywhere near as long as my contemporaries here. But I've been very aware that you've got to be focused and maybe not be harsh on yourself as well. Maybe it's like, right, I really need to do X amount in an hour, because when you're in an editorial team, you naturally have more breaks, and if you're working on your own, you don't have that. And I've found that recently that actually I've got to be aware of that, because I'm not getting the natural breaks. That maybe I'm being harsh on myself, because if I do take a break, I'm more aware of it. It's a less natural thing to do. But I'd say iPhone, like my iPhone, but the calendars are linked, so you're always getting reminders, which has been a godsend, because my short-term memory is shocking. So that helps. And you might end up doing more sort of Saturday, Sundays. You probably don't see it as a 5-day sort of job. But on the flip side, when you become, hopefully, if we are competent, but you could, if it is something you really like, you can actually turn over a feature pretty quickly, and that's when you can perhaps make a bit
when the
more.
muse is with you.
Yes, yeah.
The muse is very important.
Or the ale, yeah.
One thing I say to that question is just lists and spreadsheets. I know this sounds really dull. I have a spreadsheet with all the work coming in. Basically, I have one spreadsheet with lists of my pitches, what's going on with it, if I've heard back, if I need to chase. I have to do that because otherwise I wouldn't manage it all. I have a spreadsheet for the work that I've submitted that's getting published, in terms of my sending invoices off and who's paid me and who do I need to chase for payment and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely have to do that, otherwise I wouldn't get paid. But I find just every morning writing a list for the day and really going over it, thinking, okay, not just the work that I have to write today, is there an editor I need to call up? Is there a pitch I need to kind of work on? And I always try and have a bit of time in the morning to, I look at Facebook and Twitter and Instagram as everybody else does here, I'm sure, but just to look at the news and think, okay, is there anything happening or coming out soon that I might want to pitch an idea about later? I just do that with a cup of tea and, just give yourself the time to have a little bit of a think. But yeah, lists and spreadsheets. And highlighter pens in your notebook.
As my dear old dad says, you must shave every day, son. And I go, why? Why do I shave? No one shaves every day anymore. No, it's discipline, right? So I find myself, even if I've got nothing on, I don't mean clothing, I mean no work on, I sit there in the morning, after the kids have gone to school, and I open up my laptop, even though I'm just staring at the screen, because I'm so ingrained with an office culture, 9 to 5, or 10 to 6 as it tends to be in publishing, that I will go and sit there and stare at my screen, because I feel that it's so ingrained in me, that's what I should do on a work day. The reality is, I've either got way too much work to cope with or nothing. There's never an even through flow. It's feast or famine. And then when I've got tons of work on and I'm there at 3 a.m, bleary-eyed, matchsticks, probably like you were after the election this morning, tapping away, and I think, why didn't I just, the day off? I should have had the day off, but I didn't. And I think there is a certain degree of paranoia in freelancing that you can't switch off or relax for 1 minute.
You're only as good as your last job.
Yeah, only as quick as your last page.
Yes, indeed. Any more questions? Okay, well, we'll be around. There's some more panel. There's another event happening here at 1 o'clock. Then we've got further events this afternoon. Thank you very much. If you've got any questions, as I say, we'll be outside afterwards. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
other aspects of journalism as well. He's going to be much better suited to introduce himself than I am, so I won't prattle on too much. But from a really strong background in regional journalism, which is where you've heard me speak about it, some of you, is where you get, I think, the best grounding in journalism. So I'm going to hand over to you now. Thank you very much, Mark.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Mark Nicholls. I'm going to talk to you today about war reporting, but particularly from the embed perspective. I have worked in the regional press for many years. I'm now a freelance journalist, but while I worked for the Eastern Daily Press in Norfolk, I spent quite a lot of time embedded with the military. Why I want to particularly focus on embedding is because that's where my experience is, but also when people talk about war reporting, particularly looking at it from an academic perspective, the word embedding seems to come up in a very negative context, as though it's there's always the fear of propaganda, that you are restricted in the way you cover conflict, and that it's not the best way to cover a conflict. What I want to do is just offer a broader perspective on that, but also throw in some practicalities and logistics of everyday real-world journalism. So, to actually trigger it off, I want to pose the question really about embedding, whether it is military censorship or whether it's an unrivaled journalistic opportunity. So, just want to have a look at a bit of the background, really, about whether, is embedding something new? Well, yes and no, really. Journalists or medieval chroniclers even have accompanied armies, sometimes officially, sometimes not, onto the battlefield for time immemorial, really. There's the chroniclers there in the Middle Ages at Agincourt or the Battle of Bosworth. There were writers at the Crimea, the Boer War, World War I and II, Vietnam, Falklands, and the Gulf War. And obviously that changed as the way we told news changed over the centuries, really, and it's changing all the time. Mass embedding, as we probably recognise it today, that was something that was used in the Iraq War of 2003 on a large scale. Embeds, as opposed to unilaterals, and these journalists who operate independently in a conflict zone, they're courageous, often finding their own humanitarian rather than military stories, and often with different agendas and briefs to embeds, although whether they actually have any more freedom or impartiality, is another matter for discussion. But mass embedding was in the Iraq War of 2003. It was used on a mass scale with something like 700 correspondents embedded with primarily US and UK military units across the Gulf. The thing is with embedding, it's easily criticised. People say, OK, journalists working closely with the military, well, that's a cosy relationship, that journalists will just become the voice piece of the military. They will report what they're shown and how it happens with no analysis. I endeavour to differ with that and illustrate how that's quite different. The other thing as well is that a lot of the critics about who see embedding as just propaganda are looking at it from a one-dimensional perspective and actually have a lack of understanding about how journalists and the media works and how it needs to operate, and particularly under changing military and economic climates. We shouldn't also overlook the fact that the concept of mass embedding came about through media pressure. That was pressure placed on the military after concerns about a lack of access in the first Gulf War of 1991, and also immediately after 9/11 in Afghanistan. But also it's a response to modern conflict, that particularly in places like Afghanistan and the Middle East, where Western correspondents are increasingly vulnerable as kidnap victims or targets. Now, there was a time that if you was a journalist and that you actually wore the dark blue of the media, that actually, you were seen as a neutral zone, that you were there to cover it independently. That has changed significantly. But I think the real change in that came in the Balkans conflict in the late 90s, where journalists were actively targeted by snipers. There was a bounty on the head of TV cameramen, for example. So operating unilaterally has become ever more dangerous. It's not stopped people doing it, thankfully, but we have to admire them. So my embed experience started in about 2001 in eastern Turkey. That was with the RAF, and that was the last vestiges really of the first Gulf War of 1991. There were still operations, the no-fly zones in northern and southern Iraq, but I was back in Kabul soon after the Taliban left town in 2002. I was in northern Kuwait and Iraq for the Iraq War of 2003, covering that for 6 or 7 weeks. Went back to Basra a year later, been in the Persian Gulf with the Royal Navy. In Helmand province with the Royal Anglian Regiment on the ground in places like Sangin, and then more recently in Kandahar in 2014. So I just want to have a look at really how embedding works. And it's a pretty simple concept, really, that a journalist is transported to an airbase, a war zone, a battlefield, and lives and works alongside the military, seeing every aspect of what they do and how they perform. The military feed, transport, brief, and some would say manage the journalist, and that's where the interpretation can differ. Supposedly given a free rein to see all aspects of military life, the military will say it is so the correspondent can see it as it is, though some officers may put their own interpretation on that, which revolves around them keeping an eye on what the correspondent does and even potentially what they file. The thing is, most of the embed scenarios I've been into, it's been far from a cosy, comfortable relationship. It's been tense, fractious, there's been disagreements, there's been conflict. That's been good. It's been really healthy. If it's cosy and comfortable, something's wrong. You need to be there, challenging, holding the military to account, and working to your own agenda within the confines of the embed scenario. Of course, there are certain rules. There's the Green Book, which is an MOD document which governs the way that the military and the media operate when in close proximity to one another. There's also an element of flexibility within that. One of the things that it talks about is that you can't identify airmen, can't take their pictures or their names. But if they decide to waive the right to anonymity, then that's fine, and quite a few of them do. This picture, this was actually taken on Sangin High Street in September 2007. Sangin is an area in the southern Afghanistan province of Helmand. It's in the northern part of it. Sangin this is the B186, which was the road from Sangin to Kajaki. It was, at the time, probably the most dangerous stretch of road on earth, with ambushes, roadside bombs, unexpected attacks, that sort of thing, really. But Sangin also is where there was quite a big concentration of British forces. In the 13-year Afghan conflict, I think there's about 456 British personnel killed. A third of them died in and around Sangin. So it was a very fierce battle zone, and I think that since it was handed back to the Afghan forces, it has become a battle zone again, and I'm not sure whether the Taliban have retook it or not at the moment, but it's still quite an area where there's a lot of conflict. So looking at embedding, how can a correspondent make embedding work? And this is where I want to sort of emphasise the point that war reporting is often no different to any other kind of reporting. People think that other journalism is here and war reporting is here. It's not. The same sort of techniques, the same sort of approach, the same sort of ethos applies. Do your homework, as in make sure that you know all about the units that you're going to be embedded with. Make sure that you know the personnel, the rank structure, the operations, maybe the type of weaponry. You may find yourself sounding a bit like a plane spotter, but know the difference between a Tornado GR4 and a Tornado F3. And I'll return to that later in the lecture. But it's no different to if you're a crime correspondent or a health correspondent or an education correspondent. You know that the better armed you are with facts and figures and background, the more likely you are to be able to ask meaningful questions and write meaningful articles. And, as a consequence, you'll have more credibility with the people that you're embedded with. And look at serious, factual and accurate reporting. The military, they love to give you what they call hometown stories. You know, Corporal Billy Smith, he's a great cook, keeps everybody happy because he dishes up good food. Well, you know, the only person who's probably really interested in that story will be his mother. So you need to be looking at the background to the conflict and how current operations actually factor into that. But also use your experience that actually you might find that, okay, the military, they've travelled all over the world, but within the narrow parameters of being in the military, you know, we as civilians, we have travelled more freely, more widely. We've looked at it from a different perspective. Take that experience not only into the embed, but throughout your career as journalists. And look beyond the briefings. The military, they do love to give you briefings as though they know everything there is about a scenario. That was actually illustrated in the QA in the Iraq War of 2003. Just before it kicked off, a group of journalists, there's myself, a guy from the Telegraph, a couple of BBC correspondents, were taken on a tour of Kuwait City. The idea being, this is an Islamic country, this is how we must behave in this country, this is Islamic rules, etiquette, that sort of thing. So it was taken round, and after about an hour and a half, we sort of said to the guy, right, thanks for that, quite interesting, we've seen Kuwait City, but we hadn't really learnt anything. And just as an aside, at the end of it, we said, so how many Muslim countries have you been to? And the guy who'd given this sort of cover-all briefing said, well, this is the first, but I know my way around, I know my stuff, sort of thing. And actually, he knew far less than most of the people he was talking to. But the thing is, with embedding, form relationships. I don't mean get pally with people, but actually make contacts. In the same way you would as health, education, crime correspondent, you'd know the doctors, you'd know the PR people, the press people, the senior officers, that sort of thing. That can mean sort of getting involved a little bit, and it can mean having some interesting experiences, such as flying in a tornado. But actually, if you've flown in one, you know the confines of operating in a cockpit and things like that. It does add an extra dimension to the way you write and the way you approach stories. Now, the advantages of embedding. You get access to great stories. You're close to the action and drama. There's a real cost benefit that, as in, you know, the regional press, but even the national press is really, you know, strapped for cash at the moment. So there's that element. But also it's relevant to a target audience. I work for the Eastern Daily Press, which circulates in Norfolk. That's where lots of the RAF bases were then. There's still the Tornado base there. But it's a military county, so there is an interested, informed and relevant target audience. You get protection and security. Now, that's useful because you wouldn't have been able to walk along Sangin High Street unless you were with the military. But also, if you're riding in a military Land Rover and it goes off a landmine, you've got about as much chance of surviving as the soldier next to you. The other thing is that you're part of the news pool, which means that there's no exclusives, everything is shared. But if you've done your homework, you know your stuff, then you can ask questions, you can recognise answers that might be more of interest, a more interesting news story than maybe, you know, the people next to you, really. So, access to great stories and information. Now, there is this view that embeds access that they get and information is restricted, it's purely propaganda. The thing is, let's look at two scenarios really. You sat at home in your newsroom, you ring up the MOD, you ask them a question. It probably takes them days to respond, but also they might say, well, we're not going to discuss that. If you're on the ground, on the spot, you can speak to senior military officers and ask them questions. You might not get an answer, but there's every chance that you might. Now, in 2016, we are used to sort of reading about soldiers with injuries, about how they are recovering, their rehabilitation, that sort of thing. It was a different landscape in 2006, 7, 8, that the approach of the MOD was that we'd talk about soldiers who were killed in action, but we wouldn't give any more details. So in September 2007, at the end of what was a long tour of duty for the 1st Battalion of the Royal Anglian Regiment, a tour of duty where they'd lost 9 men killed in action, which was a pretty high attrition rate. I was out there and I was able to say to the commanding officer, so you've lost 9 guys, but what about the rest? You've got a battalion of 600. How many of them have been injured? And rather than saying, well, we don't talk about that, he said, well, I'm quite happy to tell you, really. 20%, 1 in 5, have suffered any kind of injury from a broken arm or a cut to a life-changing injury. So, actually, just by being there, asking the question, you get the story like this. Now, I'm not saying this was the story that changed the attitude, but it was a story that came out at a time that that attitude was changing and that it moved things along significantly. But by not being there, by not being embedded, you may not have got that information when you got it. And actually, the fact that you get it in the context of a live operation, it has more power than it coming out 3-4 months after the unit had returned home. The important thing about embedding is that you're at the heart of the story. You see a key part of the action, that you're present when things happen, you get instant accounts. But also, you're present when it goes wrong. And in the Iraq War of 2003, it went badly wrong for the British and American forces as RF tornadoes were concerned. But also, you can comment, you can observe, you can witness. We often as journalists, particularly when we're setting out, we get hung up on this idea that actually, you know, we can only report what people tell us. Well, actually, there's far more that we can report than you realise. And what comes into play is all the other tools of our trade. We have our notebooks, we have our pens, we have our tape recorders, we have our cameras, we have our laptops. Yeah, the stock tools of our trade. But actually, as journalists, we have some really important tools that we often neglect to use. And they're our senses, you know, what we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we touch, what we taste even. And actually, if you're on a military base that's flying combat operations, you can taste the aviation fuel in the air. And it's these kind of things that actually you can bring to your written work to add an extra dimension to it. And by being there and writing about it, it adds authority to your work as well. So, you're there when things happen, you get access to good stories. This guy, Wing Commander Derek Watson, he waived his anonymity. He was one of the senior Tornado pilots. On the night that British jets started flying bombing missions over Iraq, this was about midnight local time in northern Kuwait. The last person he spoke to before he shut his cockpit and took off was me. He talked to me about how he was feeling, a little bit about the mission ahead, and just a few things that were running through his mind. Now, you know, it wasn't reportable. It was, you know, fell into the realms of operational security at that stage. But actually, it was information that I could absorb to start thinking about the article that I'd write in real time. The thing is, if the worst happened, you've got a last interview sort of thing. That wasn't particularly top of the mind at the time, but then what happened 2 hours later, when he returned, having flown the first British bombing missions of the Iraq War 2003 over Baghdad, after getting out of his cockpit, a quick debrief with his ground crew, he gave me a full interview. He told me what was happening over Baghdad. The whole of Baghdad was alight, explosions every few seconds. Went into great detail about the mission, what it was like, the sort of tension, the confusion, and gave me a real-time, real-life account that I could then sit down and write and transmit back to the UK to, first of all, get in the 1 a.m. edition of the Eastern Daily Press and then update it for the 3 a.m. edition. Information and a story that you would not have got any other way in that timescale other than if you were there on the ground. Now, the thing is, I'm talking about observations and access to information. This phrase, I counted them all out, does that have a resonance with anybody here? Yeah? How does it? Absolutely. Yeah. Brian Hanrahan, BBC correspondent in the Falklands War, he was... There wasn't really any embedding, but there was token journalists taken down there. Now, he was on a ship, given no information, on an aircraft carrier, but he knew that the British Harrier jets were going to fly missions. So he stood on the deck and he counted them all taking off, and he counted them all when they landed. The story he had got, if nothing else, was that they'd flown a mission and there were no casualties. And the phrase, I counted them all out, I counted them all back, almost fell into media folklore, really. It became the subject of his biography. But the thing is, you think, well, that was 34 years ago. Does it still have a relevance today? Well, yes, it does. That actually what you see and what you observe, brought together with your background knowledge, the homework you've done, sets you up for your first transmission, your first story. There's a very vivid example of that in December 2014 when the BBC had their defence correspondent at RAF Akrotiri as the British Tornadoes were about to fly bombing missions against Syria. The moment that Parliament gave the go-ahead for that, well, not long after, the jets were on their way. The BBC correspondent, though, he was under pressure to file a report. Now, he knew that further down the line, he would get a briefing, get details, but he needed to file a report as soon as. So he watched 2 pairs of Tornadoes take off, but also he knew that they were armed with sort of laser-guided paveway weaponry. He knew roughly their range. So 2 hours later, when they came back, he sort of knew that they had flown a pretty defined mission. There was no weaponry on the aircraft. He was fairly certain that they'd used the weaponry, that they had attacked a target. So because of that, his observation, he had got his initial broadcast. But the other thing is about access to information, that you're there when things happen, but you're there when it goes wrong. It did go badly wrong for the British Tornadoes in the Iraq War of 2003, because the Americans, with their Patriot defence missiles, shot down a British jet. Now, the people who were hosting us, this was new territory. They thought there might be casualties, but they didn't expect there to be a friendly fire incident. Their first response actually was to lock us in a room and think, what are we going to do? But fairly quickly, and this is because we'd established our credibility and we'd built relationships, particularly with the senior officers, that they took us out of a room and we were given a full briefing about what happened and how it happened. Information in real time. Then the next day, the British commander went to see the Patriot missile commander and got more details. The human element, the tears and the apology from the person who had pressed the button, and came back and relayed that to us. But also, there's another little quirk, another story that illustrates the sort of fog of war, the confusion. This was our friend Derek Watson again, who was quite happy to talk to me about his version of events. Again, he had led 4 GR4 tornadoes on a mission. They were just returning. This was 2 or 3 days into the active campaign. And he described what he saw. He saw a missile launch in front of him. He fired chaff from his jet to deflect that missile. He saw it go past his cockpit. He saw it explode in the distance. He landed soon after, and he thought that, OK, we're all safe. And he sort of, once he got back to the crew, and he said, everybody OK? We've got 4 jets on the ground. And they said, yeah, we've got 4 tornadoes on the ground. So they sat there and thought, OK, that was a close one, but, we're all OK. Literally a few minutes later, a young air traffic controller comes into the room and says, where's the 5th aircraft? And they sort of say, what are you talking about? 4 tornadoes took off, 4 landed. She says, I'm serious, where is the 5th aircraft? And they were puzzled. And then she explained to them, look, 4 GR4 tornadoes took off, but when you landed, there was an F3 tornado made an emergency landing with engine trouble. We should have 5 aircraft on the ground. And bearing in mind that there's sort of radio confusion, that sort of thing, they went over to the hangar, and there was an empty hangar with 2 ground crew waiting for the aircraft to come back. And gradually it emerged that something severe had happened, really. It was this kind of information, this kind of detail that adds an extra dimension to your reporting that is interesting and relevant and just highlights what you can get from an embed scenario that you wouldn't get otherwise. But, and I believe this is the most important point that I'm going to make today, is that as an embed, you are just one aspect of the story, and it's critical that you remember that. That conflict is covered from many angles. Yes, you've got the embeds. Yes, you've got the unilaterals. You've got social media. You've got the reporters outside the MOD in Whitehall and Downing Street. You've got other sources coming in from different nations. It is, whether you're a newspaper or a TV station or radio, it's the news editor, the production journalist's job to pull all of those strands together and create a big picture. In the same way that we cover domestic news, if there's a train crash this afternoon, the local newspaper news editor would send reporters in different directions. That there would be some sent to the scene, some speak to the police, some speak to the rail authorities, some at the hospital, somebody monitoring local media, so others ringing their contacts. And later in the day, it would all be drawn together and it would be presented as a big picture story. And that is the way we must view embedding. It's just one aspect of the story. And this is, there's a guy called Stephen Lee Myers from the New York Times who really sums this up perfectly. And his quote is, "The problem with embedding, if any, belongs to reporters, those who lose their objectivity and cheer, those who accept what the military says without a necessary dose of scepticism, those who presume what they write is the all-encompassing truth and not just one slice of it." And that's what you need to remember, that you're just one aspect of the story. And that's where a lot of people who analyse and write about embedding, that they don't have that understanding of journalistic practice, that we work in a specific way, we build up a big picture, but actually they just see it embedding, that's the way of reporting war. It's not. It's just one element of it. So I've talked about lots of opportunities and advantages, but there are lots of disadvantages of embedding. That you can be tied to military schedules. If they don't move, you don't move. Access to certain people, sites can be restricted either directly or indirectly. So if you're on an airbase and you want to interview somebody across the other side of an airbase that may be several miles big, you need escorting, you need transporting. So access can be restricted, as I say, directly or indirectly. It might be not the case that the people escorting you will say, you can't speak to this person, or they might say he's not available, but it might be a little more subtle than that. Sorry, the escort guy is not around, or actually the military vehicle that was going to take you has been requisitioned elsewhere. The other thing is, you're at the whims of commanding officers. If they don't like the media or don't like you, it's going to be a very difficult scenario. How you can mellow that friction is by doing your homework, by offering credibility. If they respect you and know what you're talking about, they know that you're less likely to be hoodwinked and that they may be more accommodating. But there are the dangers of being in a war zone as well, as I've talked about with, if you in a Land Rover and it goes off a landmine. But also in scenarios such as in the Iraq War of 2003, the premise of the war was that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. So while generally you do not wear military uniform, there was an exception here, is that we were given NBC, nuclear, biological and chemical warfare suits, whereas when the air raid sirens went off, that we had to put these on, complete with rubber gloves and Wellingtons, and seal everything with a gas mask and head off to the air raid shelters. Now, at a distance of 13 years, that seems a little bit almost Cold War-ish, a little bit sci-fi, but actually it was a very valid scenario at the time. And I remember one incident when there's a group of us stood outside one night in the northern Kuwait desert, and somebody said, do you know, there's large droplets falling out of the sky. And the first thing everybody did was, okay, let's get inside and think about this. Nobody thought, hey, it might be raining. You know, it was that kind of scenario. But also, this is on Sangin High Street. The guy with his face covered is an interpreter, and we're talking to some of the people who live in the area, and they are giving us their version of events. Yeah, is there a guy just out of shot with a suicide vest on or anything like that? Or is there a sniper nearby? You have no idea, really. You are vulnerable. The other big risk, and this is one that crops up time and time again, is of censorship. You know, will your text have to go through the military censors? Will you have to talk to them about what you write? Will you have to declare any comments that you make or things like that? On the whole, I mean, they are managing you in the respect that, you know, it is who you talk to is often down to them, although, you know, you can push that and dictate it. Who do you want to talk to? Yes, make sure that it happens. Personally, you know, I've filed lots of stories from lots of different embed situations. I've never had my copy censored. I've had scenarios where people have said, I don't like what you're writing, but you're embedded, we recognise your right to do that. I have had a scenario where somebody said, do you mind if I have a quick look at that? And I've asked the reason why, and he's given me a valid reason, and he's then said, I would like you to change that line. And he said it in a constructive, conciliatory way, and then he offered me an explanation as to why. And I thought, yeah, okay, I understand exactly what you're saying. You know, in the circumstances, I'd probably been a little too explicit in an injury to an individual who may have been recognisable. Didn't say take it out altogether. He just said, let's just tone it down a little bit. You know, his mother might read this and she might not be aware. So sometimes there's that kind of scenario. If he had said to me, take that out now, it would have been a bit more aggressive, confrontational. It wasn't, so, you know. And then there's also the element that you can go native, and that is a phrase where, you know, you think, hey, I'm embedded, I'm a soldier, I'll act and behave like them. You're definitely not a soldier. You never will be. You're there to be an impartial journalist. You're there to maintain your credibility, your integrity, and actually hold the military to account. So, while there are disadvantages, and you will hear, may or read, if you're interested in embedding, hear and read accounts of people who are embedded with military units in the Iraq War of 2003 not being given access to information, that could be for a whole variety of reasons. It could be that actually they'd got no credibility or respect from the military unit they were with, that they hadn't done their homework or research, they didn't know anything about it, that the military just regarded them as a nuisance and were uncooperative, or actually that there was no story there in the first place, as in there were several military units in the Iraq War of 2003 that went out there and were never involved. Now, if you was the journalist embedded with them, that's just the luck of the draw, really. But from an embed scenario, there are opportunities as well for cultural features, for analysis, for informed reporting, and also you can be on the spot at critical moments, at landmark dates. Sometimes opportunities arise that you don't expect, but you go and seize them, really. This was in Kabul in 2002. The Taliban had been in power for 5 or 6 years. Suddenly they were driven out of town. One of the first things that happened was that women and girls had the opportunity to go back to school or college. It just so happened that we had the opportunity to go to Kabul University and speak to these women about what it meant really for them to go back to college, what they were thinking about, what they were studying. A very relevant, timely feature. They also said that actually some of them still choose to wear the burqa. They don't know who the Taliban are or when they'll be back. And actually, we had pretty much unrestricted access to them. I just sat in a room one-to-one with this student in the main picture, and we just talked through what she was thinking. And actually, just aside to that sometimes when you're talking to the military, whether you're talking to a private soldier or a senior officer, there's not always, or often not, an MOD minder stood on your shoulder sort of listening in, really. That actually, and it's surprising how frank and honest a lot of these people will talk, totally unrestricted, really. Sometimes you need to think, if you're talking to an 18-year-old, private soldier, if he says something a little bit that you think might get him into a spot of bother, then you can ask him the question again. But on the whole, you get a very mature response. Also, these military units, they know their history. Now, I used to work with a guy at the Eastern Daily Press who also knew his military history. He wasn't interested in going out to war zones, but he knew his history. And he gave me a print, the one at the top right, which is from about 1830. It shows the Bala Hisar Fort in Afghanistan, and it is a print of the 9th Regiment of Foot on patrol outside that fort. The 9th of Foot became the Norfolk Regiment, became the Royal Norfolk Regiment, became the Royal Anglian Regiment. So a direct link between all of these units. The main picture shows a soldier of the Royal Anglian Regiment in 2002 on patrol outside the Bala Hisar. So it's the same image separated by 130 years. It gives you an opportunity to talk about the history of these regiments, bearing in mind you've got an interested target audience. You can show a bit about the Bala Hisar, what's inside, the bottom, the main picture at the bottom of abandoned Russian tanks and that sort of thing. But also there's another advantage that, if your news editor sends you out and you do everything that's asked of you, great, he'll be happy. But if you say, I've got this and this and this, then he might think, I'll send you again. But also, often in embed scenarios and when you're with the military, there's a lot of waiting around, a lot of spare time. So if you can fill it with something that's relevant and interest, then go for it. This was with the Royal Anglian Regiment in 2007 in Helmand Province, and this was on the 11th of September, so a landmark date, and we were on patrol with them, a couple of journalists in the green zone, and actually the radio messages that were being picked up is that we were being targeted and there was the potential for an attack. It gives you an opportunity to write about that, to write about the landscape, the scenario, the operations that are being conducted, and hang it on a news angle, a news peg. Gives you an opportunity to interact with the community. This is just outside Basra in April 2004. Iraq was a very strange place in April 2004. It is remarkably quiet. It was sort of the quiet before the storm, really, that it all, it all kicked off soon after that again. But also, going back in 2014, when the British military were pulling out of Afghanistan, that suddenly there's Camp Bastion, the size of a small city, really, that was, had to be really taken off the map. How do you do that? What do you ship home? What do you bury in the ground? What do you give to the Afghans? And actually, it's just a logistical feature about how you actually pull out of a military operation after 13 years. So there's another phrase that's often trotted out about, is truth a casualty of war? Well, the military, as we've heard, can't hide bad news. It's about journalists, it's about the instinct can override that. It's about you being there, using your experience, your instinct. And there's a quote from Patrick Coburn, the Independent's Middle Eastern correspondent, that underlines that. And he says he used to get a certain amount of undeserved applause at book festivals by being introduced as a writer who has never been embedded. So he's no first-hand experience of that side of reporting war, but from a humanitarian and unilateral element, immensely experienced. But he continues, embedding obviously leads to bias. Well, actually, I'd quite happily discuss that with him and say, obviously, let's talk about it. But he continues, but many journalists are smart enough to rumble military propaganda and wishful thinking and not to regurgitate these in undiluted form. And the thing is with embedding, also that a lot of the critics overlook, is that actually, and you say this to some audiences, they'll laugh, that journalists do have credibility, they do have integrity, they do have honesty. The bulk of us actually do a fair day's work, and we know when somebody's telling us something that we're not comfortable with, we have a really good instinct, and that gets better as we go along. And if somebody tells us something, we're not likely to regurgitate it in undiluted form, we're likely to question it. Another valid comment about embedding is from Marjorie Miller of the Los Angeles Times. She said, "We didn't want to be in bed with the military, but we certainly wanted to be there." So what has changed with embedding over the last decade? It's harder to get a place on an embed simply because there are fewer opportunities. There's not the operations in Iraq or Afghanistan. There has been an increase in operational security, particularly over pictures, and that is primarily technology-driven. This is the back end of a tornado that I took from at the edge of the runway in September 2014. With a digital camera, that can be blown up to show all kinds of gadgetry on the aircraft, and with the right sort of camera, maybe what's in the hangars on the other side of the runway. If I took that 10 years ago on a wet film, then there wouldn't have been the resolution to it. So, does embedding work? Well, it depends who you ask. If you ask the media, I think, yeah, it works, you can make it work. If you ask media that were locked down and didn't get anything in the Iraq war, they'd say it doesn't work. Ask the military what they think. Well, actually, some military are really positive about it. They want you there, they want you to show how it is. Others think you're a nuisance, you get in the way. Actually, what they're probably a little concerned about is that you will see exactly how they operate, you will hold them to account. So, how do you make it work? Well, the key is how you as a journalist use your experience, instinct and skill to make it work. That it's not the only way to cover a war, but it is a realistic way of covering one aspect of a conflict. That's important, just one aspect. in answer to the earlier question, is embedding a way for the military to control and censor the media, or is it an unrivaled journalistic opportunity? Well, that is not only for you to decide, but you also, as journalists, have the power to define the answer to that question as an embed. So, I'm happy to take questions from anybody if anybody would like to ask anything from that, really. We've got a microphone coming around, so.
So you touched upon it briefly about the self-censorship. There you are in a position as an embed, and you're talking to a private about their experiences in a campaign, and they give you something that they probably shouldn't have. They're perhaps very naive, and it may compromise their security, or it may compromise their role and their job. So where does that leave you?
Okay, that leaves you making a multifaceted decision, really. That if he's just been saying something a little more than he should have done, or something you think, are you sure you really know that? You might question him again on it. If he is disclosing something that you think, this is a really good story, then actually you would almost respond in the same way that if you were chatting to a police officer in a pub and he told you something, you wouldn't go away and quote him about it. You would store it away and think, right, how am I going to use that information? Am I going to use that information? And when I come to be challenged on it, am I going to protect my source, for example? You would use it in that way, and you might actually not go and respond at it straight away, or in the embed scenario, you may follow it up when you get home, really. So sometimes it is a case that you're not going to land this lad in it because he might have no idea of what he said. Now, if it's a middle-ranking officer or something like that, then that's different. But you would look at that information and decide, make an informed decision about how to use it. And actually, as journalists, we hear snippets of information all the time and think that'll make a good story. We don't immediately rush to the phone or the laptop. We think, right, how are we going to build the story? So that's how you'd respond in that situation. Any other questions?
I suppose, interested to know, what were you genuinely fearful for your life at some point? I mean, you showed the picture of you in the blue, saying there could be a suicide bomber anywhere. Were there situations where you were genuinely...
I have been in situations where I've genuinely been fearful for my life. The first thing is you address that before you go out there. I have been in an experience where somebody was making I think from a BBC crew was making a documentary, and it was fine when it was all the build-up. As soon as it kicked off, they wanted out, sort of thing. You've got to address that before you go out there and be aware of all the dangers. There have been situations where, when you never know, like a few minutes earlier, before that picture was taken, you're walking through the medieval compounds in rural Afghanistan. You can look down a passageway and there's a guy on a mobile phone plotting the movement of the soldiers and passing. He might just be chatting to his mate, but I don't think he was chatting to his mate. I've been in situations like with the missiles coming over on the air bases. You, as you run into the air raid shelters, you can see the Patriot missiles intercepting the Scud missiles. You don't know where the pieces are going to fall, but if one doesn't intercept, where's it going to land? What's going to happen? I think probably the most frightening situation was totally unexpected, really. That this was in 2002, and there's a mine clearance operation. And I was sat on the back of an Army Land Rover with 3 or 4 soldiers. And in the distance, there was a guy walking to us laughing. And as he got closer, I realised that he got his arm out like that and he was holding a rocket-propelled grenade by its tip. So if it dropped, it would have just detonated. And he just kept walking towards us, and the soldiers asked him to stop. And he kept walking. And they shouted at him to stop, and he kept walking, and they lifted their weapons, and he kept walking, and they cocked their weapons, and he kept walking. And by that stage, it was, literally a few seconds away that he either walks towards us and drops it and blows a lot of people up, or they shoot him. But they shoot him where there is also people around, sort of thing. Thankfully, a village elder came in and just turned this guy around and, walked him back the other way. But there's scenarios like that you just don't expect. But also, when you're out on patrol, the guns open up and you just do not know who's firing at who. So it can be quite a confused scenario. So there are situations where, you just don't know what's going to happen. And
do you get training? Would the Eastern Daily Press train you before you go out for the first ever?
In the early days, there was very little training. It was what you picked up and learned from experience. One of the things that has changed now with embedding is that, before you could go on an embed in 2012, 13, 14, depending what you wanted to do, there were certain grades that you needed to. If you, like I went on an air base, that's fine. As long as you've got experience, you're staying within the wire. Yeah, it's potentially, there's always dangers, but you're not in the line of fire. But if you're going outside the wire, you need to have a week's sort of almost survival training. If like you're going up country here, as I did in 2007, now you would need probably 2 weeks survival training. Back then it was a little more, hit and miss really. A lot of it though is that you build up that experience and knowledge as you go along. It's acquired knowledge really. So, and yeah, it's dangerous, but people say, "Oh, you've got to be mad doing that sort of thing." It's really dangerous, and I just off at a tangent. I bought an electric guitar in January, and my kids have been taking the mickey out of me, saying, "Oh, you're having your midlife crisis," and I said, "Yeah, but I can't fall off an electric guitar. Dangerous to me is buying a Harley Davidson as your midlife crisis and falling off it. That's crazy, that is, sort of thing." So it's about your awareness of dangers and your awareness of your surroundings and what you're used to, really. And there's always the chance of the unexpected. But a lot of it is common sense, experience, and the way, your self-survival, really. So.
Thank you. We're going to hear more from Mark, I think, on the panel. But yeah, we've got time for another question there.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what was your inspiration for carrying out this particular type of journalism?
Okay, and another journalism lesson. If somebody says something to you, who's going to volunteer for this? Put your hand up, because you never know where it might lead. All the good things that have happened to me are when I volunteered for things. How I got into this was in 2001, the summer of 2001, when the world was a safe place, really, compared to what it is now. There was no 9/11 or anything. And the deputy editor of the paper says, "We need somebody to do a series of features about this RAF base." And I thought, okay, it's not going to be that exciting, else you would have been doing it, wouldn't you? He said, "Who's going to do it?" And I said, "I'll do it." And so I did do it, and actually it was more interesting than I thought it would be. And of course, when 9/11 happened, I was halfway up the road, that I'd got the contacts, I was got the knowledge, my interest had been aroused, and that's how I got into it, and I pursued it from there. So it was an element of right place, right time, and it was something that I wanted to do, because my previous life had been as a news editor, a newsroom manager, even editor of an evening newspaper, and I wanted to go back to, what I called frontline reporting. I didn't expect it to be really frontline, but I thought it would be good hard news reporting. Actually, if you want to do that sort of thing, it doesn't get any purer than, combat reporting, really. So.
In recent years, there's been a lot of coverage on how soldiers have trouble dealing with, psychological issues and mental health issues after the war. You yourself, or people you know in your line of work, have
okay, I don't, you know, my wife might say different, but I don't think I've had any mental health issues or anything like that. And sometimes you see quite graphic, quite explicit things and injuries and wounds. I don't think that it has left me with any lasting impact. You know, I've not been caught up in a full-scale firefight, a full-scale battle, maybe like sometimes a unilateral might be. Yeah, I've been in conflict zones where the life has been in danger. So I don't think I've come away with any permanent scarring or any, you know, psychological issues such as that. The thing is, as journalists, you know, we see lots of things as we go along. You know, for years you're sent to fires and road crashes and things like that, and you just sort of, for years, you know, I've been doing it for 30 years, and okay, times have changed, but actually it was just part of the job. That's what you saw, that's what you got on with it. You know, I feel maybe fortunate that I don't have, you know, I haven't had any lasting effects. There are things that leave you, and it's the unexpected that stays with you, that, you know, sometimes really upsets you. And one of the things was in Sangin in 2007, was with the army up country at a remote base, and there's 7 children brought in. And they'd been caught in a crossfire, and there was a doctor on site, and they were given first aid. None of the children were suffering life. They weren't killed, they weren't suffering life-changing injuries or anything like that. But they were cut, one of them had got bullet wounds. But the face that stayed with me was that I remember just walking by this child of 6 or 7 years old, and he was sat in the corner. He was totally unhurt physically, but the sheer look of terror on his face about what he had experienced, you know, that is an image that stays with me. And why it stays with me is because I looked at him and thought, my 7-year-old daughter is at home in a totally different world. And actually, sometimes, you know, you wouldn't wish what happened to him on anybody, but actually the fact that you've got that channel that can ground you in that and relate to it adds an extra dimension to what you're doing.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have there and plenty more opportunity for questions during the panel. But so, Mark, I'd just like to say thank you very much for coming along and sharing your experiences.
to 9 this morning.
Oxford University lecturer, but also somebody with an incredibly impressive career to be telling about for the next hour. Simon.
Thank you, Jude. Afternoon, everybody. Happy Trump Day. Did we all stay up? Mm. I didn't. I went to bed. I went to bed at 11 and I woke up at 3 and that was that. And it was just extraordinary. Anyway, as Jude says, we were colleagues at London Metropolitan last year, but for longer than I care to admit, that was my home. And what I'm going to try to do is give you some idea of what it's like when you are dealing with huge breaking news stories on a live TV network. Unlike Mark, I've not been shot at a lot. I do it all from inside, but it feels like you're under fire, let me tell you. I'm going to try and talk you through the decisions that I had to make, that the team had to make, the emotions that we all felt, both in the studio, and I have been shot at, but only once. But you are going to do most of the work. Oh, yes. It's a question and answer session, apparently, or Q&A, which for me stands for question and argue. Some of the stories I'm going to talk to you about, we so didn't get right. You can tell me how we could have improved the coverage, perhaps. So that's where I worked, very briefly. That's the studio, which you, I hope, have seen on more than one occasion. The camera's on little railway tracks, which often go wrong. And La Bruce, as she's known, in the corner. The next couple of pictures are from an exhibition called 1 Minute to Air. And it does what it says on the tin. And that's the lovely Julian Warwicker, who is not a household name, but one of the calmest, kindest presenters you could meet. Looking a little bit quizzical. It's 1 minute to air, so there's a lot of last-minute stuff going on. Last-minute instructions, last-minute bits of makeup, and I'm not saying that he is one of the kindest presenters to make a contrast with him. I think that was put on, actually. I think that he is super calm. He, as you may or may not know, is in Washington at the moment, reporting on Brexit plus. And that's me. And Matthew, who's organised this whole thing, is he here? No, but well done, Matthew. That's one of his best friends who used to work for me. Anyway. Not Matthew. Oh, it was going so well, wasn't it? I'll go. I want to start, if I may, with the biggest story I think I've ever covered. September the 11th, 2001. You were all alive? Just? Jude, be quiet. Yes, everybody alive, but probably too young to remember it? Do you remember anything? Does anybody remember anything about it? Tell me. You're allowed. You're allowed.
Newspaper where I worked, and a man come in to talk about the Keep Bath Tidy group, and I looked at everybody else around the screen, and I said, "Sorry, mate, there's something far more interesting going on with the Keep Bath Tidy group. I've got to go."
Well, I remember bits of it. You can imagine, like it was yesterday. It was a very, very humdrum day. My job at the time was to look after the morning output on News 24, now the BBC News Channel. So I was on air at 8:30, off air at 2 o'clock. The big story of the day was Tony Blair was due to speak to the TUC. I don't think his speech actually got on the air. It was the end of my time. I've been in the office since 6:15, on the air since 8:30, and we have at the BBC a person whose job is called picture producer. Does what it says on the tin, looks at the incoming pictures and says, "Are you interested in that?" And he said, "I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I think a light aircraft has crashed into one of the Twin Towers." And that's the wrong picture. And we didn't have that picture, but we did have, thanks to American ABC television, a locked-off shot, you know, familiar with that term? An absolutely fixed camera, no moving, no zooming, no panning, no nothing, from a very, very long way away of both the twin towers. And so you see smoke coming out of the towers. This happened just after 1:45, and we had no, nearly used a rude word, idea what was going on at all. We went to the pictures live very soon afterwards, and at 2:03 live, that happened. And if you, I haven't brought the video with me today. I've got a video of another big story. If you listen to the presenters as this happens, they are totally oblivious to what's going on, because it was out with the experience that any of us had ever had, and we're in the newsroom at this time saying, what's going on? That shot explains it beautifully. The picture we had live from ABC had the two towers kind of in front of one another. So we couldn't see the flames coming out of the first tower and then the flames coming out lower down in the second tower. And we're going, is that a replay? Are they playing the first crash again? And it just took off from there. It's making the hair on my arm stand up telling you about it. Just more and more breaking news. The third plane crashing into the Pentagon, another plane coming down in a field in Pennsylvania where the passengers tried to take back the cockpit from the hijackers. It was overwhelming, utterly overwhelming. We didn't know what was going on. It was fairly clear fairly quickly that it was terrorism. America went into complete lockdown. All the flights in the States that weren't in the air were grounded. All the transatlantic flights from London were grounded. And I have to say, I found myself looking out of the window at Television Centre. The sky was as blue in London as it was in New York, thinking, is there a plane coming towards us? It was absolutely terrifying. But the entire team just sort of adrenaline kicked in, instinct kicked in, training kicked in, and we got on with the job. And the job was to try and explain to the audience what the hell was going on. So it's your turn. We've got microphones, haven't we? What did we need to do most of all under these circumstances? Anybody? Join in. Sir?
Set the tone.
That's a very good response, yes. Set the tone, be factual. Try and be rational and reasonable, not be hysterical. What we had to do was to tell the audience what we knew, and we had to tell the audience what we didn't know. And the former was rather shorter than the latter, I have to say. We still, even though we had seen a passenger jet live crashing into the second tower, it was at least an hour before we knew that 4 planes had been hijacked and they were coming down all over the east coast of America. You can't over-speculate, but when you've got so few facts, you have to indulge in some speculation. We had one reporter who was in one of the towers down near the bottom when the plane hit, and he gave a pretty good harrowing eyewitness account. You also have to tell the audience what you don't know. Who was behind it? How many people were in the towers? And then, we are live on these pictures. This is the BBC, remember. Suddenly the production gallery is full of suits. The Director General was in there, as I remember. Everybody is going, what's going on? And we then found ourselves in the middle of a classic BBC dilemma. What was going on with all the people below the impact were being told to get the hell out, yes? What was going on with the people above? Anybody? They were jumping off. And nothing as dramatic as that. These were stills from later. But if you looked at our live coverage of these 2 buildings in the distance, you could see tiny little dots falling through the sky, which we didn't, I'll be honest, I didn't notice at the time. I was slightly preoccupied with everything else that was going on. The BBC has a policy which is breakable in some instances of not showing the moment of death. Okay? So take the Paris attacks on the Charlie Hebdo offices. We've got pictures of one of the attackers gets a policeman on the ground, and the policeman's saying something like, "Please don't kill me," and straight in the head. And the BBC did not show that. Why not? Distressing, gratuitous, etc. There was the briefest of debates in the newsroom with, how do I put this? Representatives of the cautious wing of the suit saying there are people dying now. Should we really be on these pictures? And there was the journalists on the other side saying, this is the biggest story we've ever covered. We cannot come off the live pictures. Now, were we right? Should we have thought about these little tiny dots that are coming down 30, 40, 50 floors and just onto the streets? Should we have stopped running the live coverage? Hands up. Who thinks we should have pulled away out of respect for the victims, the families, anything? 1, 2. Who thinks we should have carried on? Well, we did. So thank you for the vote of support. It then just got worse and worse. One after the other, the towers collapsed. Well, that was clearly the moment that hundreds of people died all at the same time because they're still trapped in the towers. New York, never the same. Frankly, the world, never the same. It was harrowing, and it was only really when I got home, about 15 hours after I'd started, that it just started to hit home, and I got quite shaky, actually. Not like Mark being shot at. I wasn't in any personal danger, but the images were so shocking, and the size of the story was so enormous that, frankly, the world changed. Would we do it the same now in 2016 as we did in 15 years ago? Almost certainly not. In those days, citizen journalism, which you're all journalists on your mobiles, you're all camera crews, was still in its infancy. There was not so much UGC. Familiar with UGC? User-generated content. It's what Joe Public films on his smartphone. And we didn't have nearly as much of that as we would today. But what would we have done different? I think we would have brought in the heavyweight presenters. We carried on the news channel, as it was once described, the little watched and unloved BBC News channel. It was the coming of age, really, for the channel. But I think we would have wheeled in Hugh Edwards a bit earlier than we did. But that's the story of September the 11th. And I'm going to stop for a second for questions if you have any, but then we're going to move on to another story that you might remember a bit of. Anyone want to say anything about September the 11th? All good? Yes? Good. Right. Wind forward. 4 years. July the 7th, 2005. Please say you remember that. Yeah? Yeah. Yes. Yes, Jude. How old would you have been? 8. You're between 10. Is that about right? 8, 10. Who was living in London at the time? Hands up. Nobody. What? 2, 3. Okay. This was something that I was totally responsible for, and I got into trouble for it. And I will explain why. July the 7th, 2005 was the day after London had won the bid for the 2012 Olympics. So everybody was very, very happy. We had camera crews out at Stratford Station on the Central Line. You know about the Tube? I don't have to explain the Tube, do I? You know, the underground, lots of 4 bombs and blah. We had an outside broadcast unit, a truck and a correspondent getting reactions of happy Londoners to the news that London had won the bid, and we were aware they were going to build the Olympic Stadium, so we had a camera crew out. I'm going to show you a very, very short video. What I'd like you to try and do is keep your eye on, when it appears, the clock on the bottom left-hand side, just so you get the feeling of how fast things were moving and how little we actually knew. So with any luck, this will play. Shall I make it big? So...
There was a report of a bang at about 10 to 9 this morning, a loud bang on the Metropolitan line between Aldgate and Liverpool Street Station.
Stratford Station, we understand, is closed. It's just a few stops down on the Central Line from Liverpool Street, but obviously, very quickly, whatever's happened at Liverpool Street is having a knock-on effect down the line.
London Underground have just in the last couple of minutes said that there appears to have been another incident at Edgware Road Station in northwest London.
Blackened faces, and in some cases I saw head wounds. In fact, I've just seen one young man who was being treated, had a huge bandage put around his head.
We can see a number of helicopters hovering over Liverpool Street Station. The emergency helicopter from the Royal London Hospital has been scrambled.
What you can see at Liverpool Street at the moment is the police are clearing the front of Liverpool Street Station as best they can. There seems to be ambulances services and what looks like bomb squad officers around. The police are actually saying nothing about what has happened here at the moment, but they are classing it as a major incident and telling me that all tube stations in London are now shut.
We just pulled away from King's Cross train station, and then there was a loud bang in the tunnel, and then the train just stopped, and then all of a sudden it's just filled with like black gassy smoke.
I've just seen one man, his face black with grime. He was too upset to talk about what had happened.
Clearly there is concern about what might lie behind this. A huge emergency operation underway. We're now hearing reports that a bus has been ripped apart in an explosion in central London. That is according to an eyewitness.
Clearly destroyed by a bomb, and there are at least 1 or 2 fatalities laid out on the pavement.
There was a big flash, a loud bang, lots of smoke, and there's a train on the other track that stopped as well, lots of screaming.
I think we can actually now see some of the first pictures from the scene. We have had confirmation of an explosion on the bus. You can see the emergency services there. We were just hearing there from an eyewitness who heard this very loud explosion. Clearly, the emergency services at the scene, hugely overstretched, of course, because of these incidents right across central London this morning.
Health services are in support to deal with the terrible injuries that there have been, and I want to express sympathy on behalf of the whole government.
We heard the explosion, turned around immediately and saw the bus just go straight up, the whole top of the bus, everything.
A series of very short messages at the moment that we need to give. The first is to stay where you are. All of London's transport is currently disabled or stopped, whether that's buses or trains. So the safest thing that everybody can do is to stay where they are.
If I stand aside, you can probably see one of the air ambulances landing on the roof. That's been a very familiar scene throughout the morning, as well as casualties have been ferried here. This is one of the major hospitals in East London. It's very close to Aldgate East. It's also very close to Liverpool Street.
Just smoke everywhere. In the tunnel, we was trying to close the doors because there was just smoke, you couldn't breathe.
It's just like a disaster movie. You just can't ever imagine being somewhere like that, you know? Just, you know, you're just wanting to get out.
Traces of explosives have been found at 2 of the blast sites.
And they're pictures from members of the public from inside the underground system as people were being escorted away from their trains and out to safety.
People started to scream because there was a burning smell, and everyone, to cut a long story short, thought they were going to die. People started saying prayers, praying to God, panicking, breaking the carriage windows with their bare hands, anything to get oxygen into the carriage.
So, that was the day of July the 7th. It was, for me, almost worse than 9/11 because we got into trouble. Would anybody like to tell me why we got into trouble? No. Shall I tell you? Yes. Jude.
I'm not sure. Show the bus?
I got actually that's something I wanted to talk about a bit later.
Sorry, just looking back at the footage.
Yes, there are dead people on the bus.
Yeah, just look. I would we're just watching that now. I'm just remembering. I had a friend who worked in a building near Stop Square, and he heard. That was the time he used to be working. It was just really upsetting just remembering it. But the way that the news progressed, so I just remember this in the compulsive about watching live news and. How kind of maybe if you linger too long on certain shots, is that do you get into trouble for kind of feeding a sort of compulsion to look at these things and find out things from it?
Yes.
It's not the bus then, is it?
No, but she's right as ever. You want to listen to this girl because she knows her stuff. We got into trouble after the event because, if anything, I was too cautious, and it was very, very clear very quickly. The first reporter that you heard on the phone from the station saying blackened faces, yeah, to me that meant this is more than what the transport police were saying was a power surge. This was an explosion. This was a bomb. But it's weird. I was feeling enormous responsibility because. By this time, by 2005, the news channel, News 24 as was a respected source of information. It was the market leader. It had overtaken Sky News, blah, blah, end of commercial. And it was apparent to me, and as soon as we realised that it wasn't just a power surge that had caused some sort of short circuit, they simulcast the news channel on BBC One. So I was kind of aware that a lot of London and quite a lot of the country was watching what I was telling them. And I felt this enormous sense of responsibility, and I felt the need to be totally sober and totally calm and totally objective and not hysterical at all. So I was in the ear of the presenters so much, telling them to sort of slow it down, calm it down. And we got into trouble because I can't show it to you now, but there's a thing that goes along the bottom of the screen called the ticker. And the person who was one journalist, who was compiling the ticker, was so overwhelmed with all the information coming in that he or she, and I won't say which, left the sentence, British Transport Police say a power surge caused the explosions, even when we knew that it was terrorism. So the BBC was criticised I was criticised by my own boss for being slow to get off the power surge line onto the terrorism line. That's the first of three criticisms. The second is something that really, really changed the way that the BBC newsroom worked. We were totally and utterly overwhelmed by UGC, and we were not prepared for it. We're now 2005. 2001, people filming mobile phones. You've all seen the picture of the miracle on the Hudson, yeah? The Twitter photo of the plane that lands in the water and whoomph. Well, by 2005, a lot of people had their mobile phones. You saw in that little excerpt there was a still from inside the tunnels. There was moving pictures. But when it was all coming in at 10, 11 and 12 o'clock, we weren't able to cope with it. There was so much that we were just completely swamped. And we couldn't make the best of it. We were still, if you like, I'm being self-critical, but we were still sticking to traditional forms of information. So it was the press association, it was ringing the transport police, it was ringing the emergency services. It was very, very early on. Did you clock the guy who said, "I'm standing outside Liverpool Street Station"? Did you clock him? He's Paul Lambert, otherwise known as Gobby. He's was a BBC Westminster producer, and he is famous as being the chief shouter. So he would be the one standing in Downing Street saying, "Is this a complete farce, Chancellor?" And he is a bloody good journalist. He slightly spoilt it because he went off to be UKIP's chief press officer. But he was the first to... Mark Easton said blackened faces made me think this has got to be a bomb, but I wasn't going to say it's officially a bomb until somebody official told me it was a bomb. Paul Lambert was saying bomb squad officers all over the shop. So we knew what we were dealing with, but I felt this restraint on me. Does that kind of make sense? That I was feeling so responsible. The thing that Jude has mentioned, there was one shot. I've broken the machine. No, that's because I'm pressing the wrong button. There was one shot that we used as a float. And a float is moving pictures that you use to illustrate a live interview. So you've got your eyewitness and some recorded pictures that have come in. You run them because they're really, really good. And it was ambulances everywhere, and it was somebody being shuffled, a walking wounded being shuffled past in all the silver stuff they put on you when you're injured. And what I didn't notice was that as the camera followed the shuffler, forgive me, it goes past the open door of an ambulance. And inside the ambulance, there's that going on. And somebody is being given CPR, and we don't know whether they lived or died. And it could have been the moment that somebody died. Now, if that had been a live shot, no questions would have been asked. But the fact that we ran it several times, again, got me into trouble. This is the sort of nitty-gritty of the stuff that you deal with when you're doing rolling news. And I think that's probably enough of 7/7. Any questions about 7/7? Anybody? Any comments about 7/7? Anybody?
I suppose, Simon, I'm quite interested I'm quite interested to hear how restrictive you feel it is as a journalist. I mean, it's the BBC sort of second sourcing policy, isn't it? Which often means that it's not first with the news in an era where being first with the news is prized.
Yes.
So Sky News, their unofficial slogan, never wrong for long.
You've just stolen my gag.
I'm terribly sorry. How restrictive it actually feels to be part of the BBC, or if you're proud of the fact that you've got this...
I used to describe to my producers that there is a kind of spectrum of speed. If you think that there is speed versus accuracy, there is a spectrum of speed at one end and total accuracy at the other. And right at the very, very cautious end is the BBC World Service Radio, which generally still requires two sources, two wire copy sources or official sources before it will report a story. At the other end, you've actually gone way beyond Sky to websites, blogs that frankly make stuff up, but of the relatively respected broadcasters. Sky is at the more trigger-happy end. And I spent, I have to say, a lot of my time trying to move, reasonably successfully, bar on 7/7, the BBC in the direction of report it, attribute it, say we're not absolutely certain about it, but we're checking it out as quickly as we can, and we've got people on the phone and blah and blah. So the BBC, I had a number of bosses who would say to me, it's better to be second and right. And I would say, I want to be first and right. So I would try and report things and sometimes get into trouble with my bosses. But if you attribute it carefully enough, then you say it's not confirmed. There was a point at which Ian Blair, the Met Police Commissioner, is that me doing that? We reported on 7/7 that there had been 6 explosions. And the reason we reported there had been 6 explosions was the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police had come on the air live, the bit where he said, stay in your home, don't move, hide under the kitchen table. He had said there had been 6 explosions. And it was very, very simple why they thought there had been 6. 2 of them were close enough to a station for people to say, bang, that's Edgware Road, bang, that's Liverpool Street. 2 were slap bang in between 2 stations. And in the confusion, people heard a huge bang at this station and a huge bang at that station and put 1 and 0 together and made 2. So we were reporting briefly that there were 6 explosions. It's been justified by people with bigger brains than me in more recent times as the unfolding truth. And what you have to have in your head when you're covering a massive breaking story is tell the audience what you know, as I've said, tell them what you don't know, and keep repeating the key facts, because people are switching on all the time. It's not like the 6 o'clock news or the 10 o'clock news, which is kind of appointment to view. You sit down and you're watching the telly. People are coming and going all the time. That's why you have the straps on the screen. That's why you have the ticker that keeps people up to date. But if you're on a rolling story, you just have to keep repeating what you know, updating whenever you can, because people are coming in the whole time. I've got a couple of examples of other stories that were pretty damn big at the time, I have to say. Can anybody tell? Jude, be quiet. Mark, be quiet. Any of you callow youths, sir? That's the Lockerbie bombing, which is well before you were born. It was well before, frankly, mobile phones in those days were bloody great bricks. And it happened on December the 21st, 1988. Why do I know it's December the 21st? Because it's my birthday. And I was rung in a restaurant by my boss, who'd rung the babysitter, who'd got hold of me, and 40 minutes after the phone call, I was on an aeroplane to Lockerbie. A plane had come down in a field, we had no bloody idea why, and there was me on my way on another plane to Lockerbie. And the thing I remember, and I'm sorry if it's going to upset you, but the thing I remember is I had to try and get reaction. I was reasonably junior producer, and I had to go door knocking on the streets of Lockerbie. And presumably you all know about door knocking and the bereaved and all that sort of stuff. What was different about this was I was walking down the high street in Lockerbie, very aware that I'm treading on body parts and I'm sort of squishing and I'm not daring look down. It was absolutely awful. Awful. And I have to say, I failed completely to get anybody to talk to the BBC. They just shut their doors. They didn't want to know. And you can't blame them. It was so shocking. This was, 99% sure, this was Libyan terrorists who'd blown up an American plane, Pan Am. And it was the biggest loss of life in a terrorist act on the UK. Looking at the grown-ups. Yes? It's not all totally miserable. Oh, yes, it is. That's the... okay. Chap with the red hair, go on, you know. You know.
That's the
Oh, you see? He's good. He's good. Right. This was when the IRA, which you will have learnt about in history, if not in politics, tried to blow up Margaret Thatcher and her entire cabinet. The only reason that I've put this there is to tell you, I'm trying to give you a flavour of what it's like to cover the big breaking stories. This was before the days of rolling news, so there were bulletins. And the only reason I'm telling you is that I was sleeping in the hotel, not here, but 2 doors down, and I slept straight through it. And my boss at the time rang me, 3 o'clock in the morning. God, I will never forget the words he said. He said, for you young ones, Tebbit, Norman Tebbit, trade secretary, famous for saying when my father was unemployed or grandfather, he got on his bike and looked for work. So he was known as the Chingford Skinhead, but he was trade secretary. And my boss said, "Bomb at the Grand, Tebbit dead, can you come to the office?" Because he was very, very badly injured. And because it was the last night of all the conferences, and I thought he was having a joke. I've never got dressed quite so quickly in my life, but before I legged it to the office, I thought, he's winding me up. I'll just look out the window to see if there's any blue flashing. And there were 1 or 2 blue flashing lights in front of there. So that's my memory of that. It isn't so bad. That was a nice story to cover. That was great. That was where I got shot at by the South African riot police in Cape Town Square, waiting for Mandela to make a speech that was delayed by about 6 hours. So everybody was getting very hot and bothered, and a bit of looting started, and the riot police arrived and started spraying grape shot at everybody. And then the other one, not you, Mr. Redhead, somebody else, not a grown-up. What's that? Sir? That's the Berlin Wall coming down, which was 27 years ago today. It's the Berlin Wall came down. And the thing that really, really struck me, I was working on the breakfast programme, so I wasn't there that night, I got there the next day. But the holes in the Berlin Wall were still so new. And the thing that I will remember for the rest of my life is East Germans pouring through the gaps in the wall, coming into West Germany and going... And they'd stop at a greengrocer's and they would just stare at the tangerines because they'd never seen fruit in East Germany. It was extraordinary. It really struck me. I haven't got long. Another nasty one. I'm not going to play you the videos, but this involved a lot of agonising on the part of the BBC, as you can imagine. Do you remember these? These were the ISIS beheading videos from the summer before last. ISIS captured Western hostages. I think that's James Foley. He's American. He was the first one to be beheaded. And every couple of weeks over the summer of 2014, they would put out these very, very well-produced, glossy videos that involved, what's he called? Jihadi John. Or Mohammed Mwazi. Anyway, he's dead now. He would say something, the victim would say something, and there was, you can imagine that the cartwheels that the BBC went through in deciding what of these videos to show. And as time went on, and more of them came in, it was awful. That summer, you'd be working a weekend, you'd be working a late shift, and you'd just wait for the next ISIS video to drop. And I was unlucky enough to be in charge on the day the first British hostage was killed. What do you think, this is where you do some work, what do you think was acceptable to show? All right, make it easy. What was not acceptable to show? I'm going to show you a picture that you might find distressing, so if you want to look away now. It's not that big, but it is. Do you want to not look? Do you want me not to show it? Do it. Do it. So that's the... I had to watch the whole of the video, including the bit where he chopped his head off and puts it on his back. Clearly, I wasn't going to show that on BBC News. We didn't show any moving pictures. We showed a still of sort of that first quarter screen. In fact, I can go back. We showed that still. I think we even blurred, which I thought was a bit over the top, blurred the knife in Jihadi John's hand. We played audio only of the propaganda speech by Jihadi John. Why? Because we were going, oh my God, he's British. And this was only the second possibly the third video, and it was now apparent. Speech analysts had worked out that, this was a British ISIS recruit. As more and more of these videos came in, we played less and less and less. Why? Because we didn't want to give them the publicity that they clearly craved.
I'm going to ask you a question, Simon. What is it like if they are using you as an agent of their propaganda?
Yes.
You're part of their propaganda machine.
Absolutely.
When 9/11 happened, obviously the people behind that knew that international media, the way it was changing, could propagate fear, hatred, different messages. And when the Paris attacks happened on a Friday night, and I know I was at a gig in London, and friends were kind of just sitting at home, and that was what we were watching on Friday night, was that attack on the Vatican Club, and around there unfolding. Surely sometimes you just think, I don't show anything. I know you have to show something, you're a journalist, as part of what you're doing, but it must be very... What does it feel like when you know that if you show stuff, you're helping the people who are doing these things?
Doesn't she ask good questions?
It's a bit rambling.
Bit long. I had the luxury of not being the Director General. And so even though I was in charge on a weekend or the morning of 7/7 or whatever it might be, it's the BBC, there is a raft of bosses above my head. And it was great that they would be the ones who would worry, and they would be the ones who would try and restrict me. I was completely aware. Obviously, we are almost acting as an ISIS propaganda tool, but the strength of the story was so strong. Excuse me, somebody's just had his head chopped off in the middle of a Syrian desert by a British bloke using a penknife. It's sort of equivalent to, were we going to stop showing the Twin Towers ablaze because little people, they were human beings, for Christ's sake, but people were jumping out. No, we weren't. The news imperative outweighed the wish not to be used as a propaganda tool. But what we didn't show was any of the moving pictures of the video. We didn't show the victim, in this case David Haynes, making a speech, clearly under duress. Why didn't we? He was under duress. It would be super distressing to the family. I'm not going to play it to you because I haven't got time, but there's the piece that we ran the following night. We explained in the introduction that we're not going to run any moving pictures, but we are going to show a still, which you might find distressing, and we played a little clip of the voice of Jihadi John. As these videos became more and more the norm, depressing norm, less and less got on the telly. Because the news value of them was starting to go down. It's a bit like dog bites man, man bites dog sort of thing. It sounds so callous and crass, but, we'd seen these 5, 6, 7 times before this summer. So the news value wasn't quite as strong. Clearly, if there was, for the British Broadcasting Corporation, if there was a British hostage, it ramped it back up. But the wish not to be seen as a propagandist came to the fore.
What was the impact on the journalists and yourself who were viewing those images, those raw images?
That's a very good question.
What is palatable?
This one, the picture editor was a really, really good, solid, reliable. He'd been picture editing. He'd been out in the field and picture edited in war zones. He'd seen lots of nasty stuff. He'd seen it. I had to view it, and he said, "You know what I'm going to do? Because it is distressing." I said, "I know it's going to be distressing." I'd seen a bit on I think YouTube actually, but then it got stopped. He shrank in the edit suite. He shrank the picture down to a little postage stamp in the corner, so I could see it, but it wasn't right in my face. And I found it very, very gory. And I was upset that night. And there are people who have been diagnosed with, I always get the initials wrong, PTSD, who have been picture producers, who've just been looking at the pictures coming in. You don't actually have to have been in the place. If you see enough body parts and drowned 3-year-old Turkish boys on beaches, etc., etc., it starts to get to you. So what was the impact on me? I found it quite upsetting, but I knew I had to do it. And it's very, very odd. When you become journalists, you will feel, as you go out into the world, that you've got this kind of Clark Kent force field around you. And, it's a cliche, sort of out of my way, I'm from the BBC. But there is a kind of, you're doing a professional job. You have that kind of professional protection. It's not real, but you feel it. I've got a minute left. I want to show you something that's not quite so depressing. Yes?
I know with other BBC shows, like Crime Watch and things like that, after they cover quite a big story, they have some, like producers would have some time off afterwards because they're, so dramatic and so horrifying. I was just wondering, how, if you had some time off after dealing with something that serious, or is it just you have to carry on just because part of your job?
If you're in the field, they give you what's called R&R. You often work. You'll know you work day, night, and the next day. You work 72 hours on the trot. So then you just need some time to just flop. One of my jobs was to ask people who were in the newsroom and they'd been looking at very distressing images or covering a really distressing story. For sometimes it's a court case, the Baby P case. Somebody who had been sitting in court week after week after week. He was off sick for a long time because he'd just heard such distressing evidence. So one of my jobs as a manager was to look after the journalist, say, are you all right? Is everything okay? Do you want to talk about it? Sort of, the pastoral care side of management. And it's not just when you're actually in a battle zone. It is as bad as just looking at the pictures. Can I cheer you up? I'll try. Has anybody seen Bridget Jones's Baby? Hands up. Good. I'm delighted to report that in a very, very small way, I am responsible for one of the plot lines in Bridget Jones's Baby. Do you remember the bit in Bridget Jones's Baby where they are trying to quiz some vicious Eastern dictator? And they ask him all these difficult questions, yes? And then they look up to the control room and there's the dictator, and who's sitting on the set? The chauffeur. Yes? Right. There is a chap called Guy Gomer. Has anyone heard of him? Yes? This was me. And I love the way that somebody has put this together. So, greatest case of mistaken identity. He wasn't a taxi driver, as people have accused him of being. He was there for a job. He was there for a job interview. He was there for an interview. Not this interview. Have you seen this? It's great. Bless him.
So what does this all mean for the industry and the growth of music online? Well, Guy Cooney is the editor of the technology website News Wireless. Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Were you surprised by this verdict today?
I'm very surprised to see this verdict to come on me, because I was not expecting that. When I came, they told me something else, and I'm coming. You got an interview there, so it's a big surprise anyway.
A big surprise.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah. With regards to the cost that's involved, do you think now more people will be downloading online?
Actually, if you can go everywhere, you're gonna see. Look.
Right, that's enough embarrassment. Yeah, I will play the rest. What do you think the editor was saying at this time? Shall I tell you? Am I allowed to use a rude word? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Get him off. The presenter, who has been pilloried for this, had got a message to me just before he went on the air saying, God, talk about understatement. He doesn't appear very confident.
Why didn't we get him off? 2 reasons. This was the business slot at around 1:45, and the reporter at the court where this very, very complicated copyright case between Apple and Apple that you've never heard of, who published the Beatles, had ended, and we needed our correspondent at the court case to explain what was going on, and then this technology expert was going to talk about the implications. And, of course, the live link to the court didn't work. We could see him, but we couldn't hear him. He couldn't hear us. We couldn't get the comms fixed. I couldn't go back to the main news presenter. Why not? You won't guess. Because he was in the toilet. So thus, broadcasting cock-ups are made. And what's even worse is that the producer of the business slot, who hadn't planned this interview, so he sort of picked it up on the morning, you have a planning team and an on-the-day team, and he'd done a little bit of research, and he'd looked up the right guy, this is the wrong guy, this technology music expert, and he'd gone onto his website where he had seen a picture of a red-headed, skinny, bearded white chap. He went down to reception and came back with him. Go figure. I mean, it was just the most extraordinary. And he really did have his 15 minutes of fame. He was on Good Morning Britain, and he didn't get the job, which is so unfair. He bless him. He probably thought he comes from the Congo. He was there for a job as a data cleanser, which I think just means wiping computer disks or something. Shall I play you the rest? So this is why it carried on, because we had nothing else to go to.
People downloading to the internet and the website, everything they want. But I think it's much better for the development and to improve people what they want and to get on the easy way and so fast everything they're looking for.
This does really seem to be the way the music industry is progressing now, that people want to go onto the website and download music.
This is 10 years ago.
You can go everywhere on the cyber cafe and you can check.
Cyber cafe?
You can go easy. It's going to be very easy way for everyone to get something to the internet.
Thank you, thanks very much indeed. I think we can now also speak to...
Bless his cotton socks. And they were going to make a movie out of it. Who was going to play me? George Clooney, obviously. I'm done. Thank you for listening. What happens now?
Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought I should stop.
You've obviously been a part of some of the biggest stories out there, but what would you say is the hardest part of your job when doing this news stories?
I think this is going to surprise you. One of the hardest parts of the job day to day on normal stories is fighting other parts of the BBC for resources. Because everybody's got a mobile, but there are not enough camera crews and satellite trucks and reporters to cover every story. And the BBC, frankly, rightly, has put a lot of eggs in the basket of the 10 o'clock news or the BBC News at 10 and the Today programme, the kind of flagships. So you spend a lot of your time fighting to get kit and personnel to the scene of a story. And on a day-to-day basis, clearly not 9/11, clearly not 7/7, News Gathering did a fantastic job. You saw, within an hour, we had camera crews all over the place. And imagine, London was practically gridlocked. And the BBC headquarters were at Television Centre, sort of 6 miles away from Edgware Road. So, it was brilliant that they did it. But one of the most difficult parts is fighting to get the coverage and the resources that you need. Is that a reasonable answer? Yeah. It's not quite as kind of ethical or basic, but I'm afraid that's what I feel.
And we've actually got a panel following straight after this. Simon, Mark and our own Paul Wiltshire to talk about breaking news and how stories develop. So probably best if we move on to that stage, as we're grateful that Mark's driven all the way from the other side of the country to be with us today. So we'll just take 5 minutes while we set that up. Don't go anywhere, because I found this absolutely fascinating, the last 2 sessions that we've done. So I'm looking forward to hearing all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just pull the leads out?
So I didn't mean that the flippant way, but we'll try and draw some of those themes together. So for the next sort of 3/4 an hour, talk a bit about some of the practicalities and ethics of breaking news, live coverage in difficult circumstances and things like that. I thought it might be a good place to start would be last night. I didn't stay up for all of it. You didn't stay up for all of it. Probably wise. Did you? How much did you see? Much of it or not? No. Brilliant. So
I woke up at 3, and the trusty tablet said Trump is leading in crucial states. So that was it.
I just wonder whether you've got any thoughts on where that leaves kind of journalism, really, how the coverage went over the weeks and perhaps a bit of last night, particularly in the era of what we might call post-truth politics, where I think there's a sort of theme, there's obviously parallels, as you alluded to, between Brexit and Brexit plus, and where sort of journalism fits in an era when perhaps impressions and emotions are more important than facts.
Yes, if I was working for CNN this morning, I would be a bit worried. I think not as worried as I would be if I was living in Ukraine or any of the Baltic states, but he, the president-elect, has such a anti-media agenda that I think it's going to be tough. I think, I mean, if I can branch out just a tiny bit, this to me was a complete screw you vote. Just like Brexit was a screw you Westminster, this was a screw you Washington. This was the disaffected, generally white, generally relatively ill-educated, generally unskilled, saying, plague on all your houses. You know, the two most unpopular presidential candidates in American history. But he's got such a down on the media. Maybe that will change now he's kind of the most powerful man in the world. His speech this morning was, I was saying to Jude earlier, it's kind of Diplo Donald. Did we hear him? Did anyone hear him talking this morning? Paying tribute to Secretary Clinton. And we should all pay tribute to the enormous amount of work. You know, he sounded really, really reasonable. Yeah. And then the Today programme had somebody on immediately afterwards to say, I don't believe a word of it. So we are really, really entering uncharted territory. God knows what's going to happen.
In the aftermath of Brexit, Mark, there was some very disconsolate friends and journalists, but actually, and I was trying to say to them, no matter what you may feel about the politics of this, what a fantastic time to be a journalist. Yes. Do you think that, I mean, and again now, with Trump in charge, you know, in the most bizarre circumstances, extraordinary times, is that a fantastic time to be a journalist?
Well, I think it's a fantastic time to be a journalist anyway. It's what we do. What I'm thinking is that Brexit and the US election, where that has damaged journalism is that, on the morning of June the 24th, on this morning, the world woke up thinking, I didn't see that coming. Mm-hmm. And why they woke up and thought, I didn't see that coming, is because we swallowed all the punditry and the analysis, and boy, we got it wrong, not once, twice. And I think that we've got to, within journalism, I've actually got to think a little bit more about how analysis and forecasting and things like that. Otherwise, our credibility is going to go out the window, because the nation's going to be thinking, well, they got Brexit wrong, they got the US election wrong,
got 2015 election wrong.
Exactly. So, okay, it's not necessarily.
Can't we blame the pollsters? It's not our fault, it's the pollsters.
But a lot of them are being probably commissioned by media outlets or things like that. But we've got to have a look at that. But it is a fantastic time to be a journalist. And one of just looking at the basics of journalism, the appeal to me and most journalists is that the unexpected can always happen. That's the exciting thing. Whether when the phone rings, who's on the other end of it or something, well, you know, it just shows that in the world of politics, the unexpected can and will happen.
Mark touched on that punditry aspect there. And I suppose one of the saddest things I heard after Brexit was a very young reporter who I've mentored for some time saying, I think she said on Facebook, I don't know anybody who voted for Brexit. Do you think, in terms of the people that we get involved in broadcasting and get involved in journal and we speak to for stories, actually we are in a very protected straitjacket?
Absolutely right. It made me think that the broadcasters, the papers have just not quite got it right. That there is, you know, I am, ashamed to admit it, part of the kind of liberal London intelligentsia chattering classes. Yes, guilty.
I think most people in this room are, to be fair.
I was actually at another university yesterday, and I asked them how they voted, and there were a couple of Brexiters, but I would sort of expect that the people that the media just don't reach are the ones who probably don't answer the pollsters either truthfully. You remember the shy Tories? The shy Tories in 92. Major was not expected to win. People didn't admit that they were going to vote Conservative, and they voted Conservative. And the equivalent from last night, forgive me, is the silent trumpers. The number of people who voted for Trump, who clearly hadn't told the pollsters in advance that they were going to. And the BBC, the papers, Sky, anybody, we're just not getting to them. And that is, you've got to fundamentally rethink how you, the story selection, how you write them, how you promote them, how you display them. How do you reach those people who say, oh, I never watch the news, it's all stuff I don't understand, or I never read the papers. I went into journalism, and BBC in particular, because of a statistic that really struck home with me, that at the time, and this is in the late 70s, that 70% of the British population got their news from the television. So that, you know, radio was still there. There was no internet. Newspapers were still very important, but 2/3 of the country didn't listen to the news on the radio. They listened to the music on the radio, and they didn't read a paper. And I thought, this is quite important. And in those days, the news bulletins, you know, it was a bad day if you got less than 10 million viewers.
And where does that leave rolling news now when there are so many competitor sources, but also my friends here will never consume news in the way that you and I have consumed news.
Who actually sits in front of the telly? You're just going to have to put your hands up, you don't have to speak. Who actually sits in front of the telly and watches a bulletin? Oh, good. I expect fewer hands. Who does it every day? Oh, good. Okay. It is changing. It's changing dramatically. What does it mean for rolling news? Sky News have just revamped. Their head says that the death of rolling news channels has been greatly exaggerated. It's public knowledge that the BBC News channel was going to be closed. Then it was going to merge with the international channel BBC News. And then Brexit happened. And you can't really shut. You know, the audiences are not the 10 million that you know, I used to get when I was writing scripts for Angela Rippon and Moira Stewart. But they are still significant. They're sort of like 8-9 million a week reach. There is going to be a need for that sort of medium to continue, that sort of delivery of news that then feeds all the material that comes into the rolling news channels, then can be repackaged and put online. So I think that there's another stick neck so far out, 5-10 years of rolling news channels as we see them now.
Sure. And Mark, you've done, I suppose, serious sort of journalism, the kind that you were talking about before. Sort of expensive sort of journalism in some ways, although maybe the MOD are footing the bill for some of it. Are you optimistic about the future of that sort of journalism?
Yeah, and the thing is, I think that the death of newspapers is being
it's been greatly
predicted.
exaggerated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Different type of newspapers, but actually what people still want, and they don't necessarily get it from rolling news, and they don't always get it directly from newspapers, but it's still in-depth considered analysis, comment, and basically informed investigative reporting that still a lot of the really good, strong investigative reporting is coming through the newspapers.
Yes, agreed.
And I think that there is still a future for that. Just moving on from that, about how news is changing, about people say, well, print is dead. Well, print is declining in newspapers, but in magazines, there are more magazines opening every year than there are magazines closing. So people still want this physical, pick it up, flick through it. Not, they want TV news as well. They want it online, but there's, and I think that certainly from newspapers, if newspaper circulations weren't falling, then there'd be something wrong, really. That because we've seen the adverts that the Wolverhampton Express and Star sold 200,000 in 1970 and sells, I don't know, I'm guessing here sort of 40,000. I can talk about the Eastern Daily Press maybe. It sold 90,000 in 2000, which was amazing. 36,000 now, really. It's because people...
And that's amazing.
That's good.
With all the competition,
when you look
keeping
at
that going.
The sort of penetration, really. But it's because in the past people picked up their newspapers from the factory gate, and there was no regional radio or regional TV. That's where they got their news from. Now it's available from so many other sources. The good thing is, however it appears, whether it's in a newspaper, on a website, on TV or in magazines, there will still need to be journalists to write it. So
okay, well,
we're not in a dying profession.
No. Okay. Well, while we're on that the subject of the journalist, we're kind of going a little bit off topic here, but I think it's a useful point to bring you both in. I mean, if you were recruiting now, Simon, and when a big story breaks, what qualities are you after in the journalist that's on the end of the phone?
You've asked me two questions.
Yeah, sorry.
Which do you want me to answer? So, what am I looking for when I'm recruiting somebody, and then, or what am I looking for when?
Well, start with the first one and then go on to the second one.
Well, listen up. A degree from somewhere like here helps, but frankly, there's quite a lot of journalist degrees around and about. It's experience. It's what you can put on your CV that marks you out from everybody else who's got a 2-1 in media studies or journalism or sports journalism or whatever it may be. If you've got a track record of work placements, volunteer stuff, it used to be hospital radio. There's a million websites that you can freelance for. I'm sure you've got a student paper and you've got an amazing media setup. So as much
radio station,
work on it. If that's what you want to, if you want to go into radio particularly, work on the radio station. It's experience, it's enthusiasm. You've got to want the job. You've got to have energy. He'll tell you, you do spend 24 hours standing up, awake. Generally awake.
Yeah. Especially like in Iraq and the Middle East, you're working 3 hours ahead, sort of thing. So you're up and around before your newsroom's necessarily as active. But I'd follow on from attitude. Really is what I look for. That if you've got your portfolio and your attitude, that I would ask people when I was recruiting about how would you approach, as we used the phrase earlier, a death knock or things like that. There is this view that it's distasteful, that it's unwelcome. Well, actually, my experience of doing these kind of calls is that they're fairly straightforward, really. It's either, yes, come in, we'll tell you everything, or clear off and don't cross our door again. But it's normally the former. But the other thing is, I have been to other universities where actually we've looked at CVs, and I find that the CV, it's got all the academic achievements and the 2-1, But what people fail to realise is that it's the bit that sets them apart, really. I was looking at a girl's CV, and it was all this wonderful academic stuff, and buried down in the small print was that she worked in a chip shop, and I thought, okay, you don't mind getting your hands dirty, but she was a Duke of Edinburgh Gold Award winner, and that was way down, and I thought, okay, they're the people that you want on your team, really, potential leaders, people who are self-starters, motivated, but also people who can bring ideas, really.
And graft. The second part of that question, Simon, when you've got somebody at this, what do you want from a reporter when the flag goes up?
Well, I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to answer the question, what do I want from my producers in the newsroom? Because let's assume it's a 7/7 or
sure.
Something like that. I need somebody who, when somebody comes out of the gallery and says, holy shit, we're rolling on this, this is a big one, who doesn't need to be told, look up where the report of the explosion was, look up the closest post office, ring the post office, see if you can get an eyewitness, use Twitter. It's somebody who within 3 or 4 minutes of that happening says, I've got X on the phone, they saw the bomb, and they're willing to do an interview. Somebody with initiative who really, really moves quickly. And they're the best producers.
Absolutely. Okay, I was interested in what both of you had to say about kind of the emotional side of journalism in a way. And I'd just be interested in what you think about whether it's right for, returning back to the subject of breaking news, of reporters showing some emotion. I'm thinking of Colin Brazier at the Malaysian plane crash, for instance, and various other, Graham McLagan?
Graham Satchell.
Broke
down after the Paris attacks.
And I just wonder what you think, whether that shows, a strong side of journalism, or where it fits in.
Your basic job is to be unemotional, to convey the facts, not to be judgmental. And a classic example, and I hazard a guess, you may have been shown this in various TV broadcast courses, the Michael Burke report from Ethiopia in 1984, where it was totally dispassionate. He didn't use the word terrible, he didn't use the word dreadful, he didn't use any of that. And the first sentence was one word, dawn.
Yeah.
But then when somebody is live and they then show human frailty and human emotion, great. And Graham, in particular, got an awful lot of support. He was very apologetic. This was a guy standing in Paris after the Paris attacks, doing breakfast television, and sea of candles and flowers and all sorts, and he just broke down live on the telly. In fact, we had a near neighbour and friend of mine, Kate Silverton, was presenting the news in the studio, and there was a report about I think it was an earthquake or something, and a baby pulled from the rubble, and she's got little kids, and they come back to her after the report, and there's just tears streaming down her face. And she was really, really embarrassed and wanted to hide it and everything. And, Twitter went bonkers because, yes, you have to be dispassionate, unemotional, but when the mask slips and it's genuine, then there's support out there.
I mean, you talked a bit about this, Mark, with the connection you made with that child. I mean, do you think it's important that actually we're not automatons, are we? We're not robots?
No, I think it is important that we are aware that we're dealing with real lives, real people, and that when we walk away, they're still carrying on with their lives. It's interesting you mentioned about children. My whole approach, ethos, shifted quite significantly when I became the father of 2 children. You look at the world differently. When you're 22, 25, you can be the hard-nosed reporter, the unemotional reporter, but suddenly when you can relate to it as well.
Every story about a missing baby just gets you right in the heart, doesn't it? Yes.
The other thing, you touched upon it about the little dots falling. My background is print, and it's about how you reflect taste in print and how you benchmark that, really. And we have more time to consider. But I set myself some benchmarks, and I often used to get reporters writing copy, and I used to sort of think, you can't say that in print. It's too blatant. It's too explicit. And they would sort of say, well, what's wrong with it? It was said in court or things like that. And so I used to challenge them and say, right, okay, ring your grandmother, read it aloud to her over the telephone now. Are you prepared to do that? Well, no, I wouldn't, So why are you prepared to have it shoved through people's doorsteps, onto their doormats or things like that? So sometimes you do need to almost personalise your.
Can I nick that? That's
That's a good one. Yeah. Well, one of my mantras is, you write your story, then take out that name, put yours in it instead. And can you justify every word that you've written in that?
And also the other thing that it's less so in print, it's very much so in broadcast. Just cross out all the adjectives.
Yeah.
Everyone. It's a special inquiry, is it? Why is it special? It's an inquiry.
The adage is, let the facts tell the story, sort of thing. And if you've got adjectives in an intro in a print story, you think, hang on a minute, this story's not as strong as you've told.
Yes.
If you've had to,
you're having to boost it.
You can't beat letting the facts tell the story.
You talked about having the comfort, I suppose, of having a chain of command above you when you were having difficult decisions to make. Sometimes a comfort, sometimes obviously not. Do you have? I'm thinking particularly about the ITV footage of the Lee Rigby killer here. Do you have your own kind of moral guide in your head about that sort of decision making, about what you can and shouldn't show?
Yes,
is that
you sort of do, and it kind of develops the way that, frankly, I think all broadcasters respond to or treat potentially distressing images goes in cycles, and there are times when the mood music is very, very cautious. You're going to blur body parts, or you're not going to show them at all, or you're going to put so many warnings in the newsreader introduction or in the piece itself that half the audience is switched off. It goes in cycles. ITV got the most stunning pictures. There was a lot of talk. I think the BBC used them later on under fair dealing, but there was a lot of talk. Do you show the bloody knife?
Yeah,
because that was very. The key is to think. It's nearly. Would you read the story to your grandmother? Would you like your mum to see that on the television? Would you like your younger brother or sister to see it on the television? You've got to know your audience. What time of day are you broadcasting? I used to sort of not hide, but I used to use the name of the place I worked as my protector. I was the BBC News channel. I do what I say. It's news. There's going to be distressing stuff. Whereas on BBC One, straight after, as when you were all very, very little neighbours, massive audience for the 6 o'clock news, you would need to be more cautious. Then you've got the ridiculously outdated concept of the watershed, the 9 o'clock at night time, that after that time you're allowed to show more adult and violent content. 9 o'clock. It used to be when kids went to bed. Not anymore. It's completely artificial. But the BBC News at 10 is more robust than the BBC News at 6 for good reason. And sorry, Mark, I will give you a chance to say something in a minute. But there's another incident I'd like your thoughts on, Simon. And maybe it's an illustration of actually you've got this huge amount of hours, these huge hours to fill when there's not much going on, etc., etc. But after the attack on the church in France, Martin Brunt from Sky did this ridiculous, I could have killed them all. Do you remember that? Yes.
And massively lampooned on social media. Yeah. So he walks into a small country church, I can't remember where it was now, and there's some people doing the flowers or something like that, and he says, look at this lack of security, I could have killed them all. And that then became, went into sort of being... And I don't know what it was just seemed to be crass to me, and I don't know how does that sort of thing happen?
He is a very well-respected reporter,
yes.
And everybody can make mistakes, and people do. It would be... No, I'm not going to comment on that one. He got, the interweb gave him what for. Yeah. After the plane shot down over Ukraine, one of the reporters, this was a bit like when I was in Lockerbie. There was bits of teddies and passports and luggage all over the field, and one of the reporters started picking the stuff up, saying, "Look at this, a baby's this and a." No, you can show me the pictures, but don't fiddle with it. Don't touch it. This is a crime scene. That's somebody's daughter's teddy bear. Yeah. Leave well alone. Show me the shots, maybe slightly wider shot than a very tight close-up. Don't start picking it up. No,
do you think that having said all of that actually in the production of 24/7 websites, news coverage, that actually we have to accept that now and again we're just going to drop a ball like that?
The thing is, it's like you was talking during your discussion about how you were told off for various things. Two things you did. They were, for the general viewer, they would have been just passed over sort of thing. They probably wouldn't have picked up on the ambulance and the cardiac arrest. The most important thing as a journalist is that you made a decision. The worst thing you can do in a newsroom is not make a decision.
Absolutely.
People will beat you up for that one. But if you've made a decision, you've got it wrong, then actually, you can put it right. You can move on. But sometimes when those stories are coming in so quickly, I remember being in our newsroom when 9/11 happened, and we had to fairly quickly sort of think, how are we going to set the tone? Okay, we had more time to think about it, which is one advantage, but the other side of the coin is that we weren't appearing on the streets until the following morning. So our challenge was not just moving the story on in a way that the story is moving anyway, but offering the readership the right kind of analysis, the right kind of sort of detail, telling the story, telling them what we do know, what we don't know really, but trying not to make those silly mistakes even when we've given the time really. But
it's much harder for a newspaper because of the lag time between writing it and printing it and distributing it and reading it, and it's a twin-edged sword. The beauty of broadcasting is, you write it and it can be out of date, but when you say it, it's consumed at exactly the same moment. So that time lag disappears completely. And for you guys, you had to provide something. I mean, you would have been pilloried had you. I'm hoping it didn't say Norwich man in
no.
Twin Tower horror or something. But the whole of the transatlantic flights were stopped. There was a massive impact for everybody in the UK, whether or not they had relatives, friends, acquaintances in the Twin Towers. The world changed, and you had to do that. And it was, to an extent, it was almost easier to be doing the rolling news.
Okay, I'll open up see if hopefully our friends here have got some questions. Just one more thing for both of you. Ben, who's one of our third-year students, will testify that at our last news day, I said to them all, when you talk to journalists about their best days in journalism, it's always about teamwork. It's always about pulling together against the odds. Yeah. So did you, even though the days were traumatic, difficult, you went home with a raging headache, I'm sure.
Yes.
Did you feel a sense?
The headache kicks in when you get home.
Okay.
After the...
Just talk about the sense of satisfaction of a job well done on those sort of occasions.
I mean, it is absolutely the same in a newspaper, it's the same in radio, but it is written so large in television because there is such an enormous number of people, and print journalists will often say there's far too many people, but there's the director, there's the camera crews in the studio, although the BBC now uses robotic cameras, but there's some poor bugger trying to control them with a joystick in the gallery. There's the writers, there's the presenters, and I liken it to the presenter has to be like a swan with the very long neck, gliding through the water, explaining calmly. Behind the glass, we're all paddling like buggering, trying to keep them going. Yeah. And when it works, and everybody kind of instinctively knows what to do. Oh God, I had somebody who came back, asked them to get an eyewitness on the phone, and I kid you not, they came back and they said, I will do the accent. It's engaged. What shall I do now? Ring back. But yes, it is teamwork, and when everybody pulls together, you get the most amazing adrenaline buzz when you've done a good live broadcast. It's fantastic.
Brilliant. Would you go along with the team?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, you need discipline as well. As in, when the big story drops, the natural reaction is to rush forward, sort of thing. What you need to do, and we all know as news editors that when we think, there's a great story, it's going to be easy, sort of thing. It's not. It's going to be hard. It is you want the cool heads in the newsroom, the ones who step back before they start pounding the phones, and because you've probably got 8 or 10 pages to fill, you want to, with a limited resource, you want to make sure that everybody is doing what you need them to be doing,
and not all doing the same thing.
Yeah, and you want enough flexibility for there to be initiative and innovation, but also you don't want 6 people chasing eyewitnesses when you need 2 here and 1 there. And so, teamwork is important. Teamwork comes through, good organisation and leadership. But actually, it's when you go home or when you come in the next day and you look at the paper and thought, it's 10 hours since we actually put that to bed. It's relevant. It's still, our audience will get something from that, and that's the feeling of a job well done.
Good. Right, folks, you've heard from my friends here. Any more questions on any aspect of anything you've heard today? Please, Amber.
It's more about me agreeing with your comment about how that you thought that that TV declining is being completely exaggerated, because I don't usually watch TV for bulletins. I do look on Twitter and Facebook, but I find that for breaking news or big events like Brexit, and the US elections last night, I want to be a part of it. I want to feel like that I'm watching something and I want to be a part of it. I don't want to read what's happening. I want to see people's reactions.
And you want to tweet at the same time, obviously.
Yeah, of course. But I want to feel like that I'm a part of it. So when I watch it, I'm like, okay, I was there to see their reaction. I was there to see his speech at the end. I don't want to read people's opinions, or I don't want to read a scripted version. So I do agree, I think that people will still be watching the TV for things like that, even if it is just for the breaking news stories.
But there is a danger. You're quite right in one respect, and you're wrong in another, in that for Brexit, for Trump, for 9/11, for royal weddings, it's a kind of event that you want to be vicariously a part of. There is a fascination about live coverage because you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what's going to happen next. The danger for people in the job that I used to do is that the bog standard day, the day when you are leading on a preview of Tony Blair's speech to the TUC later that afternoon, the audience is starting to not need to come to you. There's still an older demographic that still just watches the television because they don't really hold with this interweb thing. It's getting older and smaller by the day. And yes, the big events you want the live moment, you want it. Frankly, you can look at it on your phone, you can look at it on your iPad, you can look at it on your laptop, whatever. It's quite nice to see it on a biggish screen. It's better. But people are, I hate the word, but consuming the news much, much less on a humdrum day via TV.
Yeah.
Sad fact.
I completely agree with you there.
Thank you. Any more questions? Sure. Does it? Oh, hello, Ben.
I was going to say, you've both seen things which are quite traumatic or things. Is there any point where you think we don't really need to show this to our audience?
Yes.
This won't make any difference to how we tell the story. And do you feel guilty about keeping it back from them?
No. And I will give you an example, which actually I did again by a boss get criticised for. There was a train crash in Spain that killed a dozen people or something. It was not the most massive story, but there was trackside CCTV. And you saw this train come around the bend far too bloody fast.
At Santiago de Compostela. Yeah.
The very
he killed about
70. I'm sorry, right.
Yeah.
He knows better than you know.
I was sort of there a few days before, actually, it happened. So, and it has a resonance there, but I know what you mean. Sorry to...
Train comes around the bend far too fast, and the front, not the engine, I think, but the front carriage jumps the track, and then it starts, and then the whole thing's off. And the first time somebody played that to me was at about 20 to 1, and I'm in charge of the 1 o'clock news. And, I'm really shocked. And I said, no, I want to see the first carriage start to come off the track, but I don't want to see the whole thing crashing to the ground and then colliding with the pillar that's got the CCTV on, and it all goes purple because the camera breaks. I made them take it back like 6 seconds and freeze it there. And I was in a discussion, he later conceded, but I was in a discussion with my then boss on a panel like this, who said, no, you should have been more robust. And I said, I responded as a human being. My initial reaction when I first saw it was to go, oh! And it's 1 o'clock. It's mums with their kids. And so I didn't show it, and I don't feel bad about it at all. We explained what had happened, clearly.
Yeah. I mean, what you say, mums with their kids, because at 5 and 6, your kids will see that and they say, Dad, did anybody die in that? And suddenly you have to answer them and say, no, it was all, and then you're lying to your kids, really. And I don't think, personally, if we don't show something, whether it's a graphic image or graphic footage, which even in print we have to consider about what we put online, what we upload online. We still err on the side of caution, because actually I think we generally have a readership or a viewership that expects that. If we get beaten up for it afterwards, I think we'd rather get beaten up for being too cautious rather than being too reckless. And actually, we can always move forward and show a little bit more of it. Whereas actually, we can pull back from it, but once the cat's out of the bag, really. And I think the most graphic example of this was with the family of 4 that was killed on the A34 recently, with the lorry driver that was, they were showing it and cut off, really, because you knew exactly what was going to happen after that, really. And sometimes it's a case that we have to be the same with words, really, about do we go into too much detail, particularly with court cases, that you can go on Twitter feeds that give you every explicit detail of court cases, but actually if people want to choose to read that, then they can do. We're not going to sort of present it to them and they're going to turn the page and think, oh, I didn't want to see that, really. So.
But things have changed because you can go out there and find it.
Yeah.
Whereas when we were young reporters and producers, there was no other place to go. He did the print, I did the telly, there was the radio. You couldn't go and Google it in those days. So we were much more sort of the guardians, the custodians.
Yeah.
But now it's there.
You often also get, sometimes in academic settings you get thinking, well, aren't you censoring the news? Aren't you depriving your readership of it? Well, actually, no. I think that actually what we are doing is we are aware of who our readership is, and particularly on a regional newspaper, that you have to try and be more things to more people more of the time, so that you have to be cautious. And actually, people are, more savvy nowadays, that, if they see an explicit court case or something like that, and they want the rest of the details, well, that's for them to go and find it themselves. We don't need to point them in that direction. And also, sometimes we might feel a bit prudish, really. Well, it's not so much that at all. It's that we do have to be aware of people's sensitivities.
I did show a severed head live on the news channel once by accident. Tell you about it? It was the trial of Slobodan Milosevic. Mm-hmm. You're going to get a theme coming here, and we were live in the court, and there was translation and everything, and it was all relatively humdrum. And then suddenly Slobodan Milosevic says, "And I want to show you Exhibit A here." And the camera swings over, and there is a bloody great easel with a massive poster of a severed head in a field. And so, editor, get off it! And guess what? Where's the presenter? In the toilet.
Yeah. Of course, the one that we've not mentioned is the moment somebody pulled the lever for Saddam Hussein.
No, I was going to. We funny you mentioned that. You heard the lever, and we froze the picture at that point. You didn't see him drop, but the execution of Saddam Hussein, we didn't show the moment of death, but boy, oh boy, we went close to it. You heard, but froze the picture just before he disappeared from view.
And I know time-wise, but the other debate that we are faced with is, should we stop filming? Should we stop taking pictures? From my scenario in an embed setting, I've had the army sort of say, well, I don't think you should take pictures here, or I don't think you should do that. The view is, take the picture and think about it afterwards.
Yes, absolutely.
The classic case from the embed scenario is the Help for Heroes charity, where the guy's been carried on the stretcher. Somebody said, you shouldn't be taking pictures of this guy, he's injured. It has become the classic symbol that has sustained that charity, really. And we should, when we censor or instill the taste test, we should do it at a considered point rather than at source. And and also sometimes you may have the picture, it may be useful further down the line for a whole host of reasons.
So yes, if somebody says stop filming, don't stop filming. If somebody says stop filming, stop filming.
And just finally then, do you think, picking up on Mark's point, do you think there are some pictures which, although they are very shocking, sometimes people need to be shocked?
Yes, and it was during a more robust time for showing distressing images. The Michael Burke piece that you nodded, so you've seen it.
Yeah.
You've got dead bodies lined up. You've got what did he say? Mother and child together in death. Shocking. Yeah. Absolutely shocking. Warning in the introduction, you might find some of these pictures distressing. The BBC has taken to putting a double warning. So the newsreader says you might find this distressing, and then the reporter, just before you get to the distressing bit, double warns. Says, in the next bit I'm going to show you is you might not want to watch or something. But what effect did that have? Yeah. However many millions of pounds?
Yeah.
Live Aid and Band Aid.
Absolutely.
It did good.
Yes, it did. Absolutely. Okay, one last call for questions. Sir.
I was just going to ask, during the American election coverage that we've seen, there's been a lot of Hillary Clinton's FBI investigation into the sort of email server, yet we've had really limited mainstream mention of Donald Trump's court appearance on racketeering charges and court appearance on an accusation of child rape, which seemed much more serious than using the wrong email server. I just wondered if you could share any opinions as to why that might have been. I know you wouldn't.
No, it's a hospital pass.
No, I think I've no idea, but actually the thing is, I think that it comes to the case that certainly this side of the Atlantic, we are sick of the politics of hate, really, that we had a negative campaign with Brexit. So actually, we may even have sought solace watching the US presidential campaign, thinking, well, actually, they can do it even worse than we can do it, really. And actually, there's a huge lesson that, the politics of hate, negative campaigning, just triggers a backlash and maybe even warps the election result, really. So why Trump's... and also, I think the thing is about, with Donald Trump, that, first one woman comes out, and then another woman comes out, and another woman comes out, and clearly there is some kind of... And sorry, I don't mean to sound clumsy in, condoning any of this kind of behaviour, but actually the timing of it, why didn't it come out a year ago or 18 months ago, sort of thing. But suddenly, it's as in with the beheading, once you get to woman 6 coming out saying it, and then it goes down the news agenda, because is it a case that it has less impact? I mean, I feel a bit clumsy talking about it in this way, but actually it is all built in the politics of hate, and then you get the racketeering issue and the accusation of child rape. And I hate to say this, but once it starts coming out in this context and at this stage of the campaign, rather than people more shocked about it, they tend to take it less seriously, and it's an unproven claim at this stage, really. So I don't know whether that came out a bit.
I was thinking it could be to do with the fact that it's court cases and within X days of the election, but then this is America and they can do whatever they like. So the answer is I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see if there's a prosecution between or
the president-elect
over the president-elect between now and January.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unlikely, you would have thought.
Yeah.
Well, there's a court date set for the racketeering.
Yeah.
There's a court. In fact, in both cases, there's a court date set. So, interesting.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you ever so much, gentlemen. Really interesting afternoon. Thank you for sticking with it, people as well. Can we just say thank you again? Thank you, Mark. Yes.